Chapter 1964. I haven't seen any elders from the punishment zone watching us along the way. However, I'm certain they're watching us. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he glanced to his left, and right before he looked forward again. He thought to himself, they must be hiding in the dark somewhere that we can't see. Even a bronze flame elder in the punishment zone was at the Saint Celestial stage or above. It was too easy for such a person to hide from the four symbols, sanctums, disciples below the mastery, quintessential saint stage. This was because most of the four symbols, sanctums, disciples above the mastery, quintessential saint stage could enter the saint land and become a saint land disciple. For this reason, Duan Lingtian was certain the most powerful four symbols, sanctums, disciples, serving in the punishment zone in the four symbol sanctums, first mine, was at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. There's no one there. Duan Lingtian suddenly realized there was no one at a saint stone mine nearby. His eyes lit up immediately as he walked over. When he was close to the saint stone mine, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and formed a sword with his fingers. Whoosh! In just an instant, a sword ray, formed by the sun saint energy, shot out from his sword fingers and slashed toward the saint stone mine. However, as soon as the sword landed, Duan Lingtian discovered there was only a small portion of the saint stone mine. The saint stone mine that he had his eyes on only had a small surface, and it was very thin. When he slashed it with his sword, it was completely shattered. There was not even a single first-grade saint stone. How's this possible? Duan Lingtian was completely dumbfounded when he saw the saint stone's powder that was scattered all over the ground. Initially, he thought he would be able to dig out 10 or 8 first-grade saint stones from the saint stone mine. It did not cross his mind that this was only a small portion of the saint stone mine. It was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. Scam! What a scam! While Duan Lingtian was cursing inwardly, the eyes of many people behind him brightened. They could see something from Duan Lingtian's actions. He actually didn't discover such an obvious holy stone mine. All he needs to do is extend his divine sense, and he'll be able to discover that it's just a small saint stone deposit. There's no goods in it. He doesn't know how to use such a simple detection method? Newbie. He must be a newbie. It seems that the extra-large wicker basket on his back was obtained by luck? Although I don't know why the extra-large wicker basket didn't appear at the right time. But now I can be sure that he's just a newcomer. Humph! A newcomer shouldn't have an extra-large wicker basket. At the same time, the group of four symbol sanctums disciples who had been following Duan Lingtian also communicated with their companions through voice transmissions. Based on their words, they all felt that Duan Lingtian was not qualified to possess an extra-large wicker basket. For a moment, a greedy luster appeared in their eyes. Whoosh! Just as a few of the four symbol sanctums disciples were about to make a move, a gust of wind blew past. One of them made a move first. With a flash, he appeared beside Duan Lingtian. When this person made his move, Duan Lingtian had already noticed him. When the person approached him, he took a few steps back unhurriedly. He looked at the middle-aged man standing in front of him calmly and asked nonchalantly, "What's the matter?" The middle-aged man standing in front of Duan Lingtian was tall and sturdy. He looked like an iron tower as he stood there. Although Duan Lingtian's height was over 8 meters in front of the 2-meter-tall middle-aged man, he still seemed small and weak, purely in terms of appearance. "You're a newcomer, right?" the middle-aged man asked. His voice was as loud as a bell, causing the eardrums of many people with a weaker cultivation base to vibrate. As the middle-aged man spoke, more and more people gathered around to watch the show. Moreover, some of the four symbols sanctums disciples who were originally mining saint stones had also stopped what they were doing and gathered around to watch the show. The four symbols sanctums disciples who were banished to the first mine's punishment zone would naturally feel bored after staying in the punishment zone for a long time. For this reason, whenever a fight broke out, they would watch with interest. This was one of the few forms of entertainment they had in the punishment zone. Moreover, they did not have to pay any price to obtain visual enjoyment. What's going on? Isn't that Nyo Kong? Did someone offend Nyo Kong? Huh? The young man who's fighting with Nyo Kong is actually carrying an extra-large wicker basket on his back. I don't think I've seen him before. Don't tell me he's a newcomer? No. Even if he's a newcomer, it's impossible for him to have an extra-large wicker basket. The timing doesn't match. This means he must have snatched the extra-large wicker basket on his back from someone else. He's strong enough to snatch the extra-large wicker basket from one of the 89 people. His strength isn't something Nyo Kong can compare to. What's Nyo Kong trying to do? Is he looking for trouble? The onlookers who did not know what was going on began to whisper among themselves. However, they soon learned about the ins and outs of the matter from some of the four symbols, sanctums, disciples who were in the know. He doesn't even know how to use his divine consciousness to investigate the Saint Stone Reserve. He chose a Saint Stone Reserve that's as thick as a fingernail to mine. Usually only a newcomer would make such a mistake, right? He's a newcomer. If he's a newcomer, then the extra-large wicker basket on his back must have been taken for free. However, the timing doesn't seem to match. According to the past, the extra-large wicker basket shouldn't appear at this time. Let's not bother about the timing. Based on his actions, we can tell he's a newcomer. No wonder Nyo Kong charged forward. As it turns out, he's after the extra-large wicker basket on the newcomer's back. This newcomer is really unlucky to have encountered Nyo Kong. It's said that Nyo Kong's cultivation base has already reached the peak of the exemplary saint stage not long ago. The group of four symbols, sanctums, disciples discussed among themselves. All of them felt Duan Lingtian was going to be unlucky. Moreover, he might not even be able to keep the extra-large wicker basket on his back. The peak of the exemplary saint stage? When Duan Lingtian heard the discussions in the surroundings, especially when he heard that the tall middle-aged man's cultivation base was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he almost laughed out loud. A four symbols, sanctums disciple at the peak of the exemplary saint stage actually wanted to snatch his things? Did he really think he, Duan Lingtian, was made of paper? However, at the same time, Duan Lingtian was also surprised. He did not expect someone would really want to snatch the wicker basket on his back. Was it necessary? Wasn't it just a lousy wicker basket? Until now, Duan Lingtian still did not know how rare and precious the extra-large wicker basket on his back was in the punishment zone. He thought everyone would choose their own wicker basket. It did not cross his mind that not everyone had an extra-large wicker basket. Naturally, Duan Lingtian's thoughts did not last long. As the discussions in the surroundings grew louder, Duan Lingtian learned something from the four symbols, sanctums, disciples around him. As it turned out, before he came to the punishment zone in the four symbols sanctums first mine, there were only 89 extra-large wicker baskets like the one on his back. The 89 extra-large wicker baskets were all in the hands of four symbols sanctums disciples who were at the peak of the exemplary saint stage or the quintessential saint stage or above. Apart from that, although the newcomers who came to the punishment zone would be able to obtain an extra-large wicker basket, there was a time limit. It all depended on luck. Based on the time it took for a newcomer to obtain an extra-large wicker basket, by right, it would not be Duan Lingtian's turn to obtain the extra-large wicker basket. That vermilion bird sanctum's bronze flame elder used his authority to obtain this extra-large wicker basket for me. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also realized this. He could not help but smile wryly. Did the vermilion bird sanctum's bronze flame elder look down on him? Did he think he would not be able to obtain an extra-large wicker basket with his own strength? However, even though he was grumbling inwardly, he still owed the vermilion bird sanctum's bronze flame elder a favor. If he had the chance in the future, he would definitely return the favor. Are you deaf? I'm asking you a question. Are you new here? Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses when he heard Niu Kong's thunderous voice. When he regained his senses, he noticed Niu Kong was glaring at him with an unfriendly expression. "So what if I'm new here?" Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly. Put aside the fact that Niu Kong was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Even if Niu Kong was at the peak of the quintessential saint stage, he was not qualified to make Duan Lingtian cower. Good, good. Very good. Boy, you're very courageous. Initially, I thought I wouldn't touch you as long as you obediently hand over the extra-large wicker basket you're carrying. Niu Kong's gaze turned cold as he looked at Duan Lingtian. However, I've changed my mind. Whether you're willing to hand over the extra-large wicker basket obediently or not, I'll still teach you a good lesson. I'll let you know that in the First Mind's punishment zone, newcomers have to respect the seniors. Niu Kong's words were filled with anger. As soon as his words left his mouth, a majestic aura surged out of his body. It was the aura of the Sun Saint energy that he had mobilized. Niu Kong is angry. This newcomer is really valiant. He actually dares to provoke Niu Kong. It seems like he's in for a bad time. Niu Kong has always been hot-tempered. I'm afraid this won't end well for him since he's angered Niu Kong. I only hope Niu Kong will go easy on him. Otherwise, I'm afraid this newcomer will have to lie in bed for some time. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves as they looked at Duan Lingtian pitifully. Niu Kong, is it? Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian took a step forward and looked at the enraged Niu Kong coldly. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight within the span of 3 breaths. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. Although Duan Lingtian's voice was not loud, it still drowned out the discussion in the surroundings. Everyone present on the scene could hear his words clearly. The entire place fell silent immediately. Chapter 1965. You want me to get out of your sight in 3 breaths? When Niu Kong heard Duan Lingtian's threat, he was stunned just like the other Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. When he regained his senses, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he had just seen a ghost. At this moment, he even thought he had heard wrongly. Therefore, he had to confirm it. Whoosh! At the same time, the other Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples regained their senses as well. There was an uproar as they looked at Duan Lingtian as though they had just seen a ghost. Did I hear wrongly? This new disciple is threatening senior brother Niu Kong? He wants Niu Kong to get out of his sight? Is he crazy? When the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples regained their senses, they began to discuss among themselves. All of them felt this new disciple was too arrogant. In the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind, anyone who dared to be arrogant would not have an easy time unless they were strong enough. No matter how they looked at it, they did not think this new disciple was strong at all. At the very least, they did not think this new disciple was stronger than Niu Kong. When Niu Kong heard the discussion among the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples, he immediately realized he had not heard wrongly. This new disciple was indeed threatening him. Brat, you're seeking death. Niu Kong was instantly enraged. His eyes were burning with rage as the saint energy in his body surged. It was as though a raging dragon was about to burst out at any moment. I've given you a chance. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's voice resonated in the air again. In the end, his voice suddenly turned cold. 3 breaths have passed. Whoosh! Whoosh! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Sun Saint energy that had been accumulating for a long time shot out from his back and transformed into a pair of flaming wings. It was a shocking sight. In the next moment, the wings suddenly flapped. Boom! 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 All of a sudden, a series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. It was the golden crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back that caused an exaggerated commotion. Such a commotion naturally shocked many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. Whoosh! Almost at the same time, Duan Ling Tian, who had cast the high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, charged toward Niu Kang at a ridiculously fast speed, as though he had transformed into a cannonball that had left the barrel. Not good. As soon as Duan Ling Tian cast his movement divine ability and charged toward Niu Kang finally regained his senses. His heart jolted as horror dawned on his face. Now he finally realized it. The reason why this new disciple in front of him dared to be so arrogant in front of him was because he really had the strength, and not because he was overestimating himself. Due to the fact that the saint energy in his body was ready to be unleashed, Niu Kang instantly mobilized his saint energy and cast his movement martial tactic in an attempt to dodge Duan Ling Tian, who was charging toward him. Although Niu Kang's cultivation base had already broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he had yet to master any movement divine ability above the intermediate level. It made sense when one thought about it. If he had mastered a movement divine ability above the intermediate level, with his cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, it would be easy for him to obtain an extra-large wicker basket in the punishment zone. There was no need for him to snatch a new disciple like Duan Ling Tian. Your speed is too slow. Duan Ling Tian's indifferent words caused Niu Kang's heart to jolt. In the next moment, just as Niu Kang was about to dodge, the Golden Crow's wings on Duan Ling Tian's back flapped violently again. His speed instantly increased to another level. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian had already arrived next to Niu Kang. Boom! The casual palm strike contained a vast amount of sun saint energy. As the golden radiance shone brightly, it enveloped Niu Kang. Although Niu Kang had cast a defensive martial tactic in a hurry, he was not fully prepared. Due to this reason, there were many flaws in his defense. It was easily crushed by the sun saint energy on Duan Ling Tian's palm. Bang! A loud noise resonated in the air as Niu Kang's body trembled before he was sent flying backward. He crashed hard on the ground, but his momentum did not diminish at all. When Niu Kang was sent flying by Duan Ling Tian's palm strike, he continued to spit out blood. Blood stained the ground. It was a ghastly sight. The four symbols sanctum's disciples' expressions changed drastically when they saw this. They could not help but inwardly gasp. Niu Kang, a martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, was completely powerless in front of this new disciple. In just one blow, he was severely injured. I'll give you a chance. Get out of my sight in the span of 3 breaths. Otherwise, you'll have to bear the consequences. The new disciple's threatening words to Niu Kang reverberated in the ears of many four symbols sanctum's disciples. Although they had said the same thing, their reactions were completely different. Before the conflict began, all of them felt this new disciple was too arrogant and overestimating his own strength. However, now that they saw this new disciple severely injuring Niu Kang in just one blow, they realized this new disciple was not overestimating his own strength. He was truly powerful. Which sanctum of the 4 symbol sanctums did he commit a mistake and was banished to the first mind's punishment zone? When the group of 4 symbols sanctum's disciples shifted their attention to Duan Ling Tian again, they could not help but feel puzzled. Based on this new disciple's strength, he was definitely at the quintessential saint stage. Quintessential saint stage disciples were not nameless people in the 4 symbols sanctums. However, although the 4 symbols sanctums disciples were from different sanctums, they looked at each other. None of them knew this new disciple. Don't tell me he's a new disciple who committed a mistake and was banished to the first mind not long after he joined Zoroastrianism? Many of the 4 symbols sanctums disciples began to speculate. How dare you try to snatch my belongings with such strength? Duan Ling Tian glanced coldly at Niu Kang, who was lying in the dark. Horror dawned on Niu Kang's face as he apologized profusely. Niu Kang failed to recognize Mount Tai earlier. Please forgive me, senior brother. He apologized because he was worried Duan Lingtian would attack him again. Although Zoroastrianism did not allow fellow disciples to kill each other, as long as one did not injure or kill one's fellow disciples, it would not be a problem since it did not violate the rules of Zoroastrianism. Didn't you say you're going to teach me a lesson? Duan Lingtian asked nonchalantly when he saw Niukong had admitted defeat. The anger on his face had subsided a lot. I dare not. I dare not. Niukong quickly lowered his head, not daring to look at Duan Lingtian anymore. He was afraid Duan Lingtian would attack him again in a fit of anger. Humph! Duan Lingtian snorted coldly and no longer bothered with Niukong. He continued to walk deeper into the tunnel. After learning about the significance of the extra-large wicker basket in the four-symbol sanctum's first mind's punishment zone, Duan Lingtian felt it was understandable that Niukong wanted to snatch his extra-large wicker basket. However, Niukong was unlucky because he was not as strong as Duan Lingtian. Otherwise, his extra-large wicker basket would have already been in Niukong's possession. After all, Niukong only wanted to snatch his extra-large wicker basket from the beginning until the end. He did not intend to kill him at all. Snatching wicker baskets was a very common thing in the punishment zone. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not continue to argue with Niukong. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian was still around, the group of four-symbol sanctum's disciples did not even dare to breathe loudly. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian's silhouette gradually disappearing, they heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they could not help but discuss among themselves. Who's he? There's no doubt he's a quintessential saint stage powerhouse. I'm a White Tiger Sanctum's disciple, but before I was banished to the first mine, I've never heard of such a person in our White Tiger Sanctum. I'm an Azure Dragon Sanctum's disciple, but I've never heard of such a person in our Azure Dragon Sanctum as well. I'm from the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, but I've never heard of such a quintessential saint stage disciple in our Vermilion Bird Sanctum either. I'm from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Just like all of you, I don't recognize him. The group of four symbols sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, it was obvious they were curious about Duan Lingtian's identity. That pair of flaming wings that appeared behind his back just now should be an extremely powerful movement divine ability. Soon after, a four-symbol sanctum's disciples' attention shifted to the high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, that Duan Lingtian had cast earlier. His voice was filled with shock. I've never seen such a movement divine ability before. I've never heard of it before. However, it feels like it's in no way inferior to our Vermilion Bird Sanctum's most treasured movement divine ability. Moreover, its visual effect is much stronger than our Vermilion Bird Sanctum's most treasured movement divine ability. That's right. The movement divine ability he cast is too powerful. The pair of powerful wings seemed as though they really grew out of his body. It doesn't look out of place at all. I feel the same way as well. The group of four-symbol sanctum's disciples was shocked by the movement divine ability that Duan Lingtian had cast earlier. I remember now. All of a sudden, a sharp voice resonated in the air. It drowned out everyone's discussion and attracted everyone's attention. The person who spoke was a skinny four-symbols sanctum's disciple. He looked like a thief. His small eyes kept darting around. One could tell he was up to no good with just a glance. Don't tell me all of you have forgotten? When the four-symbol sanctum's disciple saw everyone looking at him, he said excitedly, "There's a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who's going to be banished to the first mine's punishment zone." Weren't we all talking about him earlier? Also, among the 3 high-grade movement divine abilities that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple mastered, isn't there a high-grade movement divine ability that has wings on his back? Upon hearing the four-symbols sanctum's disciples' words, the group of four-symbols sanctum's disciples narrowed their eyes. Gasp! 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 Immediately after, the sound of people inhaling cold air swept through the underground mine tunnel, and the sound of people landing on the ground could be heard. Chapter 1966. After the sound of people gasping gradually died down, the four symbol sanctum's disciples present on the scene, including Niu Kang, looked at each other. They could see the same answer in each other's eyes. Everyone, please search for the complete answer. Damn. Duan Lingtian. In the next instant, many four symbol sanctum's disciples cried out in surprise. Their expressions were interesting. How could I have forgotten about him? 3 months ago, one of the 2 Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples he killed was said to be at the early, quintessential saint stage. Even if his strength is not at the intermediate, quintessential saint stage, it's definitely close to the intermediate, quintessential saint stage. Rumor has it that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. Logically speaking, an ordinary disciple with a yellow innate spiritual root might not even be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage. However, he managed to kill an early quintessential saint stage Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. I heard his cultivation base has yet to break through to the quintessential saint stage. The reason he's so strong is because of the 3 high-grade divine abilities he has mastered. Put aside his innate spiritual root. Just his innate talent in mastering divine abilities is unrivaled in Zoroastrianism. After all, those are 3 high-grade divine abilities. In Zoroastrianism, even Lord Sect leader has only mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. The most surprising thing is he killed the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples for no reason, but the Saint Land Enforcement Hall still protected him. Moreover, there was even a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder with a blue innate spiritual root who went to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall to make a fuss about him killing the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciples. In the end, he was sentenced to death as well. I'm sure Duan Lingtian's innate talent in martial Dao might be ordinary, but his innate talent in divine abilities is extraordinary. Of course, the most extraordinary thing about him is his mysterious and unpredictable background. You're right. If it's not for his extraordinary background, why would the Saint Land Enforcement Hall protect him? After learning the new disciple was Duan Lingtian, the 4 symbol sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. They were no longer surprised by his strength. After all, they had heard of Duan Lingtian's strength before. So he is Duan Lingtian. A bitter smile appeared on Niu Kang's face. If he had known that this person was Duan Lingtian, he would not have dared to snatch the extra-large wicker basket from him even if he was given 100 guts. At the same time, many 4 symbol sanctum's disciples looked at Niu Kang with pity in their eyes. Although Niu Kang's strength was not bad, it could not be compared to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was unaware that the 4 symbol sanctum's disciples had already guessed his identity. Continuing deeper into the mine, Duan Lingtian continued mining. With his current strength, the entire mining process was very smooth. Not long after, the extra-large basket on his back was filled to the brim with first-grade saint stones. These saint stone ores were of different sizes. They had not been polished and were very rough. I actually didn't encounter a quasi-celestial grade holy stone. Duan Lingtian was a little disappointed that he didn't find any quasi-immortal grade saint stones after digging up a basket full of first-grade saint stones. Now that the basket is full, it's time to hand in these saint stones. I wonder how many baskets of first-grade saint stones I'll need to fill up for today's mission? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he thought to himself. In fact, it would not take long for Duan Lingtian to fill up a basket full of first-grade saint stones. It was precisely because he had secretly sent many first-grade saint stones into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda that he had wasted some time. Naturally, he did not waste much time. If Duan Lingtian was not worried that he would be discovered if he hid too many first-grade saint stones, he would not have stopped until now. I'll continue mining next time. For now, I'll stop for now. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian carried the extra-large basket full of first-grade saint stones and returned the way he came. Along the way, he became the center of attention. It's Duan Lingtian. When Duan Lingtian heard the four symbols sanctum's disciples exclaiming, he realized he had been recognized. I can't believe I'm recognized so quickly, Duan Lingtian shook his head inwardly. Meanwhile, along the way, Duan Lingtian discovered the people who were tailing him had disappeared. He did not find this strange. At this moment, he finally understood why there were so many people following him when he entered the mine. As it turned out, they had their eyes on the extra-large basket on his back. However, after he had revealed his strength and revealed his identity, those people no longer dared to covet the extra-large basket on his back. What a joke! In the punishment zone of the four symbols sanctum's first mine, including the extra-large basket on Duan Lingtian's back, there were a total of 90 extra-large baskets. However, there were only 50 to 60 people at the quintessential saint stage, or above, in the punishment zone. In other words, there were many elites at the peak of the exemplary saint stage who possessed extra-large baskets as well. Unless there was something wrong with their heads, the four symbols sanctum's disciples in the punishment zone would rather snatch the extra-large baskets from those powerhouses at the peak of the exemplary saint stage instead of coveting the extra-large basket in Duan Lingtian's hand. Duan Lingtian was a powerful person who could even kill an early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. His strength was comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Senior brother, do you know how many saint stones we have to mine today to complete the mission? When Duan Lingtian was about to leave the mine, he noticed many four symbols sanctum's disciples were still walking out. He walked up to a middle-aged man who was walking out and asked politely, Senior brother Duan Lingtian, you can just call me junior brother. I don't dare to be called senior brother in front of you. When the middle-aged man saw Duan Lingtian appearing in front of him, he was already anxious. When he heard Duan Lingtian calling him senior brother, he looked like a mouse that had just encountered a cat. He was also present when Duan Lingtian injured Niu Kong with just a blow. Due to this reason, he knew the person before him was Duan Lingtian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who had just been banished to the punishment zone of the first mine. He was only an intermediate, exemplary saint stage martial cultivator, so it was only natural that he was anxious when he saw Duan Lingtian. Based on the extra-large basket you're carrying, Senior Brother Duan Lingtian, you'll only need 6 baskets to complete the mission today. Although the middle-aged man was anxious, he did not dare to slack off when faced with Duan Lingtian's question. Thank you. When Duan Lingtian saw the middle-aged man was so afraid of him, he merely shook his head and did not say anything else after he thanked him. Whoosh! In the next instant, Duan Lingtian's body moved, and his speed increased a lot. Soon after, he left the mine. 6 baskets. Based on the speed I mined the first-grade saint stones earlier, I'll only need 15 minutes to fill up a basket of first-grade saint stones. However, I'll need another 15 minutes to throw the first-grade saint stones into the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. Let's just say it'll take half an hour. 6 baskets. I'll need 3 hours. Including the time needed to transport the saint stones, it won't take more than 4 hours. After leaving the mine, Duan Lingtian calculated in his heart. At the same time, he followed the crowd and made his way to the place where he had to hand in the saint stones. With the extra-large saint stones on his back, Duan Lingtian was destined to be the center of attention. Along the way, he attracted the attention of many four symbols sanctum's disciples. These gazes were filled with envy, jealousy, and greed. When some of the four symbols sanctum's disciples saw Duan Lingtian, they suspected he was a newcomer. At the same time, they also had designs on the extra-large basket on Duan Lingtian's back. However, when these four symbols sanctum's disciples learned about Duan Lingtian's identity from some of the four symbols sanctum's disciples who knew about Duan Lingtian's identity, horror dawned on them immediately. At the same time, they suppressed the greed in their hearts. What a joke! This was Duan Lingtian, a powerhouse who had killed an early quintessential saint stage Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple. If they tried to snatch his basket, they would be digging their own graves. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the place where the Saint Stone ores were to be handed over, one of the White Tiger Sanctum's bronze flame elders, who was in charge of collecting Saint Stone ores, was also attracted by Duan Lingtian. An extra-large wicker basket? This person looks unfamiliar. Duan Lingtian. However, when he was registering Duan Lingtian, the White Tiger Sanctum's bronze flame elder learned about Duan Lingtian's name. Since he was Duan Lingtian, it was not strange for him to have an extra-large basket. After all, Duan Lingtian's strength was obvious. Similar to the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder, the White Tiger Sanctum's bronze flame elder was very polite to Duan Lingtian after learning about his identity. Duan Lingtian, you can just deliver this basket of saint stones today. You've just arrived at the first mine, so it's better for you to rest first. Based on the White Tiger Sanctum's bronze flame elder's words, it seemed like he intended to help Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. Upon hearing the White Tiger Sanctum's bronze flame elder's words, Duan Lingtian immediately became anxious and rejected the bronze flame elder's suggestion. What a joke! He still wanted to stay in the mine a little longer, because the longer he stayed, the more first-grade holy stone ores he could send into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. Although a first-grade Saint Stone mine was not of much use to him, who practiced Zoroastrianism. However, he did not hide the first-grade Saint Stone mine for himself. Instead, he hid it for his family and friends. To the Azure Cloud Mansion that was located in the Debussy subterranean, a large amount of first-grade Saint Stones was definitely a huge fortune. It could even raise the overall strength of the Azure Cloud Mansion by more than one level. Although the White Tiger Sanctum's bronze flame elder did not know why Duan Lingtian rejected his good intentions, he did not say anything since Duan Lingtian insisted. After spending another 3 hours, Duan Lingtian successfully completed his mission for the day. Next, it's time for me to look for a place to stay. It's said that the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples' residence in the punishment zone in the first mine of the Four Symbol Sanctums has a cultivation environment that's similar to the Primus houses in the Four Symbol Sanctums. I, Duan Lingtian, want that mansion. His eyes gleamed as he made up his mind. Chapter 1967. The residence of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the punishment zone of the first mine of the Four Symbol Sanctums had many cultivation residences. Similar to the sanctums of the Four Symbol Sanctums, they were divided into Primus houses, second houses, third houses, and fourth houses. They were arranged in the shape of a 4-tiered pyramid. However, since there were not many Four Symbols Sanctums disciples in the punishment zone of the first mine of the Four Symbol Sanctums, there were not many cultivation residences. For example, each of the Four Symbols Sanctums disciples had 10 Primus houses, but there was only one here. There were only 10 second houses. There were only 100 third houses. There were more fourth houses. There were a total of 2,000 fourth houses. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the residence of the Four Symbols Sanctums disciples in the punishment zone of the first mine of the Four Symbols Sanctums disciples, he immediately fixed his gaze on the floating island at the highest point. The floating island was suspended at the highest point. It was like a moon surrounded by stars. It was like a crane among chickens. It was extremely eye-catching. He's not here. Duan Lingtian, who was hovering near the Primus house, where the Four Symbol Sanctums disciples stayed in the punishment zone, extended his divine consciousness. He discovered the Primus house was empty. It seems like the person staying in the Primus house hasn't returned yet. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. At the same time, Duan Lingtian decided to wait here for the owner of the Primus house to return. Since he's able to stay in the Primus house, He must be one of the most outstanding disciples among the 4 symbols sanctum's disciples in the first mine of the punishment zone. In fact, he can be said to be the strongest among the 4 symbols sanctum's disciples in the first mine of the punishment zone. Although Duan Lingtian knew his opponent was powerful, he was not afraid at all. Currently, his cultivation base had already reached the peak of the divine saint stage. Just his sun saint energy alone was comparable to the saint energy of an ordinary powerhouse at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. For this reason, with the help of his divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings, he was able to toy with Niu Kong, whose cultivation base had just broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage. With just a single blow, he had severely injured Niu Kong. In terms of saint energy alone, he was not inferior to Niu Kong. Naturally, it was easy for him to defeat Niu Kong. Of course, defeating Niu Kong did not give Duan Lingtian any sense of accomplishment. It was to the extent that even if he defeated the current owner of the Primus house, Duan Lingtian would not feel much of a sense of accomplishment. When Duan Lingtian's cultivation base was at the intermediate divine saint stage, he could easily kill an ordinary early quintessential saint stage martial cultivator with the various divine abilities he had mastered. His strength was comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage martial cultivator. Currently, his cultivation base had made 2 consecutive breakthroughs and had broken through to the peak of the divine saint stage. In other words, his current strength was so strong that it surpassed most mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivators. It was almost comparable to a martial cultivator at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Naturally, the prerequisite for him to be able to overpower a mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivator was that his opponent did not master any powerful divine abilities, especially high-grade divine abilities. Otherwise, there would be too many uncertainties. Even Duan Lingtian would not dare to say he would win easily. Isn't that Duan Lingtian? Why is he standing outside the Primus house? Soon after, 2 4-symbol sanctums disciples returned from their mission. When they saw Duan Lingtian standing outside the Primus house with an extra-large wicker basket on his back, they could not help but be stunned. Don't tell me he's going to challenge Senior Brother Sunda in the Primus house? Soon after, one of them regained his senses. His eyes widened as he asked in disbelief, "That's possible." The other person nodded. "He's crazy. He's really crazy. Does he think the early quintessential saint stage Vermilion Bird Sanctum's disciple whom he killed can compare to Senior Brother Sunda? Senior Brother Sunda is someone who has half a foot in the mastery quintessential saint stage. He could break through to the mastery quintessential saint stage at any time. That's right. Once Senior Brother Sunda breaks through to the mastery quintessential saint stage, he'll have a chance to become a Saint Land disciple. On the day he becomes a Saint Land disciple, he'll be exempted from his previous punishment and leave the first mine. The 2 4-symbol sanctums disciples spoke highly of the owner of the Primus house, a 4-symbol sanctums disciple called Sunda. Based on their words, they did not think Duan Lingtian was a match for Sunda. However, when they saw Duan Lingtian standing in the air outside the Primus house with his eyes closed as he waited for Sunda's return, they did not return to their own residences in a hurry. Instead, they accompanied Duan Lingtian as they waited for Sunda's return. As time passed by, more and more 4-symbol sanctums disciples returned. When they saw Duan Lingtian's intention of seizing the Primus house, none of them were in a hurry to return to their own residences. Instead, they waited for Sunda's return with great interest. This Duan Lingtian actually wants to challenge Senior Brother Sunda? Senior Brother Sunda is the strongest powerhouse among the 4 symbols sanctums disciples in the first mine's punishment zone. He's someone who has half a foot in the mastery quintessential saint stage. That's not all. Senior Brother Sunda has even mastered 2 medium-grade divine abilities. It's said that he has already comprehended most of the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Before he was banished to the first mine, he's widely acknowledged as one of the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. Senior brother Sunda is a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, and Duan Lingtian is also a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. This is going to be interesting. More and more Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples gathered to watch. Their whispers were heard by Duan Lingtian, someone who is half a foot in the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage, one of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who has the highest chance of comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. The former did not make Duan Lingtian feel pressured at all. However, the latter caused ripples in Duan Lingtian's heart. If Sunda really manages to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, it'll be a good thing for me. In the past, Duan Lingtian was eager to witness someone casting the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, with his own eyes. This was because he discovered that he could only cast a divine ability. Only by witnessing someone perform a divine ability with his own eyes would he be able to successfully comprehend the divine ability in a short period of time with the Sovereign Heart Sword, which had been tempered thousands of times. Senior brother Sunda is back. Duan Lingtian only opened his eyes when someone exclaimed in surprise. He saw the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple, Sunda, flying toward him under everyone's watchful eyes. Sunda was a middle-aged man. He looked inconspicuous, but he gave off a simple and unadorned feeling. No matter how noisy the surroundings were, his expression did not change at all. From the beginning until the end, he had a solemn expression as though someone owed him money. "You want to challenge me?" Sunda asked calmly when he arrived near Duan Lingtian. He looked at Duan Lingtian, who had turned around. "Please enlighten me, Senior brother Sunda." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Make your move." Sunda was very straightforward. As soon as he finished speaking, a majestic aura surged out of his body. It was the aura of the majestic saint energy that he had mobilized in his body. As soon as the saint energy appeared on the surface of his body, it caused ripples to form in the air around him. The aura of an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse swept out in all directions. Elementary devouring tactic. Duan Lingtian's heart jolted. The sun saint energy in his body instantly extended out through his 99 saint veins as he cast his high-grade assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool that was clearly visible appeared with his body as the center. As the whirlpool twisted and spun rapidly, a powerful suction force appeared. In just a few moments, it devoured all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. It's Duan Lingtian's high-grade assist-type divine ability. What a terrifying assist-type divine ability. In just a blink of an eye, I feel like all the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings is being devoured by him. I can't even sense how much heaven and earth spirit energy there is in the surroundings. His saint energy is constantly increasing. As Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' attention was attracted by the whirlpool that overlapped with his body. Although they had heard that Duan Lingtian had mastered a powerful high-grade assist-type divine ability, they could not help but feel shocked when they witnessed it with their own eyes. At this moment, as Duan Lingtian cast this high-grade assist-type divine ability, they could clearly sense that Duan Lingtian's saint energy was constantly increasing. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's sun saint energy was only comparable to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. After that, Duan Lingtian's sun saint energy continued to increase. First, it gradually increased to the saint energy at the early quintessential saint stage. Then, it successfully increased to the saint energy at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Since then, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint energy did not continue to increase. Even so, Duan Lingtian's Sun Saint energy had already increased to the point where it was comparable to Sun to Saint energy. Both of their Saint energies were at the intermediate quintessential Saint stage. Naturally, unlike Sun Da, Duan Lingtian's Saint energy was only increased by the assist type divine ability. It would not last for long. Previously, when Duan Lingtian defeated Niu Kong, I was there as well. However, I did notice if Duan Lingtian had cast any assist type divine ability. Now, it seems like Duan Lingtian did not cast any assist type divine ability during his battle with Niu Kong. Currently, Duan Lingtian, who has cast his assist type divine ability, has actually increased his saint energy to the intermediate quintessential saint stage in such a short period of time. In fact, when he had increased his saint energy to the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he was able to kill an early quintessential saint stage disciple in the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Currently, I'm afraid it won't be difficult for him to defeat senior brother Sun Da. Heavens! Duan Lingtian's strength has actually increased to such a level in just 3 months. Is he really just a mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root? Chapter 1968. Many of the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples present on the scene knew Duan Lingtian had defeated Niu Kong. However, they thought Duan Lingtian had used his high-grade assist-type divine ability to defeat Niu Kong. However, they finally realized Duan Lingtian might not have used his assist-type divine ability when he defeated Niu Kong. Before he used his assist-type divine ability, his saint energy was already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. In other words, his current cultivation base is most likely at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. How's this possible? In fact, his cultivation base was only at the intermediate exemplary saint stage 3 months ago. He managed to break through from the intermediate exemplary saint stage to the peak of the exemplary saint stage in just 3 months? I'm afraid only those monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots would be able to achieve such a feat. Duan Lingtian only has a yellow innate spiritual root. How's it possible for his cultivation base to improve so quickly? Something must have gone wrong. Could it be that something went wrong when the Black Turtle Sanctum tested his innate spiritual root? Even after he killed his fellow disciples, the Saint Land Enforcement Hall still protected him. Could it be because he displayed his true martial Tao innate spiritual root? Now that you mention it, it's possible. If that's the case, everything makes sense now. The group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They began to suspect Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was a high-grade innate spiritual root. Otherwise, how is it possible for his cultivation base to break through from the intermediate exemplary saint stage to the peak of the exemplary saint stage in just 3 months? I don't think so. At this moment, a Four Symbol Sanctum's disciple suddenly spoke. His voice was so loud that it drowned out most of the voices in the crowd. After successfully attracting the attention of the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples, he continued to say, based on what I know, when Duan Lingtian first came to the Zoroastrianism, he used a special technique to conceal his cultivation base. I'm thinking the cultivation base at the intermediate exemplary saint stage that he displayed earlier might be his cultivation base after he hit it. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' words caused many disciples to recall the rumors about Duan Lingtian. That seems to be the case. It's possible. If that's the case, it makes sense. However, I can't believe Duan Lingtian has concealed his cultivation base. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base's cultivation, innate spiritual roots, cultivation base, spiritual root, cultivation base. Based on the 3 high-grade divine abilities that Duan Lingtian has mastered and his past attacks, even if his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, he'll be able to display strength comparable to a mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivator for a short period of time. At this time, the situation at the scene became even more muddy. It four symbols four Saint Marshals is A. Tion's disciples is made four maids. However, the four symbols sanctum's disciples present on the scene were certain of one thing. Currently, Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability had raised his strength, so he was much stronger than Sunda. At the same time, Sunda's expression changed for the first time, becoming solemn. It was apparent he felt the pressure as well. Whoosh! After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, Sunda no longer dared to be careless. With just a raise of his hand, a 7-foot-long spear appeared in his hand. As saint energy surged into it, the spear ray grew brighter. Senior brother Sun has taken out his 100 inscriptions saint weapon. It seems like he's feeling the pressure from Duan Lingtian's strength. Of course. However, even if senior brother Sun has taken out his 100 inscriptions saint weapon, there shouldn't be any suspense in this battle. Perhaps he'll be able to fight with Duan Lingtian if his cultivation base has broken through to the mastery quintessential saint stage and mastered the Black Turtle's barrier. The Black Turtle's barrier! That's right. Although Duan Lingtian won't be able to last long with his current strength, it won't be difficult for him to defeat senior brother Sunda in a short time with his strength and 3 high-grade divine abilities. In the beginning, the 4 symbols sanctum's disciples present on the scene thought highly of Sunda. However, now that they had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength, they thought even more highly of Duan Lingtian. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Sunda chose to make the first move. His figure flashed like a phantom as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Boom! Rumble! At the same time, the 100 inscriptions saint spear in Sun's hand trembled as a vast amount of saint energy swept out. It caused the air to tremble as a loud explosion rang in the air. Golden crow's wings. However, in the face of Sunda, who was charging toward him with his spear, Duan Lingtian cast his movement divine ability, the golden crow's wings, at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. In just a blink of an eye, a pair of flaming wings appeared behind Duan Lingtian. Without warning, the golden crow's wings flapped forcefully. Boom! 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 Accompanied by a series of thunderous air explosions that shook the sky. Duan Lingtian's figure flashed and easily dodged Sunda, who was charging at him head-on at an extremely fast speed. Sunda's speed was nothing compared to the divine ability, the golden crow's wings, that he had cast. Since he knows he can't catch up to me, he's giving up? After dodging Sunda's attack, Duan Lingtian realized Sunda had stopped moving at the spot where he was standing. He could not help but think to himself, HM? However, before Duan Lingtian could think of anything else, he noticed Sunda had made his move again. Sunda extended his arm and lifted the 100 inscriptions saint spear in his hand. The tip of the spear pointed upwards as he pointed it at Duan Lingtian's head. In an instant, Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness could clearly feel a mysterious energy shooting out from Sun's 100 inscriptions saint spear. It was extremely fast as it shot toward the sky above his head. This mysterious energy was invisible. If it was not for Duan Lingtian's divine consciousness, he would not have noticed it. However, since this energy did not attack Duan Lingtian did not do anything. He only lifted his head to look at the sky above his head. What's he doing? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. However, in the next moment, his pupils could not help but shrink. As he lifted his head, he saw the sky above his head. As the mysterious power from Sun's 100-patterned saint spear struck the space above his head, the space immediately trembled and seemed to distort. Boom! 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 In the next moment, with the sound of thunder, bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm appeared in the distorted void. They gathered in the blink of an eye. Over 100 thick bolts of purple lightning floated in the air looking very strange. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Fall! At this moment, Sunda's roar rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. When Duan Lingtian glanced at Sunda from the corner of his eye, he saw Sunda shake the 100 inscriptions Saint's spear in his hand and press the tip of the 100 inscriptions Saint's spear down. Boom! 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 As soon as Sunda made his move, a series of earth-shattering thunderclaps resonated above Duan Lingtian's head. Hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm appeared as well. Dao Cultivator. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened again. His expression turned solemn when he realized Sunda was not a martial cultivator, but a Dao cultivator. Although Duan Lingtian had encountered Dao cultivators since he came to the Dao martial Saint Land, he did not encounter many Dao cultivators. He had always been puzzled by this. In the Dao martial Saint Land, Dao and martial referred to Dao cultivators and martial cultivators. However, why was it that after coming to the Dao martial Saint Land for such a long time and coming to the upper province from the distant lower province, he had not met many Dao cultivators? Duan Lingtian could only console himself that it was a matter of luck. However, now he had finally met a Dao cultivator. Moreover, it was a Dao cultivator with extraordinary strength. The moment he made his move, he mobilized the heaven and earth energy and transformed it into hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm. They rained down on Duan Lingtian. Each bolt of lightning was extremely fast. It was not any slower than an ordinary intermediate, quintessential Saint Stage martial cultivator. There seems to be more than just traces of Dao techniques in these bolts of lightning. There are traces of divine abilities as well. Faced with the thick bolts of lightning that covered the sky, Duan Lingtian could clearly sense something when he extended his divine consciousness and came into contact with the bolts of lightning. The Dao technique, the 100 thunderclaps, that senior brother Sunda has cast seems to be completely different from the 100 thunderclaps he had cast in the past. Didn't he cultivate this Dao technique to the highest stage a long time ago? When the hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm rained down on Duan Lingtian and were about to devour him, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were watching by the side also noticed something. Isn't this the aura of the intermediate offensive divine ability, the unstoppable thunderbolt? At the same time, some people also noticed the profundity of Sunda's attack. Not only did it contain the Dao technique, the 100 thunderclaps, but it also contained the intermediate offensive divine ability, the unstoppable thunderbolt. 100 thunderclaps. Unstoppable thunderbolt? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Faced with the hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm, he did not dodge them. Instead, he stood still on the spot. Myriad sword territory. At this moment, with Duan Lingtian as the center, the area within a 100-meter radius of him had become a golden ocean formed by 10,000 golden sword rays. It completely blocked everyone's line of sight, including Sunda's. Open. With just a thought from Duan Lingtian, a huge opening suddenly appeared on top of the myriad sword territory. The hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm entered the opening. Duan Lingtian was instantly exposed to the hundreds of bolts of lightning. Chi! 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 Chapter 1969. Duan Lingtian, who had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, was completely exposed to the hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm. Even then, Duan Lingtian was still like a towering mountain that stood there without moving. The lightning flashed, and purple light flashed, causing the dragon scales on Duan Lingtian's body to reflect dazzling rays of light. Boom! 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 Finally, the hundreds of thick bolts of lightning struck Duan Lingtian's body and completely engulfed Duan Lingtian. The power of each of the hundreds of bolts of lightning was not inferior to the attack of an early quintessential Saint Stage martial cultivator. When they were close to Duan Lingtian, they gathered together and struck Duan Lingtian's body at the same time. At this moment, Duan Lingtian only felt a vast, majestic, and terrifying energy surging toward him and pressing down on his body with a loud bang. After a while, Duan Lingtian discovered that the 9-clawed dragon warrior's body was not weak at all. Although the energy caused his body to tremble and his organs to vibrate, it did not hurt him at all due to the powerful physical body of a 9-clawed dragon warrior that had merged with the Sun Saint energy. Although the impact was strong, it did not break through the defense on the surface of his body. The physical body of a 9-clawed dragon warrior combined with the Sun Saint energy that was comparable to an intermediate, quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse easily blocked Sunda's attack that contained both Tao method and divine ability. As expected of a 9-clawed dragon warrior whose physical defense is comparable to an 8-clawed divine dragon, Duan Lingtian secretly heaved a sigh of relief. With Sunda's cultivation base, this attack must be his most powerful attack. Duan Lingtian, who was unscathed after taking on the hundreds of bolts of lightning that were as thick as a baby's arm, thought to himself. At the same time, the characteristics of dragons on his body faded away, and he returned to his human form. The 9-clawed dragon warrior disappeared and concealed himself. Now it's my turn to counterattack. With a glint in his eyes, Duan Lingtian withdrew his 10,000 swords territory that was blocking everyone's sight. In the next moment, the unscathed Duan Lingtian reappeared before everyone's eyes. Sunda, who was standing nearby, widened his eyes as horror dawned on him. Initially, he thought he would be able to injure Duan Lingtian with his full strength. If Duan Lingtian was injured, he would have a chance to strike. And perhaps he could buy some time until the effect of Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability had disappeared. Once the effect of Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability disappeared, he would return to his original state and might even fall into a weakened state. Duan Lingtian, whose cultivation base was only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage, was no match for him after he lost his assist-type divine ability. However, while imagination was beautiful, reality was cruel. Duan Ling King of Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian, Duan Lingtian Ling, although he did not know what technique Duan Lingtian had used when he consolidated his territory. He did not know. However, it was a fact that Duan Lingtian had effortlessly withstood his full force attack. It was also because of this that he switched from being active to being passive. He's actually unscathed? At the same time, the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they saw Duan Lingtian was unscathed. Although they knew Duan Lingtian was stronger than Sunda, they did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to withstand Sunda's full strength attack so easily. Unfortunately, senior brother Duan Lingtian has consolidated his territory to block our sight. Otherwise, we would have been able to see how he withstood senior brother Sunda's attack. Many of the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples felt it was a pity. Naturally, they did not think Duan Lingtian had intentionally consolidated his territory to block their sight. They thought Duan Lingtian had to rely on his territory to withstand Sunda's full strength attack. Senior brother Sunda is going to lose. At the same time, the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples thought to themselves. They did not think there was any suspense in this battle. Senior brother Sunda, please excuse me. When the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples thought there was no suspense in this battle, Duan Lingtian happened to look at Sunda. After exchanging greetings, a pair of flaming wings appeared on Duan Lingtian's back. It was the wings that were transformed from his movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings. In the next instant, the Golden Crow's wings flapped. At once, boom, 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 boom. Another series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. At the same time, Duan Lingtian charged toward Sunda at an extremely fast speed like a fleeting shadow. Sunda's expression turned solemn as soon as the Golden Crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back flapped. The saint energy on the surface of his body increased rapidly. One could see he was continuously mobilizing the saint energy in his body as though he was preparing for something. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Lingtian, who was moving at lightning speed, was already near Sunda. Whoosh! 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 As Duan Lingtian's sun saint energy spread out from his body, in the next instant, solidified golden sword chi appeared around his body. Each sword chi contained an extremely sharp aura as though it could tear everything apart. There were more than 100 sword chi. Go! Duan Lingtian shouted in his heart. The hundreds of sword chi that were originally revolving around his body seemed to have received an order as they charged towards Sun, like rain. The hundreds of sword chi shot out in a domineering manner. Although the scene was not as exaggerated as Sunda's previous attack, its power was not inferior to his previous attack. When the sword chi shot out, it gave Sunda great pressure. Black Tortoise's barrier. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Sunda's eyes turned red as he suddenly shouted. His voice was so loud that it reverberated in everyone's ears. His shout not only shocked the four symbols Sanctum's disciples, but it also shocked them so much that they narrowed their eyes and revealed looks of shock. Even Duan Lingtian was taken aback. The Black Tortoise's barrier? In the next instant, Duan Lingtian clearly saw the sword chi. Before the hundreds of sword chi that he had infused with the profundity of the Sovereign Heart sword could get close to Sunda, they were blocked by an invisible force. It was as though they had collided with an invisible wall. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, a gigantic black tortoise's silhouette strangely appeared around Sunda's body. The black tortoise's silhouette was translucent. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it clearly. The hundreds of sword chi controlled by Duan Lingtian were blocked by the black tortoise's silhouette. The black tortoise's silhouette was like an iron wall that protected Sunda. Although it managed to block the hundreds of sword chi, the black tortoise's silhouette did not have an easy time. The gigantic black tortoise's silhouette trembled violently from the impact. Ripples began to appear in the air and spread out. It gave people a visual shock. So this is the black tortoise's barrier. Duan Lingtian was in no hurry to launch a second attack since his first attack had failed. Although he knew he could easily defeat the black tortoise's silhouette with his divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, he was in no hurry to do so. This was because he had more important things to do at this moment. Duan Lingtian stared at the black tortoise's silhouette in front of him as though he was observing something. His mind was completely immersed in the black tortoise's silhouette. The other four symbol Sanctum's disciples also regained their senses at this moment. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on their faces. Senior brother Sunda. He actually managed to successfully comprehend the black tortoise's barrier, the most treasured divine ability in the black tortoise sanctum. The black tortoise's barrier is not only the most treasured divine ability in the black tortoise sanctum, but it's also the #1 defensive divine ability in the Zoroastrianism. I can't believe Senior Brother Sunda actually managed to comprehend it. Since Senior Brother Sunda has comprehended the divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier, he can directly enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. When did Senior Brother Sunda successfully comprehend the black tortoise's barrier? Since he has successfully comprehended the black tortoise's barrier, why isn't he leaving? The four symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Many of them found it strange that Sunda did not leave the first mine, even though he had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier. Could it be that Senior Brother Sunda has just successfully comprehended the black tortoise's barrier? One of the four symbols Sanctum's disciples could not help but guess. His words caused an uproar again. Then many people looked at Sunda, who was shrouded by the black tortoise's silhouette in unison. He had just successfully comprehended the divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier? Was this true? Their hearts were filled with questions and curiosity. Senior Brother Sunda, Did you just successfully comprehend the divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier? Soon after, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Sun, who was shrouded by the black tortoise's silhouette. At this moment, he could see the pleasant surprise on Sunda's face. This was why he asked this question. Earlier, when Duan Lingtian was observing the black tortoise's silhouette, he had also noticed many traces of inexperience on it. Due to this reason, he guessed, Sund must have just successfully comprehended the black tortoise's barrier. The black tortoise's barrier. When he saw the pleasant surprise on Sunda's face, he could not help but confirm his guess. Sund must have just comprehended the divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier. That's right. Faced with Duan Lingtian's question, Sund suppressed the wild joy in his heart and cupped his fists at Duan Lingtian. Junior brother Lingtian, you're the main reason I'm able to successfully comprehend the black tortoise's barrier today. I'd like to thank you. As soon as Sund finished speaking, he bowed at Duan Lingtian. Upon seeing this, the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were dumbfounded. What was going on? Sund had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier, so why would he say his opponent was the main reason? The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were puzzled. Duan Lingtian was puzzled as well. Senior brother Sunda, what do you mean by that? Earlier, under the pressure of your attack, I felt as though I was going through a life and death situation. In that moment of life and death, many of the problems I had when I was comprehending the divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier, were resolved. Under your pressure, I successfully comprehended the divine ability, the black tortoise's barrier. Chapter 1970. The Black Turtle's Barrier was a high-grade, defensive divine ability. Not only was it the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum, but it was also the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. As the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier was very famous in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Of course, it was extremely difficult to successfully comprehend such a divine ability. Currently, there were less than 10 people who had successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in Zoroastrianism. Due to this reason, the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples present on the scene was shocked when they saw Sun casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, because this was a very shocking thing. If news of this spread out, it would definitely cause a commotion in the Four Symbols Sanctums. Senior brother Sun has only just comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier. Many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they heard Sun's words to Duan Lingtian. I knew it. If senior brother Sun had already comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier, he wouldn't have to stay here and mine saint stones today. As it turns out, he has only just comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier. Many Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples finally understood. Based on senior brother Sunda's words, it's all thanks to Duan Lingtian that he was able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier. Sometimes, pressure can be transformed into motivation. Senior brother Sun managed to find a suitable opportunity under the pressure from Duan Lingtian and successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier. Since senior brother Sun has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier, it means he doesn't have to stay in the first mine anymore. How enviable! Not only does he no longer have to stay in the first mine, but since he has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier, he can directly enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. The group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples discussed among themselves. Their gazes were filled with envy as they looked at Sunda. Becoming a Saint Land disciple was the goal of every Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple. As for the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples who had been banished to the first mine for service, they had no choice but to accept it. Becoming a Saint Land disciple would not only allow him to achieve his goal of many years, but he would also be exempted from punishment and would no longer have to serve in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He could even leave for the Holy Land of Zoroastrianism and become a disciple of the Holy Land. Because of this, they were very envious of Sunda. Congratulations, senior brother Sunda. Hearing Sunda's words, Duan Lingtian immediately came to a realization and congratulated Sunda. Junior brother Lingtian, since I've already mastered our Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, this means that I can be exempted from punishment and leave the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mind to head to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. From today onward, the Primus House in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind belongs to you, Sunda said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. However, when he reached the end of his sentence, he smiled wryly and added, Naturally, even if I didn't leave, I wouldn't be able to keep this Primus House in front of you, Junior brother Lingtian. I know very well that although I've successfully mastered the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, and managed to block your attack earlier, Junior brother Lingtian, you still haven't used your full strength. Junior brother Lingtian, you haven't unleashed your full strength yet. Once you cast your high-grade, offensive divine ability, even if I cast the Black Turtle's Barrier, I won't be able to block your attack. Sunda was very self-aware after listening to Duan Lingtian's words. He said bluntly that even if he had mastered the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, he would still not be a match for Duan Lingtian. Upon hearing Sunda's words, the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples present on the scene agreed. Senior brother Sunda, you must be joking. You're very strong as well. If it wasn't for the assist-type divine ability, I wouldn't be a match for you. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he spoke politely and modestly. Assist-type divine ability is also a part of one's strength. Junior brother Lingtian, I look forward to meeting you in the Saint Land. Sunda shook his head as well. When he reached the end of his sentence, he bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and turned around to leave. Since he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's Barrier, the Black Turtle's Barrier, the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum, there was no need for him to continue staying in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind. He could directly enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. I will. Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed as he looked at Sunda's disappearing figure, and he muttered in his heart. However, it's an unexpected gain to be able to witness senior brother Sunda casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he felt a little excited. Although Sunda had only managed to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, due to his oppression, Duan Lingtian had given him a chance. However, Sunda's casting of the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, had given him a chance to personally experience the Black Turtle's Barrier. Now that he had witnessed Sunda casting the Black Turtle's Barrier with his own eyes, he was enlightened. I'm confident that I'll be able to comprehend the number one defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in half a year at most. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was filled with confidence. Then, under the watchful eyes of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples, Duan Lingtian entered the Primus House that originally belonged to Sunda. From now on, this would be Duan Lingtian's residence. Initially, I thought I'd have to stay in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind for another half a year before I can head to the Saint Land. After all, the Saint Land assessment is in half a year. However, now that I've witnessed senior brother Sunda casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, there's no need to wait for another half a year. As long as I successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, just like senior brother Sunda, I'll be able to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as soon as he entered the Primus House. When he reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with determination. Kerr, I'll soon enter the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. I know you're in the enforcement hall of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Wait for me. It won't be long before you and I meet again. Also, our daughter. I'm an incompetent father, but I'll be able to see her soon. As Duan Lingtian muttered to himself, A hint of gentleness could be seen in his eyes. A hint of anticipation could be seen in his gentle gaze. From now on, I'll wholeheartedly comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, the #1 divine ability of Zoroastrianism. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he immediately entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures' exquisite pagoda. His mind was completely immersed in comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Since he had personally witnessed Sun to casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, today Duan Lingtian had a much easier time comprehending the divine ability. Many of the problems he had in the past had been solved. It could be said that he had inadvertently helped Sun to master the Black Turtle's barrier, and he had also helped himself. Otherwise, he would not have known where he could go to observe others casting the Black Turtle's barrier. Now that he had personally witnessed Sun to casting the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, it was as though he had received divine help. With the help of his heart that had been tempered by the Sovereign Heart Sword, he was confident he would be able to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier in a short period of time. Duan Lingtian was cultivating in the Primus house. However, he was unaware that the group of 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples outside had not dispersed for a long time. Currently, the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples were gathered together. Their conversation did not stray away from Duan Lingtian. "I can't believe Duan Lingtian is so powerful." "That's right. Even Senior Brother Sun Da, who has mastered the #1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's barrier, is no match for him. Senior Brother Sunda is an intermediate, quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. Moreover, he's about to head to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Humph. He only has a yellow innate spiritual root. His cultivation base at the peak of the exemplary Saint Stage is the limit of his innate talent. He'll only be like this for the rest of his life. High-grade divine abilities are really terrifying. A mere martial cultivator at the peak of the exemplary Saint Stage has mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. His strength is not inferior to an ordinary mastery quintessential Saint Stage powerhouse. If only I can master a high-grade divine ability as well. As the saying went, all good things must come to an end." After the group of 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples discussed for a while, they dispersed and returned to their own residences. The next day, a shocking piece of news swept through the 4 Symbols Sanctums of Zoroastrianism. This shocking piece of news was Sunda, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who was banished to the 4 Symbol Sanctum's first mind for 20 years, was exempted from his previous punishment because he had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Someone has actually successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle's barrier? The Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum were filled with similar discussions. It pressured the disciples of the 3 Sanctums. After all, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum was widely acknowledged as the most difficult one among the 4 Symbol Sanctums. Now that someone had successfully comprehended the most difficult divine ability, if the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Vermilion Bird Sanctum did not make any progress, would they not be looked down upon? Would people not think the 3 Sanctums were inferior to the Black Turtle Sanctum? At this moment, many people began to gather around the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, and Black Turtle Sanctum. All of them were trying their best to comprehend the treasured divine ability of each sanctum. Well done, Senior Brother Sunda. Our Black Turtle Sanctum has another person who has comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Senior Brother Sunda, you've really made our Black Turtle Sanctum proud. Unlike the other 3 Sanctums, the Black Turtle Sanctum was bustling with noise and excitement. Many people were even celebrating the fact that the Black Turtle Sanctum had another person who had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability. At the same time, another piece of news from the four-symbol sanctums, first mind, also spread like wildfire in the four-symbol sanctums. Chapter 1971. The name Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar to the people from the four-symbol sanctums. How could it be unfamiliar? First, he had offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism sanctum. Then he had even killed Li An's grand disciple, Yuan Hong, a disciple of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum. Not only did he kill Yuan Hong, but he had also killed Yuan Kuang, Yuan Hong's younger brother, just when everyone thought he had intentionally killed Yuan Kuang and would be sentenced to death. The Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement, Elder Guoxiong, had protected him. Even the Saint Land Enforcement Hall had protected him. All these reasons were enough to make the name Duan Lingtian a legend in the four-symbol sanctums. However, the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, had caused trouble again. Moreover, the trouble he caused was related to Sun, who had caused a commotion in the four-symbol sanctum. Duan Lingtian defeated Sunda as soon as he arrived at the four-symbol sanctum's first mine? You must be joking. When the people from the four-symbol sanctums, whether it was the people from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, White Tiger Sanctum, Vermilion Bird Sanctum, or Black Turtle Sanctum, most of them did not believe it. However, when the news was confirmed by some of the four symbols sanctum's elders, they had no choice but to believe it. Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Then, does this mean he didn't use his full strength when he fought with Yuan Hong earlier? Isn't he hiding his strength a little too well? Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the four symbols sanctums. It was apparent the people from the four symbols sanctums had also learned about Duan Lingtian displaying his saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage in the four symbols sanctum's first mine. For a moment, they were certain Duan Lingtian had been hiding his cultivation base from the beginning. Don't tell me Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage because he's intentionally hiding his cultivation base? Many people had the same thought. However, their doubts were quickly rejected by the others. Impossible. Don't forget that he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. On the other hand, mediocre people with yellow innate spiritual roots would usually reach the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Breaking through to the quintessential saint stage is harder than ascending the heavens. The news that Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root had long spread in the four symbol sanctums. Due to this reason, everyone in the four symbols sanctums knew about it. For a moment, most people felt that Duan Lingtian's current cultivation had reached his limit. In the future, it would be difficult for him to advance even an inch. However, these people thought this way because they were certain Duan Lingtian possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. It was only natural for them to assume that he had a yellow innate spiritual root. In the four symbol sanctums, some people knew Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. One of them was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder. Lian had also heard about how the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Sunda, had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the treasured divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Regarding this matter, at the same time he was surprised, his heart was also filled with jealousy. Even he, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, had yet to successfully comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier. How could he not be jealous when an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, before him? Duan Lingtian's cultivation base is at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. He defeated Sunda. Li An's attention was diverted by this piece of news. Horror dawned on him. That little bastard. Has he been at the peak of the exemplary saint stage for a long time, or has he just made a breakthrough? Lien could not help but wonder about Duan Lingtian's cultivation base. This was because even he was not certain if Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage or not. However, regardless of whether Duan Lingtian had just broken through to the peak of the exemplary saint stage, Duan Lingtian's existence made him feel threatened. He knew this very well. Since Duan Lingtian possessed a blue innate spiritual root, it meant Duan Lingtian's achievements in the future would not be inferior to his. Not only that, but with Duan Lingtian's innate talent in comprehending divine abilities, he would most likely become a golden flame elder in the future. A golden flame elder was an existence that was superior to him, Lien. If Duan Lingtian really went that far, he, Lien, would be finished. Completely finished. No, I can't let this drag on any longer. Duan Lingtian must die. Li En's breathing quickened when he regained his senses. As he muttered to himself, his eyes gleamed coldly like a venomous snake that was looking around, ready to pounce at any time. Lien did not think much of Duan Lingtian, who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. He knew Duan Lingtian's innate talent in comprehending divine abilities was heaven-defying. However, Duan Lingtian, who possessed a blue innate spiritual root and had a heaven-defying innate talent in comprehending divine abilities, made Lien wary and fearful. He was almost certain an existence like Duan Lingtian would definitely become a huge threat when he grew up in the future. However, it won't be easy to kill him in the first mine. Moreover, his current strength is comparable to an ordinary mastery, quintessential saint stage, martial cultivator. Li En's expression turned grave when he thought of this. In the four symbols sanctum's first mine, apart from the elders of the first mine, only the enforcement elder and the sinners brought by the enforcement elder were allowed to enter. It was impossible for Li En to enter the first mine, let alone kill someone there. Duan Lingtian, do you really think I can't do anything to you just because you're hiding in the first mine? Lien sneered before he left his residence. He continued to move forward rapidly. When he finally came to a halt, he had already arrived at the residence of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. He stopped in front of a Primus house. Elder Lien. It's Elder Lien. Lian's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. Hong Su. After Lien came to a halt, he glanced at the Primus house in front of him and extended his divine consciousness. He easily entered the Primus house and sent a voice transmission to the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple inside. Who's there? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, who was cultivating in the Primus house, was suddenly awakened. His expression turned grave immediately as flames of fury burned in his eyes. He wanted to slap the person who had awakened him a few times. It's me, Li En. The voice transmission rang again, causing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's expression to turn grave again. However, this time his expression was no longer grave. Instead, he forced a smile that was uglier than crying. That was not all. Even the blazing fury in his eyes had completely vanished at this moment. Creak! Under Li En's gaze, the door of the Primus house opened. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple walked out and bowed respectfully at him. Greetings, Elder Li En. This Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was a middle-aged man. He had an ordinary appearance and a medium build. He was extremely ordinary. In fact, he was so inconspicuous that he could not be found in the group. It's Senior Brother Hong Su. Why is Elder Lien looking for Senior Brother Hong Su? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, who did not return to their own residences, immediately saw the middle-aged man who was called out by Li En. When they saw the middle-aged man, their eyes were filled with respect. Hong Su was widely acknowledged as the great senior brother by the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples. The reason he was widely acknowledged as the great senior brother was because he was very powerful. Moreover, his cultivation base had already broken through to the mastery, quintessential saint stage more than a year ago. Hong Su was also the only mastery quintessential saint stage disciple in the Black Turtle Sanctum. However, when they saw Lian looking for Hong Su, they found it strange. They did not know why Lian was looking for Hong Su. As far as they knew, there was no relationship between the two of them. While the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples was still feeling puzzled, Hong Su's voice rang out. "Come with me," Lian said to Hong Su indifferently before he flew out of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence. His silhouette gradually disappeared before the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' eyes. When Lian's silhouette disappeared into the distance, Hong Su followed him even though he was still puzzled. Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame elder. He would still be a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple before the next Saint Land assessment. Due to this reason, he did not dare to offend Lian. When the group of Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples saw Lian and Hong Su leaving one after another, they finally withdrew their gazes. Naturally, due to Lian's deterrence, nobody dared to follow him. Outside the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples' residence, Lian came to a halt in a remote bamboo forest. "Elder Lian, you're looking for me?" Hong Su, who was following behind him, came to a halt. At the same time, he looked at Lian, who had turned around, and asked in confusion, "Hong Su, I want you to go to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine and kill someone." Lian's eyes flashed coldly as he said bluntly, "Swoosh." Upon hearing Lian's words, horror dawned on Hong Su's face. "Elder Lian, you want me to go to the first mine to kill Duan Lingtian?" Although Hong Su had been in closed-door cultivation most of the time, he would still come out sometimes. For this reason, he knew everything about Duan Lingtian. For this reason, when Lian directly asked him to go to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine to kill someone, the first person he thought of was Duan Lingtian. "That's right." Lian nodded when he heard Hong Su's question. "Elder Lian, I'm afraid I can't do as you say." After taking a deep breath, Hong Su rejected Lian in the end. Put aside the fact that he was not confident he could kill Duan Lingtian, so what if he could kill Duan Lingtian? In the end, he would still be executed for violating the Zoroastrianism's rule. "Hong Su, have you thought this through? If I'm not mistaken, your clan, the Hong clan, is in the western region." Lian was not surprised by Hong Su's rejection. When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Hong Su meaningfully. Hong Su's expression turned grave immediately. "Elder Lian, are you threatening me?" "You can take it as a threat." Chapter 1972. Hong Su's expression changed again when he heard Lian's words. In this world where only the strong were respected, most people were selfish. However, to Hong Su, his family was even more important than his life. This was because he had relied on his clan's support to achieve what he had today. If it was not for his clan's support, he would not have been able to achieve what he had at such a young age, since his innate spiritual root was only light green. In other words, he had relied 30% on himself and 70% on his clan to achieve what he had today. Elder Lian Duan Lingtian is so strong that even Sund, who has mastered the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, was defeated by him. Although my cultivation base is at the mastery quintessential saint stage, I might not be a match for him. Hong Su looked at Lian with bloodshot eyes as he said with a grave expression, "Even if I'm stronger than him, I won't be able to defeat him by much. It's difficult for me to kill him in such a short time without giving the elders in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine a chance to interfere." It was apparent Hong Su had compromised when faced with Lian's request. However, he had no choice but to compromise. In his heart, the importance of his family was even more important than his own life. He even suspected that it was precisely because of this that Lian had used his clan to threaten him. He had thought of resisting Lian's threat and seeking justice from the enforcement elder. However, he knew that even if he managed to seek justice, Lian would only be lightly punished at most. After all, Lian had only threatened him. He had not harmed or killed him. As for his clan and the lives of his family members, before he grew to the point where the Zoroastrianism valued him, the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism did not care about him at all. Even if Lian destroyed his clan, the Zoroastrianism would not interfere. In the eyes of the high-ranking officials of the Zoroastrianism, this was merely Lian's personal grudge. It had nothing to do with the Zoroastrianism. When Hong Su thought of this, he dismissed the idea of seeking justice from the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement, Elder Guoxiong. He chose to compromise. "I've thought about what you just said. You don't have to worry. As long as you make your move in the 4 symbols Sanctum's residence in the First Mind's punishment zone, even if the elders in the punishment zone want to rush over, they'll need some time. All you need to do is to kill him before the punishment department elder arrives." Lian continued to speak when he heard Hong Su's words. "Even if we take a step back and you find it difficult to kill him with your current strength, or even if you're not a match for him, I've already made preparations for this." As soon as he finished speaking, Lian raised his right hand and an exquisite pill bottle appeared in it. "With your strength, as long as you consume the pill inside, you'll be able to kill that Duan Lingtian in one move." As he spoke, Lian's gaze landed on the pill bottle in his hand. Hong Su's expression changed slightly when he saw Lian's gaze on the pill bottle. When he heard Lian's words, he knew the pill bottle contained a pill that could raise one's strength. Naturally, in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, there were only pills that could raise one's strength for a short period of time. The effect of this pill was similar to the assist-type divine ability that could raise one's strength for a short period of time. However, the side effects were much more severe than the after effects of the assist-type divine ability. The after effects of the assist-type divine ability were usually temporary. One would be able to fully recover after a certain amount of time. However, it was difficult to fully recover from the after effects of the pill. Even if it was possible to fully recover from it, the conditions were very strict. For this reason, when Hong Su heard Lian's words and saw the pill bottle in his hand, horror dawned on him. "Elder Lian, what pill is this?" After a long while, Hong Su took a deep breath and shook his stiff neck. He looked at Lian with a fearful expression on his face. "Kismet rejoining pill." Lian replied indifferently. Gasp! As soon as Lian's words left his mouth, Hong Su's expression changed drastically. His eyes widened, and he could not help but gasp. He had heard of this pill before. As its name implied, the Kismet rejoining pill was a type of pill that would cause one to perish together with one's opponent. It was also one of the few forbidden pills in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Usually, only quasi-celestial grade saint refinement masters who specialized in medicine refinement were able to refine it. Moreover, the medicinal efficacy contained in it was extremely powerful. It was said that a high-grade Kismet rejoining pill could even raise a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse's strength in a short period of time. Moreover, the increase in strength was not weak at all. However, there were pros and cons. Although consuming the Kismet rejoining pill could raise one's strength in a short period of time, the side effects were also very severe. If it was light, one would be severely injured. If it was severe, one would die. Due to this reason, Hong Su had such a huge reaction when he heard Lian said the pill in the pill bottle was a Kismet rejoining pill. The Kismet rejoining pill was not an ordinary forbidden pill. Even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Kismet rejoining pill was a very famous forbidden pill. Naturally, it was also very expensive. Hong Su did not expect Lian, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, would not hesitate to use such a precious forbidden pill like the Kismet rejoining pill just to kill Duan Lingtian. He knew very well, even if Lian was the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, he might not even have a second Kismet rejoining pill. The Kismet rejoining pill was too precious. Naturally, Hong Su was unaware that in Li An's eyes, Duan Lingtian was someone who could threaten his life. Once Duan Lingtian grew stronger, it would be impossible for him to stay in Zoroastrianism, even if he wanted to live. At that time, with Duan Lingtian around, there would be no place for him in Zoroastrianism. In fact, Duan Lingtian was not a mediocre person who possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Instead, he possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Moreover, his innate talent in comprehending divine abilities was also heaven-defying. When he grew stronger in the future, his status in Zoroastrianism would definitely surpass Hong Su. For this reason, in order to get rid of Duan Lingtian, Lian did not hesitate to use the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, that he had kept for many years. Judging from your expression, you must have heard of the Kismet rejoining pill. In that case, I won't explain it to you anymore. Lian raised his hand and passed the pill bottle to Hong Su, as he said nonchalantly. When Hong Su saw Lian passing the pill bottle to him, his hand froze in midair. At the same time, a hint of fear could be seen in his eyes when he looked at the pill bottle. It was as though the thing in front of him was not a pill bottle but a ferocious beast. Humph! When Lian snorted coldly, Hong Su's body trembled. He reached out and took the bottle of pills from Lian. It was a small pill bottle, but in Hong Su's hands he felt as if it weighed thousands of kilograms. I don't think I need to teach you how to get to the 4 symbols, sanctums, first mind, right? Lian glanced at Hong Su indifferently before he left without waiting for Hong Su's reply. Hong Su was left standing on the spot with a gloomy expression on his face. He had put the pill bottle away and clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Li An's departing figure. There was only unwillingness in his eyes. If he had a choice, he did not want to be led by the nose by Li An. However, he no longer had a choice. Unless he did not care about his clan, he could only follow Li An's instructions. In the punishment zone of the 4 symbols sanctums, first mine. In the mine, the 4 symbols sanctums disciples had stayed far away from Duan Lingtian due to their fear of him. This allowed Duan Lingtian to easily mine the first-grade saint stones in the surroundings. If this continues, it won't be long before I'll be able to collect a large number of first-grade saint stones. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he threw the first-grade saint stones into the extra-large basket on his back and put them into the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Unless someone was standing next to Duan Lingtian and staring at him, it would be impossible for them to notice his movements. Duan Lingtian's movements were so subtle. First-grade saint stones were useless to Duan Lingtian, who practiced Zoroastrianism. However, without Zoroastrianism, these saint stones were undoubtedly a source of wealth. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, saint stones were the common currency. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian's sword was obstructed. Immediately, he looked over and extended his divine sense. Soon after, he discovered a saint stone that was emitting rich heaven and earth spirit energy, was embedded in a large piece of first-grade saint stone. The heaven and earth spirit energy was much richer than a first-grade saint stone. A quasi-celestial grade saint stone. Duan Lingtian instantly realized he had encountered a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. His eyes lit up as excitement filled his face. However, his expression quickly returned to normal as he continued to work as though nothing had happened. During this time, Duan Lingtian threw a large piece of first-grade saint stone that contained a quasi-celestial grade saint stone into the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. His movements were so subtle that it was difficult for others to notice. It seems like I'm quite lucky. I've encountered a quasi-celestial grade saint stone on the 2nd day. Moreover, the quasi-celestial grade saint stone is quite big. Although Duan Lingtian's expression had returned to normal, he was still excited. As far as he knew, an ordinary 4 symbols sanctum's disciple would need an average of 10 days to come across a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. The mineral reserve in the four symbols sanctum's first mine was a first-grade saint stone, reserve after all. Although there were quasi-celestial grade saint stones in there, they were extremely rare. Moreover, some people would not even come across a quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserve for a whole month. However, the four symbol sanctum's first mine is also a scam. Even if we manage to mine a quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserve, there's no special treatment. To us, there's no difference between mining a quasi-celestial grade saint stone reserve and a first-grade saint stone reserve. Chapter 1973. Currently, it was Duan Lingtian's second day in the four symbols sanctum's first mine. Due to this reason, he was much more daring. While Duan Lingtian put the first-grade saint stone ores he mined into the basket on his back, he also secretly threw many first-grade saint stone ores into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. As a result, the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda accumulated more and more first-grade saint stone ores. In terms of quantity, the number of first-grade saint stones Duan Lingtian sent into the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda on the second day was more than double the number of first-grade saint stones he sent in on the first day. Soon after, Duan Lingtian finished his work for the day and returned to the only Primus house in the four symbols sanctum's first mine's punishment zone. Currently, Duan Lingtian was widely acknowledged as the strongest person among the four symbols sanctum's disciples in the first mine's punishment zone. When he walked outside, many four symbols sanctum's disciples would respectfully address him as senior brother Lingtian. In this world, the strong were revered. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed during his battle with Sun had won the respect of many four symbols sanctum's disciples. The quasi-celestial grade saint stones inside should be able to be divided into 100 standard quasi-celestial grade saint stones. After returning to the Primus house, Duan Lingtian took out the piece of first-grade saint stone that contained the quasi-celestial grade saint stones and cut it open. He took out the basketball-sized quasi-celestial grade saint stones. Next, he divided the quasi-celestial grade saint stones. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, the basketball-sized quasi-celestial grade saint stones were divided into 123 quasi-celestial grade saint stones. As expected of a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. What rich heaven and earth spirit energy! Duan Lingtian could clearly sense the heaven and earth spirit energy contained in the quasi-celestial grade saint stones. I remember, when I was still in the Moon Illumination sect, I obtained 3 formation discs. They were the array discs that contained the offensive array, the defensive array, and the illusory array. I wonder what kind of power they'll be able to display if they're activated by a quasi-celestial grade saint stone. The moment he thought of this, Duan Lingtian took out the spatial ring that he had hidden in the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. This spatial ring was the spatial ring that he usually wore. However, the spatial ring he handed over after arriving at the four symbols sanctum's first mine's punishment zone was empty. However, if he didn't remove the ownership of the storage ring, no one would be able to discover that it was empty. When Duan Lingtian found out the four symbols sanctum's first mine was going to confiscate his spatial ring, he had secretly changed his spatial ring. At that time, even the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement, Elder Guxiong, who came with him, did not notice his little trick. With a thought, Duan Lingtian took out the 3 formation discs that had been covered in dust for many years. After taking out the 3 formation discs, he casually picked up the formation disc that contained the illusory formation. With a raise of his hand, he placed the 9 quasi-celestial grade saint stones into the formation disc's groove. After putting the holy stone in, Duan Lingtian immediately activated the array disc. Crack! However, as soon as Duan Lingtian activated the formation disc, a crisp sound resonated in the air. The formation disc in Duan Lingtian's hand shattered immediately. It's destroyed by the energy of the saint stones? Duan Lingtian was stunned. He did not expect the energy of the 9 quasi-celestial grade saint stones would be so domineering to the point of destroying the formation disk. It seems like this formation disk isn't a high-grade formation disk. Even the activation of the quasi-celestial grade saint stones overload it. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, I wonder what the limit of the formation disk is. Soon after, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to the other 2 formation disks. After experimenting for a while, he discovered the limit of the formation disks was 2 first-grade saint stones. The offensive formation disk had also been destroyed after using 3 first-grade saint stones. Only the defensive formation disk was left. However, the defensive formation cast by the defensive formation disk using 2 first-grade saint stones was useless to Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he put the defensive formation disk away without hesitation. I can't believe I've destroyed 2 formation disks with this experiment. Duan Lingtian shook his head as he looked at the 2 piles of shattered formation disks on the ground. However, he did not feel any heartache at all. Perhaps he felt that even if the formation disks were not destroyed, they would not be of much help to him. I'll continue to comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's barrier. Initially, I thought I'd need half a year to comprehend it. However, after comprehending it for 10 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, I'm certain I'll be able to comprehend it in 3 months at most. Duan Lingtian was very confident about this. When Duan Lingtian thought about this, he did not waste any time. He immediately entered the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda and began to comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. After witnessing Sun to casting the Black Turtle's barrier yesterday, Duan Lingtian's understanding of the Black Turtle's barrier had increased by more than 1 level. He only spent 1 day in the outside world and 10 days in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda before he managed to comprehend the profundity of the Black Turtle's barrier. According to Duan Lingtian's calculations, at this rate, he was confident he would be able to successfully comprehend the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in less than 3 months. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. While he was comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier, another person in the Black Turtle's sanctum had committed a crime and was sent to the punishment zone in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. This person's crime had shocked the entire Black Turtle sanctum. Although this person was only an ordinary Black Turtle sanctum's disciple, he was publicly acknowledged as the great senior brother of the Black Turtle sanctum's disciples. Due to this reason, even if it was just a small matter, it was enough to cause a commotion in the Black Turtle sanctum. This person was none other than Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle sanctum. When Hong Su arrived at the punishment zone in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine, it was already afternoon. Due to this reason, he did not have to mine saint stones today to complete his mission. Soon after, he arrived at the residence of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples. As soon as he arrived at the residence of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, he attracted the attention of many 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples who were carrying baskets back. Senior Brother Hong Su. It's really Senior Brother Hong Su. Senior Brother Hong Su has been sent to the first mine as well. Many people recognized Hong Su. Apart from the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, there were also disciples from the other 3 sanctums. As the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum, Hong Su was very famous even in the 4 Symbol Sanctums. Due to this reason, many disciples from the other 3 sanctums knew who he was. What crime did senior brother Hong Su commit? He's actually been sent to the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine as well. No matter what crime senior brother Hong Su committed, he won't be able to stay in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine for long. He's already at the mastery quintessential saint stage. He only has to participate in the Saint Land's assessment soon, and he'll be exempted from his previous punishment. He'll be able to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Indeed, Although they were surprised to see Hong Su here, most of the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples felt Hong Su would soon leave the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine and head to the Saint Land. Where's Duan Lingtian staying? When Hong Su saw more and more Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples gathering around him, he asked a Four Symbol Sanctum's disciple who was standing nearby. Primus house. When the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciple saw Hong Su looking over and asked where Duan Lingtian was staying, he did not dare to hesitate. He immediately pointed at the floating island hovering at the highest point. On the island in the air, there was a grand and imposing mansion. The mansion was divided into a front and back courtyard. There was a spacious room in the middle. It was none other than the Primus house. It was the only Primus house in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine's punishment zone. Whoosh! As soon as Hong Su obtained his answer, he soared up into the air and arrived in front of the Primus house in just a blink of an eye. Senior Brother Hong Su, are you trying to snatch the Primus house? I don't think so. Didn't you hear Senior Brother Hong Su asking where Senior Brother Duan Lingtian is staying? If he wants to snatch the Primus house, he can just do it. Why would he ask where Senior Brother Duan Lingtian is staying? Senior Brother Hong Su has just arrived at the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine today. Perhaps he has heard about Duan Lingtian defeating Senior Brother Sunda, but he doesn't know Senior Brother Sunda is staying in the Primus house. For this reason, he probably doesn't know Senior Brother Duan Lingtian is staying in the Primus house. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked that question earlier. Does this mean Senior Brother Hong Su is specifically looking for Senior Brother Duan Lingtian? Or perhaps he made the mistake of coming to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine because of Senior Brother Duan Lingtian? That's possible. Regardless of how the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples guessed, Hong Su, who was standing near the Primus house, suddenly spoke. His domineering voice resonated in the air. Duan Lingtian, I, Hong Su, will be taking your Primus house. As soon as he spoke, he wanted to snatch the Primus house that Duan Lingtian was staying in. Of course, Hong Su had an ulterior motive as well. The reason he said that was to prevent others from knowing his true intentions. He had made a mistake and was banished to the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine because he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Apart from himself, the only person who knew this was Li En, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, who had threatened him with his clan. As expected, when the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples heard Hong Su's words, realization dawned on them. As it turns out, Senior Brother Hong Su is really here to snatch the Primus house from Senior Brother Duan Lingtian. Only a few Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples frowned slightly. They felt something was amiss. This was because Hong Su had asked where Duan Lingtian was staying and not where the Primus house was. Although they felt something was amiss, they did not expect Hong Su's purpose of coming here was to kill Duan Lingtian. Hong Su? I seem to have heard of this name before. Duan Lingtian, who was comprehending the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, on the fourth level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, suddenly opened his eyes when he heard Hong Su's voice. His eyes shone brightly. I remember now. Hong Su is the great senior brother of our Black Turtle Sanctum. Chapter 1974. I heard that Hong Su's cultivation base has already entered the Mastery Quintessential Saint stage. He's also the only Mastery Quintessential Saint stage powerhouse in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Duan Lingtian had heard about Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Due to this reason, he was not unfamiliar with Hong Su. I wonder what crime he committed to be banished to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. However, with his strength, he'll definitely be able to pass the Saint Land's assessment and enter the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. Hong Su won't be staying in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine for long. Duan Lingtian knew this very well. However, I'll have to see if he's capable of snatching my Primus house. Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he left the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. After leaving the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, Duan Lingtian put the pagoda away and pushed the door open. He soared into the air and shot out like an arrow leaving the bow. Whoosh! As though a gust of wind had blown past, Duan Lingtian came to a halt and faced the aloof figure outside the Primus house. He's Hong Su. At the same time, Duan Lingtian studied the middle-aged man in front of him carefully. The middle-aged man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was very inconspicuous. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was studying Hong Su was also studying Duan Lingtian. This Duan Lingtian was the purpose of his trip. At the same time, the words that the Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame elder, Li An, had said to him before he came to the 4 symbols sanctums, first mine, rang in his ears again. Hong Su, I know you'll definitely die, no matter what the outcome is. However, I still have to warn you. If Duan Lingtian doesn't die, I'll take it that you've shown mercy to him even if you die. I'll still annihilate your entire Hong clan. Li An's words completely destroyed the last bit of hope in Hong Su's heart. Originally, he was still thinking. He was threatened by Li An to kill Duan Lingtian. No matter what the result was, he would definitely die. If that was the case, could he choose to stop at the critical moment and let Duan Lingtian kill him? This way, he wouldn't have to bear the burden of sin before he died. After all, he had no enmity with Duan Lingtian. Moreover, he hated Li An very much in his heart, so he naturally didn't want Li An to get what he wanted. However, Li An's words made him completely give up on this idea. Duan Lingtian must die. Otherwise, even if he died, his family would be implicated. Duan Lingtian, I'm sorry. For the sake of my family, I can only kill you. Don't worry, after you die, I will accompany you. If there is a next life, even if I have to work like a cow or a horse, I am willing to do everything I can to compensate you. Hong Su thought to himself as he looked at Duan Lingtian. In the Black Turtle Sanctum, Hong Su was widely acknowledged as the great senior brother. Apart from his powerful strength, another reason was that he was kind and never had a falling out with anyone. He was famous for being a nice person. However, it was precisely such a good person who had been forced into a desperate situation by Li An today. At the same time, a hint of pity could be seen in the depth of Hong Su's eyes. Duan Lingtian clearly saw the hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes. What's Hong Su feeling sorry for? He can't bear to snatch my Primus house? If that's the case, why does he still want to snatch my Primus house? This was how Duan Lingtian understood the hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes. That was the only way he could understand it. After all, it did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum, whom he had never met before, would want to kill him the first time they met. Duan Lingtian. Hong Su said bluntly, "Today, regardless of whether you're willing to give up your Primus house or not, I hope you'll be willing to fight me. I'd like to see the 3 high-grade divine abilities you've mastered." Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel stunned. Wasn't Hong Su a little too confident? Did he really think Duan Lingtian would admit defeat and give up his Primus house? Senior brother Hong Su is really confident. At the same time, the 4 symbol sanctum's disciples present on the scene understood Hong Su's words. With the 3 high-grade divine abilities, senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse. Senior brother Hong Su seems to be looking down on senior brother Duan Lingtian. I agree. Do you think senior brother Duan Lingtian will give up his Primus house on his own accord? How's that possible? With senior brother Duan Lingtian's character, it's impossible for him to give up his Primus house on his own accord unless senior brother Hong Su can defeat him. The group of 4 symbols, sanctums, disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, None of them felt Duan Lingtian would admit defeat or give up his Primus house on his own accord. Qingji, it's you? Why are you here as well? What did you do? A Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple suddenly appeared next to another Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple and asked in surprise. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple standing before him was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Moreover, they knew each other and had a good relationship. Due to this reason, he decided to join in. We'll talk about it later. The latter shook his head. His eyes did not leave Hong Su, who was standing in the distance. Let's watch the show first. Perhaps we'll be able to get some inspiration from their fight. Upon hearing this, the former nodded in agreement before he shifted his gaze to Hong Su and Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, the latter suddenly narrowed his eyes and transmitted his voice to Hong Su. Senior brother Hong Su, I'm someone sent by Elder Lien. If you can kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength, give me the Kismet reuniting pill after you kill him. When Hong Su heard the voice, he glanced at a Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple in the distance from the corner of his eyes. Although he did not know this Four Symbols Sanctum's disciple, he had some impression of him. He was certain he was from the Black Turtle Sanctum. Upon hearing the other party's voice transmission, Hong Su nodded subtly even though he was infuriated. Before he came to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, Lin had looked for him and told him this. Hong Su, if you can kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength, then kill him with your own strength. After you kill him, think of a way to pass the Kismet reuniting pill to the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple I sent without attracting any attention. At that time, he'll contact you. At the same time, he'll also determine if you can kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength. If he finds out you're able to kill Duan Lingtian with your own strength, but you still use the Kismet reuniting pill. If that's the case, don't blame me for making a move on your clan. When Hong Su recalled Li An's words, he felt aggrieved and resentful. However, this proved one thing. Just as he had guessed, a forbidden pill like the Kismet reuniting pill was extremely precious even to Lian. For this reason, Lian did not hesitate to send a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple to follow him to the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Hong Su, do you really look down on me, Duan Lingtian? Do you think I'll admit defeat and give you the Primus house? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and asked indifferently as he looked at Hong Su. I'm just worried you won't let me enjoy myself to the fullest. Duan Lingtian. Hong Su replied nonchalantly. You don't have to worry about this. I'll definitely let you enjoy yourself to the fullest today. As soon as Hong Su finished speaking, the Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body surged out through his 99 saint veins and formed a faint whirlpool. Elementary devouring tactic. At the same time, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was absorbed by the whirlpool at a terrifying speed. All of it surged into Duan Lingtian's body and strengthened the Sun Saint energy in his body. After a while, the whirlpool disappeared. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. However, in just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the area around Duan Lingtian was completely absorbed and became a part of the Sun Saint energy in his body. Naturally, this energy was only temporarily for him to use. He needed to use his spiritual energy to support it. Once his spiritual energy was almost depleted, the energy that he had absorbed would also disappear without a trace. At that time, his Sun Saint power would be beaten back to its original state. What a brilliant assist-type divine ability. Hong Su narrowed his eyes when he sensed the change in Duan Lingtian's saint energy. Initially, the saint energy that surged out of Duan Lingtian's body was only comparable to the saint energy at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. However, in just a blink of an eye, the aura on Duan Lingtian's body had changed again. It was now comparable to the saint energy at the intermediate quintessential saint stage. Golden crow's wings. As Duan Lingtian cried out in his heart, a pair of flaming wings appeared on his back. As they flapped gently, The air in the surroundings seemed to have heated up. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air as Duan Ling Tian flapped the golden crow's wings on his back and took the lead to charge toward Hong Su like a cannonball that had been fired. He did not dare to be careless in the face of Hong Su, who was a mastery, quintessential saint stage disciple. For this reason, he decided to strike first to gain the upper hand. Hong Su, take this. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian appeared near Hong Su. He cried out loudly as he raised his hand. His sun saint energy surged out immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and formed a palm before he slammed it down on Hong Su. The palm that was accompanied by the majestic sun saint energy seemed to have transformed into a gigantic mountain as it pressed down on Hong Su. It was as though it was trying to suppress Hong Su. Just in time, Hong Su cried out loudly in the face of Duan Ling Tian's palm that was slamming down like a mountain. He borrowed the force from the palm and shot out. Boom! Faced with Duan Ling Tian's majestic palm, Hong Su did not dodge at all. Instead, he clenched his right hand into a fist as saint energy surged out. Then he swung his fist out violently to meet Duan Ling Tian's ferocious palm. Chapter 1975. Bang! An earth-shattering explosion reverberated in the air. Duan Ling Tian's palm collided with Hong Su's punch. Following that, the two energies collided violently. Instantly, the void shook. With the collision of the two forces as the center, a vast and distorted wave of air swept out in all directions, setting off gusts of violent wind. The gusts of wind were as sharp as knives, forcing many of the Four Symbol Sanctum's disciples who had a weaker cultivation base to retreat. Boom! 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 When the two energies collided, a series of deafening explosions reverberated in the air. It was as though the sky was about to collapse. Whoosh! Under the watchful eyes of the others, Hong Su stood there motionlessly, like a statue. On the other hand, Duan Ling Tian, who had made the first move, was pushed back by the vast energy. It took him a while before he managed to dodge the remaining force of Hong Su's punch. Hong Su was a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse, after all. His punch contained the mastery quintessential saint energy. Duan Ling Tian's sun saint energy, on the other hand, was only comparable to an intermediate quintessential saint stage powerhouse's saint energy, even after the boost from the assist type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. Due to this reason, he was at a disadvantage in this direct collision of energy. The strength of a mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouse is so terrifying. The Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked when they saw Duan Ling Tian was at a disadvantage. They did not expect Hong Su to be so powerful. Although they were shocked by Hong Su's strength, they were not certain Hong Su would be able to defeat Duan Ling Tian. After all, Duan Ling Tian had mastered 5 high-grade divine abilities. One of the high-grade divine abilities was an offensive divine ability. It was the only high-grade divine ability that Hong Su had not cast yet. I'm still inferior to him in terms of pure strength, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he looked at Hong Su in the distance. However, he was not discouraged. He was not discouraged because he still had more powerful techniques that he had not cast yet. Use your high-grade offensive ability. Otherwise, you're no match for me. After sending Duan Ling Tian flying with a punch, Hong Su, who did not continue to pursue, said in a cold voice, "It wasn't that he didn't want to give chase. If Duan Ling Tian used a high-grade movement divine ability, his speed would be incomparable. When Duan Ling Tian cast his high-grade movement divine ability to charge at him, he discovered Duan Ling Tian's speed was definitely at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. He might even be faster than most powerhouses at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Because of this, he could only passively defend. Because he couldn't catch up with Duan Ling Tian. as long as he could hold on until the effect of Duan Lingtian's support god art were off, his chance would come. At that time, it would be extremely easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian. As you wish. Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes narrowed. After replying to Hong Su softly, he flapped his golden crow's wings again and charged at Hong Su at an extremely fast speed. It was as though he had transformed into a bolt of lightning. Hong Su's expression turned grave as well. Saint energy was faintly visible on the surface of his body as he prepared for battle. Currently, Duan Lingtian was an intermediate, quintessential saint stage martial cultivator before the effect of his support divine ability wore off. Even Hong Su did not dare to underestimate an intermediate, quintessential saint stage martial cultivator who cast a high-grade, offensive divine ability. Boom! As soon as Duan Lingtian arrived near Hong Su, a loud noise rang in the air. He stomped his feet on the air and soared into the sky. Golden crow's wings, otherworldly, celestial, the high-grade movement divine ability, coupled with a high-grade offensive divine ability, caused Duan Lingtian's body to disappear before Hong Su's eyes in just a blink of an eye. Hong Su's expression turned grave when he saw this. Senior brother Duan Lingtian cast a high-grade offensive divine ability. At the same time, the eyes of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples brightened as they stared at the sky. He's out. Suddenly, someone called out. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian appeared. It was as though he had come out from the clouds. However, the Duan Lingtian who came out from the clouds was not one person, but 5. It's just as the rumors say. Upon seeing this, many of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' eyes lit up. Prior to this, they had also heard about the characteristics of the high-grade, offensive divine ability that Duan Lingtian had mastered. At this moment, they realized Duan Lingtian had indeed cast the high-grade, offensive divine ability he had mastered when faced with the 5 Duan Lingtians that they could not tell the real from the fake. At this moment, Duan Lingtian descended from the sky. His robes fluttered in the wind, and his aura was graceful as though he was a celestial. Moreover, there were 5 celestials. Apart from the graceful aura, the 100 inscriptions saint swords in the hands of the 5 Duan Lingtian emitted a chilling aura. At this moment, it was as though Duan Lingtian had transformed into a sword celestial. Moreover, he had split into 5 before he charged toward Hong Su and launched an attack. Apart from casting the divine ability, the otherworldly celestial, his attack also contained the profundity of the supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword that was close to the 3rd stage. The latter was equivalent to a brilliant sword technique. Buzz! The saint saber that Hong Su was holding began to tremble violently when Duan Lingtian emerged from the clouds and split into 5. Naturally, it was not trembling on its own. It was trembling violently because Hong Su was injecting more and more saint energy into it. The saint saber in Hong Su's hand was 100 inscriptions saint saber. The Hong clan had spent a lot of money to find an advanced saint inscription master to make it for him. It was extremely powerful. Due to this reason, he would definitely not be at a disadvantage in terms of saint weapons in his battle with Duan Lingtian today. Saber King, manifestation. Hong Su yelled inwardly when he saw Duan Lingtian casting the advanced divine ability, the otherworldly celestial. Immediately after, the saint energy in his body skyrocketed and spread out, causing a huge illusory figure to appear around his body, shrouding him within. It was a huge illusory figure. One could vaguely see that it was a burly man who exuded a domineering aura. He held a huge saber in his hand. The sharp aura on the saber was a perfect match with his domineering aura. When the aura spread out, it caused the surrounding void to resound with faint but continuous explosions. It was as though the saber god had descended. This was Hong Su's intermediate offensive divine ability, the Saber King manifestation. It was a saber-type, offensive divine ability. This mystique could congeal the Saber King Phantom and control it to attack. Its power was much stronger than if he were to attack himself. Ghastly Shadow, Thousand Slash. As soon as Hong Su cast the divine ability, the Saber King manifestation, Duan Ling Tian roared in his heart and made his move. The 100 inscriptions Saint Saber flashed and moved in a mysterious trajectory. In the end, it was swung around like a gust of cold wind. Of course, all of this happened in the blink of an eye. Slash! Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hong Su yelled. As he swung the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in his hand, the Saber King manifestation moved as well. The Saber King manifestations movement was exactly the same as Hong Su's. After a while, the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in Hong Su's hand swept out toward Duan Lingtian, who was not far from him. At the same time, the Saber King manifestations saber slashed toward Duan Lingtian. Buzz, 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 buzz. Streaks of solid and powerful saber rays were accompanied by a series of wails and howls as they charged toward Duan Lingtian, who looked like 5-sword celestials who had descended to the mortal world. There were hundreds and thousands of saber rays that formed a saber net in the air. It was as though they were going to envelop Duan Lingtian. The 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples were still dazzled by the scene before them when Duan Lingtian suddenly yelled, "Break!" In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples, the 100 inscription Saint Sabers in the hands of the 5 Duan Lingtian, who looked like sword celestials, suddenly lit up. From afar, it looked like 5 blazing suns in the sky. The saber net seemed to be shrouded in darkness. However, when the 5 blazing suns rose into the sky, 5 enormous rays of light illuminated everything and broke through the darkness. Boom, 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 boom. Another series of deafening explosions reverberated in the air, causing the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples' eardrums to vibrate. However, they continued to watch the scene unfold before their eyes. Even those who had a weaker cultivation base were gritting their teeth and persevering. They did not want to miss out on any of the exciting scenes. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, who looked like a sword celestial, destroyed the saber net with his 500 inscriptions Saint Swords. At the same time, the 5 Duan Lingtian and the 500 inscriptions Saint Swords merged into one. At this moment, Duan Lingtian stood with his sword in hand like an invincible sword celestial. His sword was invincible. Barf! After the saber net was destroyed, the Saber King manifestation disappeared as well. Hong Su also suffered quite a bit of backlash. His face was flushed as he threw up a mouthful of blood. After spitting out the congested blood, his face quickly turned from red to pale white. It was as though he had lost all color in his face. Senior brother Hong Su lost? I think so. Senior brother Duan Lingtian is too powerful. That high-grade, offensive divine ability is invincible. Even if senior brother Duan Lingtian's strength has yet to reach the peak of the quintessential saint stage, he's not far from it. At the very least, not many mastery quintessential saint stage powerhouses are on par with him, let alone defeat him. When the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples looked at Duan Lingtian again, the respect in their eyes was even more intense. The strength that Duan Lingtian had displayed had not only shocked them, but it had also won their respect. Hong Su, you've lost, Duan Lingtian said nonchalantly as he looked at Hong Su calmly. However, in his heart, he was not as calm as he appeared on the surface. I didn't expect the otherworldly celestial to be so much more powerful after being upgraded. Hong Su's attack was not weak, but it was easily broken by me. Chapter 1976. Hong Su's earlier attack contained an extraordinary saber technique and saber technique divine ability. Duan Lingtian could see and feel this. Of course, He was certain that Hong Su's previous attack was his strongest attack. Even his most powerful attack had been defeated by him. What else could Hong Su use to fight him? Just when most of the four symbols Sanctum's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, thought Hong Su would retreat in the face of overwhelming odds. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Hong Su took out a pill bottle from his bosom. Crack! As Hong Su exerted force in his hand, he crushed the pill bottle. In the next instant, a blood-red pill that emitted a gloomy aura appeared before everyone's eyes. Hong Su flipped his hand, and the pill entered his mouth. Gulp! In just a blink of an eye, Hong Su had swallowed the pill. The sound of his gulp could be heard clearly. This is not a healing pill. Duan Lingtian's expression changed, and his eyes widened. He could tell it was a healing pill, but the pill Hong Su took out was definitely not a healing pill. Moreover, it gave him a dangerous feeling. Boom! While the four symbol Sanctum's disciples were still puzzled, Hong Su's saint energy surged again. However, the saint energy that surged out of Hong Su's body was on a completely different level compared to before. His current saint energy gave everyone, including Duan Lingtian, a feeling of invincibility. At the same time, Hong Su's eyes turned red, and the saint energy that spread out of his body was shrouded in a layer of gloomy black qi. It was a bone-chilling sight. Forbidden pill! It was unknown who cried out, but it was like a stone that caused 1,000 ripples, causing an uproar. Senior brother Hong Su. He actually consumed a forbidden pill? Isn't it just for a Primus house? Is there a need to do this? Although the effect of the forbidden pill is similar to the effect of the assistive divine ability, the side effect is far greater than the side effect of the assistive divine ability. Is senior brother Hong Su out of his mind? For the sake of an A-class house, he didn't hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. Even if he uses the forbidden pill to defeat Duan Lingtian, once the effects of the pill wear off, Duan Lingtian can easily take back the Primus house. I really don't understand what he's thinking. After Hong Su consumed the medicinal pill, his body began to change. The four symbols Sanctum's disciples were in an uproar. They couldn't understand why Hong Su would do such a thing. Forbidden pill? When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the four symbol Sanctum's disciples, a look of deep fear immediately appeared in his eyes. He had naturally heard of the forbidden pill before. He knew that it was an extremely terrifying pill that could allow a person's strength to rise to an extremely terrifying level in a short period of time. Of course, the side effects were also very strong. After Hong Su consumed the forbidden pill, his saint energy seems to have risen to the peak of the quintessential saint stage. What kind of forbidden pill did he consume? As far as Duan Lingtian knew, the higher one's cultivation base was, the rarer the forbidden pill was. A forbidden pill that could raise a mastery, quintessential saint stage, powerhouses, cultivation base to the peak of the quintessential saint stage was rare even in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He wants to kill me. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered that Hong Su was glaring at him with bloodthirsty eyes. Moreover, Hong Su emitted a bloodthirsty killing intent. It was as though he would not rest until he killed Duan Lingtian. In the next instant, Hong Su made his move. So, under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes, Hong Su was charging toward him at an extremely fast speed. He felt extremely threatened by Hong Su. Golden Crow's wings. Duan Lingtian instantly mobilized his Sun Saint energy and transformed it into a pair of Golden Crow's wings. As soon as the Golden Crow's wings flapped, he shot into the distance at an extremely fast speed in an attempt to increase the distance between him and Hong Su. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian cast the Golden Crow's wings, he discovered that Hong Su's speed was much faster than Hong Su's. Hong Su's speed was much faster than Duan Lingtian had imagined. In fact, he was even faster than Duan Lingtian. Hong Su was closing the distance between him and Duan Lingtian. Naturally, The four symbols sanctum's disciples present on the scene also noticed this. Heavens! What's senior brother Hong Su doing? Is he trying to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian? What a terrifying killing intent. When did senior brother Duan Lingtian offend senior brother Hong Su? Why would senior brother Hong Su consume a forbidden pill just to kill him? No wonder senior brother Hong Su asked about senior brother Duan Lingtian's whereabouts instead of the Primus house. As it turns out, he has an ulterior motive. He doesn't want the Primus house. He wants senior brother Duan Lingtian's life. I knew senior brother Hong Su wouldn't consume a forbidden pill just for a mere Primus house. As it turns out, he wants to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the four symbols sanctum's disciples present on the scene had also noticed Hong Su's intention to kill Duan Lingtian. A few four symbols sanctum's disciples hastily left to report this to the elders in the first mine's punishment zone. Usually, there were no elders stationed in the four symbols sanctum's residence in the punishment zone. Duan Lingtian, there's no need for you to run anymore. Your greatest advantage is your speed. Compared to your speed, your attack is much weaker. Now that I've caught up to you, do you think your high-grade, offensive divine ability will be able to block my attack? Hong Su said coldly as he chased after Duan Lingtian. He was getting closer and closer to Duan Lingtian. My current strength is extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage. It can be said that I'm invincible below the Saint Celestial stage. Unless you've entered the Saint Celestial stage, you won't be able to escape death today. Hong Su spoke once more, and his tone was emotionless. Hongshu, you're willing to consume the forbidden pill just to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked in a deep voice. Waves of shock surged in Duan Lingtian's heart. Although he knew Hong Su's strength would increase tremendously after consuming the forbidden pill, he did not expect it to be so exaggerated. It was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage. No wonder Hong Su's speed was even faster than him even after he cast the divine ability the Golden Crow's Wings. What kind of forbidden pill did senior brother Hong Su consume? It's so exaggerated. He's only a mastery quintessential saint stage martial cultivator, but his strength increased to such a terrifying level after consuming the forbidden pill. The forbidden pill he consumed is definitely not an ordinary forbidden pill. That's right, an ordinary forbidden pill wouldn't have such a terrifying effect. When the group of four symbol sanctum's disciples heard Hong Su's words, an uproar broke out immediately. All of them had an expression of disbelief on their faces. Senior brother Hong Su shouldn't possess such a forbidden pill, right? That's right. In the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, such forbidden pills are extremely rare. Usually, only quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Masters who are skilled in medicine refinement Tao would be able to refine them. I heard senior brother Hong Su has a third-rate force behind him. If it's his clan, they might be able to obtain such a pill. Many four symbols sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves in shock. At this point, I'm not afraid to admit it. I consumed the forbidden pill to kill you, Duan Lingtian. Hong Su growled. If I'm not mistaken, this is the first time I've seen you. There's no enmity between us. So why do you want to kill me? Duan Lingtian asked again. I'll tell you all this when we're on the road to hell. Hong Su growled again. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression changed completely at this moment. He could tell. Hong Su was determined to kill him even at the cost of his own life. In other words, Hong Su was even willing to sacrifice his own life to kill him. How great was the enmity between them for Hong Su to be so desperate? Upon hearing Hong Su's growl, the group of four symbol sanctum's disciples fell into an uproar again. They understood what Hong Su meant. Heavens! Did senior brother Duan Lingtian kill senior brother Hong Su's father or snatch senior brother Hong Su's wife? He's actually willing to sacrifice his own life to avenge senior brother Hong Su. That's right. Only the enmity of killing one's father and snatching one's wife would make senior brother Hong Su act so crazily, right? Many four symbols, sanctums, disciples were shocked. Saber King, manifestation. When Hong Su was still a distance away from Duan Lingtian, he suddenly shouted and cast his intermediate offensive divine ability, the Saber King, manifestation. Immediately, a Saber King phantom that was as large as a mountain appeared around him. The illusionary figure of the Saber Emperor was more than twice the size of the one Hong Su had previously produced. Moreover, the aura of this Saber King manifestation and the gigantic saber in his hand was much more terrifying than the one he had conjured earlier. They were not on the same level at all. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. At this moment, he realized something. Hong Su, whose strength was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage, was not only faster than Duan Lingtian, but his attack had also completely surpassed Duan Lingtian's most powerful attack. Even if Duan Lingtian had comprehended the third stage of the Supreme Sword Dao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword, he might not be able to fight Hong Su on equal footing. Ghastly Shadow, Thousand Slash. With another shout, the 100 inscriptions Saint Saber in Hong Su's hand shone brightly. It seemed to have transformed into a bright moon as it shot toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Saber King manifestation made its move as well. Following Hong Su's example, he swung his saber and targeted Duan Lingtian. At this moment, heaven and earth seemed to change color in the wake of the saber ray. The sun and moon dimmed. Oh no. Duan Lingtian, who was being targeted, watched as the saber ray that seemed to be able to cut through everything split into thousands of saber rays and interweaved into a saber net before charging at him. It made him feel suffocated. At this moment, he felt as though a huge rock was pressing on his chest. Unbearable. It was too unbearable. Chapter 1977. The saber net swept out accompanied by waves of ghastly ghost cries, and its target was locked onto Duan Lingtian. One could imagine Duan Lingtian would definitely die if he was enveloped by the saber net. With my current strength, it's impossible for me to block Hong Su's saber. It seems like I can only transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Faced with the menacing saber net, the vast Sun Saint energy in Duan Lingtian's body instantly stimulated the dragon energy that was hidden in every part of his body, causing the dragon energy to spread all over his body. Wherever the dragon energy passed, Duan Lingtian's body would undergo tremendous changes in just a blink of an eye. Duan Lingtian's hands and feet had transformed into dragon claws in just a blink of an eye. Dragon scales that shone with a cold light appeared all over his body, causing his body below his chin to transform into a humanoid divine dragon. Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold as he stretched his dragon claws that had 9 claws and felt the explosive energy in his body. He lifted the 100 inscriptions Saint Sword and charged toward the saber net that was coming at him menacingly. It was as though he was going to fight it head-on. Duan Lingtian had no choice but to do so. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his speed did not increase much. Instead, his defense and brute strength had increased the most. With the combination of his brute strength and the Sun Saint energy in his body, he could unleash more powerful attacks. At this moment, Duan Lingtian no longer hid the fact that he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After all, there was no way he could hide it. Faced with Hong Su, who had consumed the forbidden pill, Duan Lingtian only had 2 choices. If he did not choose between the 2 choices, he would definitely die. One of the 2 choices was to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The other was to use the Celestial Supreme Treasure, the Jasper Celestial Sword. With his current Sun Saint energy, he was confident he could kill a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage if he wielded the Jasper Celestial Sword. let alone Hong Su, whose strength was close to the Saint Celestial stage. However, to Duan Lingtian, exposing the Jasper Celestial Sword or his transformation into a 9-clawed dragon warrior was more troublesome. Once the Jasper Celestial Sword was exposed, even the sect leader of Zoroastrianism would be tempted. For this reason, he decisively chose to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, Duan Lingtian's defense and brute strength was much stronger. If Hong Su came 7 or 8 days, I wouldn't be afraid of him even if I didn't transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. This thought appeared in Duan Lingtian's mind when he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. If he had another 7 or 8 days, he would be able to comprehend the Black Turtle's barrier in the 4th level of the 7 Treasures Exquisite Pagoda for another 70 to 80 days. Moreover, he was confident that he would be able to successfully comprehend and master the Black Turtle's barrier within 70 to 80 days. However, Hong Su did not give him any time and rushed over. That's after Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. He lifted his sword to meet the saber net formed by Hong Su's attack. The 4 symbols sanctum's disciples widened their eyes as they stared at Duan Lingtian in shock. At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked completely different in their eyes. He had transformed from a human into a variant with a dragon's body. It's the technique of transforming into a dragon warrior. Many of the 4 symbols sanctum's disciples present on the scene had sharp eyes. They could tell Duan Lingtian's technique with just a glance. Dragon warrior. It's said that every dragon warrior is a human who has been granted the ability to transform into a dragon by a divine dragon with more than 7 claws. Every divine dragon with more than 7 claws can only create 1 dragon warrior in their lifetime. I can't believe senior brother Duan Lingtian is a dragon warrior. I wonder which 7-clawed divine dragon created him to become a 7-clawed dragon warrior? The 4 symbols sanctum's disciples did not forget to whisper among themselves as their eyes widened. At this moment, their attention was completely focused on Duan Lingtian. They did not notice that Duan Lingtian had 9 claws on each of his dragon claws. Otherwise, they would have been shocked. This was because a 9-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary existence to them. Otherworldly, celestial. Duan Lingtian, who had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, split into 5 as he charged toward the saber net. The 4 clones were extremely lifelike. Moreover, the 100 inscriptions, saint swords in their hands, were extremely lifelike as well. It was impossible to tell if they were real or fake. The otherworldly celestial was a high-grade, offensive divine ability. It did not require one to dive down to cast it. Duan Lingtian, who had split into 5 clones, charged toward the saber net at an extremely fast speed with the help of the divine ability, the Golden Crow's Wings. If Duan Lingtian, who had not transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior before he cast the otherworldly celestial, he looked like 5 celestials. However, now that Duan Lingtian had cast the otherworldly celestial, he looked like 5 devils from the bottomless abyss. Moreover, he looked like a devil with a dragon's body. Whoosh! 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 5 short-lived sword cries rang in the air as the 100 inscriptions, saint swords in the hands of the 5 Duan Lingtian, intertwined with each other and charged toward the saber net. At this moment, not only did Duan Lingtian release the Sun Saint energy in his body that had been boosted by the elementary devouring tactic, but he did not hold back his powerful physical strength as a 9-clawed dragon warrior at all. Finally, Duan Lingtian charged toward the saber net. Wherever the 5 sword gleams passed, over 100 of the thousands of saber gleams that interweaved into a net of saber gleams were instantly shattered. After Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his strength was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, he was not afraid of the thousands of saber rays that were released by the Saber King Phantom that had left Hong Su's body. Whoosh! 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 However, The thousands of saber rays that had formed the saber net were just too many. Although some of them were shattered by the sword in Duan Lingtian's hand, many of them still landed on Duan Lingtian's body. After a while, the 4 clones of Duan Lingtian could no longer withstand the attacks and were the first to collapse. Roar! At the same time, Duan Lingtian let out a roar that sounded like a beast's roar. Whoosh! At the same time, a thick and sharp dragon tail appeared behind him. It lashed out and easily shattered the saber rays that were attacking him. Even so, many saber rays still landed on Duan Lingtian's body. Clang! 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 Accompanied by the sound of metal colliding, the saber rays landed on Duan Lingtian's body one after another, causing sparks to appear due to the friction between the saber rays. The dragon scales on Duan Lingtian's body blocked the saber rays. However, there were still many deep saber marks on the dragon scales. If the saber rays went deeper, they would be able to break the dragon scales. Hong Su. After successfully breaking the saber net, Duan Lingtian stared coldly at Hong Su, who was standing in the distance. His throat bobbed as he suddenly shouted. At the same time, the golden crow's wings on Duan Lingtian's back flapped rapidly. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. With the help of the golden crow's wings, Duan Lingtian, who had a dragon's human form, charged toward Hong Su at an extremely fast speed. Hong Su's expression changed drastically. This was because Hong Su had used his full strength in the attack earlier. The full strength he used referred to his full strength after consuming the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill. Initially, Hong Su thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die under his powerful attack. Although he was surprised that Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior, he did not think Duan Lingtian would be able to block his full-strength attack that contained the divine ability, the Saber King manifestation, and the Saber technique, the Ghastly Shadow Thousand Slash. Naturally, like the other 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, he thought Duan Lingtian was only a 7-clawed dragon warrior. If Duan Lingtian was only a 7-clawed dragon warrior, it would be impossible for him to block Hong Su's full-strength attack, let alone neutralize it. How can a 7-clawed dragon warrior be so powerful? The moment Hong Su thought of this, he instinctively glanced at Duan Lingtian's dragon claws. This glance was enough to scare him out of his wits. 9 claws! This was because he could clearly see that after Duan Lingtian had transformed into a dragon warrior, each of his dragon claws had 9 sharp claws. These were the claws of a 9-clawed divine dragon. 9-clawed divine dragons were legendary dragons. They were also known as the 9-clawed ancestral dragon and the 9-clawed winged dragon. This Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Hong Su's expression was ghastly. He did not move at all in the face of Duan Lingtian's ferocious attack. This was because the effects of the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill, had faded a lot. It was impossible for him to unleash the same attack again. For this reason, he no longer had any intention to fight Duan Lingtian. That's 9 claws. At the same time, many of the 4 Symbol Sanctum's disciples noticed the difference in Duan Lingtian's dragon claw when they saw Duan Lingtian charging toward Hong Su at an extremely fast speed after destroying the saber net formed by thousands of saber rays. Those are the claws of a 9-clawed divine dragon. A 9-clawed dragon warrior. Oh my god! Senior brother Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples regained their senses one after another. An expression of shock and disbelief appeared on their faces as they stared at Duan Lingtian. How's this possible? Chapter 1978. A 9-clawed dragon warrior. To the disciples of the 4 Symbol Sanctums, including Hong Su, this was undoubtedly a legendary existence. However, today they had seen this legendary existence with their own eyes. The scene before their eyes felt surreal. Many of the four symbols' sanctum's disciples felt as though they were dreaming. However, after some tests, they realized they were not dreaming. Everything before their eyes was real. Duan Lingtian was really a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I can't believe senior brother Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, even senior brother Hong Su, who had consumed the forbidden pill and raised his strength to the Saint Celestial stage, is no match for him. That's right. Senior brother Hong Su's attack earlier could be considered as the strongest attack he could unleash after consuming the forbidden pill. Now, the effect of the forbidden pill must have faded a lot. It's impossible for him to unleash such a powerful attack again. Senior brother Hong Su is going to be defeated. Defeated? Do you think it's possible? Senior brother Hong Su wanted to kill Duan Lingtian earlier. Even if senior brother Duan Lingtian kills him now, it's only in self-defense. It won't violate the rules of Zoroastrianism. Do you think senior brother Duan Lingtian will let him go? The group of four symbols' sanctum's disciples whispered among themselves. They were shocked by Duan Lingtian's ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. At the same time, they felt Hong Su was going to die in Duan Lingtian's hands. Currently, Duan Lingtian really wanted to kill Hong Su. Whoosh! With the help of his high-grade movement divine ability, the Golden Crow's wings, Duan Lingtian charged toward Hong Su at his fastest speed. He was not worried Hong Su would be faster than him. This was because he knew the effect of the forbidden pill would not last for long. It wouldn't be long before the effects of the forbidden pill in Hong Su's body faded away. At that time, Hong Su would be a lamb waiting to be slaughtered in front of him. However, just as Duan Lingtian thought Hong Su would flee in a hurry when he saw him chasing after him, Hong Su suddenly stopped. He also noticed that Hong Su had no intention of fleeing. Hong Su stood there motionless like a piece of wood. What is he trying to do? Seeing Hong Su's reaction, Duan Lingtian became a little scared. When he was still some distance away from Hong Su, he stopped and looked at Hong Su with a frown, even though he wished he could kill Hong Su. However, the current Hong Su was simply too strange. He did not dare to act rashly. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a clear voice transmission resonated in Duan Lingtian's ears. He could tell that it was Hong Su's voice. Immediately, Duan Lingtian's face darkened and his frown deepened. Why was Hong Su transmitting his voice at a time like this? Was he trying to beg for mercy? Duan Lingtian, I know you want to kill me. However, this is normal. After all, the reason I'm here today is to kill you. Hong Su continued to transmit his voice. I'm transmitting my voice to you for the sake of my clan. I know even if I've consumed the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, I'm still no match for you after you've transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Moreover, the effect of your assist-type divine ability is obviously longer than the Kismet rejoining pill. For this reason, it's impossible for me to kill you. Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian's frown eased slightly. At least this Hong Xiu was aware of his own limitations. The Kismet rejoining pill is a very famous forbidden pill in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The Kismet rejoining pill I consumed is only a low-grade Kismet rejoining pill. A high-grade Kismet rejoining pill can raise a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse's strength in a short time. Apart from that, the Kismet rejoining pill can only be refined by quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Masters who specialize in medicine refinement Dao. It's a very precious forbidden pill. Hong Su continued to say. Duan Lingtian had no idea what the Kismet rejoining pill was. However, his eyes widened when he heard Hong Su's last sentence. A pill that can only be refined by a quasi-celestial grade Saint Refinement Master? I've told you so much. mainly because I want you to do me a favor. I hope that after I die, you can think of a way to send a message to my family so that they can quickly move away. Hong Su continued to transmit his voice to Duan Lingtian. To repay your kindness, I'm willing to tell you a secret. Li En, the first Silver Flame Elder of the Black Turtle Sanctum, used my clan to threaten me. That's why I'm here and want to kill you. He was also the one who gave me the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill. When Hong Su mentioned Lien, he gnashed his teeth in anger. Lien! Upon hearing Hong Su's words, Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave immediately. He believed Hong Su's words. This was because he still remembered when he first met Hong Su. There was a hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes when he looked at him. Previously, he did not understand the meaning behind the hint of pity in Hong Su's eyes. However, after listening to Hong Su's words, he finally understood. At this moment, he could clearly feel the helplessness in Hong Su's heart. Under Li An's coercion, Hong Su did not have a choice at all. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's killing intent that was directed at Hong Su had dissipated by quite a bit. He no longer wanted to kill Hong Su as much as he did before. Currently, he was much calmer. As it turned out, Lien was the mastermind behind all of this. You can report him to the enforcement elder. Duan Lingtian looked at Hong Su and said through voice transmission, if you think it's useless to report him to the enforcement elder, you can report him to the enforcement hall after you've passed the Saint Land assessment and entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. It's useless. Hong Su smiled wryly and replied through voice transmission, even if I successfully report him, he'll only receive a light punishment at most. After he's punished, he'll definitely hold a grudge. At that time, he might not dare to make a move on me because he's afraid of the rules of Zoroastrianism. However, my family will definitely be annihilated by him. If it wasn't for my clan, I wouldn't have been led by the nose by him. After all, he won't dare to make a move on me because of the rules of Zoroastrianism. Hong Su paused for a moment before he continued to say bitterly, before I came here, he told me that if I don't kill you, he won't let my clan go no matter what. For this reason, Duan Lingtian, I beg you, you must find a way to inform my clan. Ask them to move away so they won't fall into his evil hands. As long as you help me, I'm willing to do anything for you if there's an afterlife. When Hong Su reached the end of his voice transmission, he struck his head at lightning speed and committed suicide. Boom! When Hong Su's body fell to the ground, the group of Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples, including Duan Lingtian, finally regained their senses. Duan Lingtian looked at Hong Su's body with a complicated expression before he reverted to his human form. On the other hand, the other Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked. Senior brother Hong Su actually committed suicide? It seems like he was worried that Duan Lingtian would kill him. Otherwise, why would he choose to commit suicide so decisively? It's good that he committed suicide. Since he's going to die anyway, he might as well commit suicide. Although the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples were shocked by Hong Su's suicide, they could understand his decision. Useless thing. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, who was sent by Lien to monitor Hong Su, could not help but frown when he saw Hong Su committing suicide so decisively. However, when he saw Duan Lingtian in the distance, a hint of dread appeared on his face. Moreover, this Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. I must inform Elder Li An about this as soon as possible. Naturally, he knew what a 9-clawed dragon warrior meant. Soon after, a few bronze flame elders from the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine arrived. The 4 bronze flame elders were respectively from the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the White Tiger Sanctum, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and the Black Turtle Sanctum's bronze flame elder. When they received the news, they rushed over anxiously. At the same time, they felt it was impossible for Duan Lingtian to survive. Perhaps Hong Su might not be able to kill Duan Lingtian if he was not in his usual state. However, after Hong Su consumed the forbidden pill, his strength had increased tremendously. It should not be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian. This was what they thought. They were anxious when they rushed over because they were worried something would happen to Duan Lingtian. They did not know what Duan Lingtian's background was. However, based on how the Saint Land Enforcement Hall protected Duan Lingtian, they could tell that Duan Lingtian's background was not simple at all. Otherwise, how could Duan Lingtian be protected by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall even though he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root? They were worried the Saint Land Enforcement Hall would vent their anger on them because of Duan Lingtian's death. For this reason, they traveled at full speed and were extremely anxious. However, when they arrived at the scene, they were dumbfounded. This was because the scene before their eyes was completely different from what they had imagined. Hong Su is dead? Soon after, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder discovered Hong Su's body. Shock was written all over his face. After a long while, he finally shifted his gaze away from Hong Su's body and began to look around. In the end, his gaze landed on Duan Lingtian. He's Duan Lingtian? At the same time, the Bronze Flame Elders from the punishment zone from the other 3 sanctums also shifted their gazes to Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1979. This Hong Su! Duan Lingtian turned a deaf ear to the arrival of the 4 punishment district's elders. At this moment, it seemed as though Hong Su was the only person left in his world. Everyone, please search for the complete picture. Dead. To be more precise, only Hong Su's corpse was left. Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Hong Su. Hong Su's voice transmission to him earlier continued to reverberate in his ears. He could feel Hong Su's anger and displeasure when he mentioned the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. He could also feel Hong Su's frustration and helplessness when he mentioned how he was threatened by Lian. Hong Su's emotions had affected him to a certain extent. Hong Su was originally the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. He was about to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. He had a bright future ahead of him. However, Lian wanted to use him to deal with Duan Lingtian and forced him into a dead end. Duan Lingtian's feelings were complicated as he looked at Hong Su's corpse. Don't worry, I'll help you inform your clan. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and secretly made a promise to Hong Su. Naturally, he could not leave the 4 symbols of Sanctum's first mind now, and he had to inform Hong Su's clan as soon as possible. Due to this reason, he could only find someone to do it on his behalf. He already had a candidate in mind. Duan Lingtian transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian easily blocked Hong Su's attack when his strength was raised to the Saint Celestial stage after he consumed a forbidden pill. Hong Su chose to commit suicide when faced with the pressure from Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was staring at Hong Su's corpse in a daze, the 4 punishment district's elders learned about what had happened from the 4 symbols Sanctum's disciples who were present on the scene. After knowing the ins and outs of the matter, their hearts involuntarily stirred up waves of shock and awe. Hong Su did not hesitate to consume a forbidden pill in order to kill Duan Lingtian. However, he did not succeed in the end. This was because he did not expect Duan Lingtian would be able to transform into a legendary 9-clawed dragon warrior. If not for that, he would definitely have succeeded. All of a sudden, the 4 elders looked at Duan Lingtian in a completely different light. The person in front of him was someone who could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Such an existence, even if placed among the dragons, would be worshipped by the dragons like stars surrounding the moon. Of course, the dragons mentioned here were not dragons from the lower province, but dragons from the upper province. Could it be the Holy Lands Enforcement Hall is protecting him because of this? Thinking up to this point, the 4 punishment district elders could not help but let their imaginations run wild. At the same time, Duan Lingtian regained his senses and looked at the 4 elders of the punishment district. He nodded slightly and greeted them. greetings to the 4 elders. If it was any other time, perhaps they would feel displeased when they saw Duan Lingtian greeting them so casually. They would feel that Duan Lingtian did not take them seriously and was just brushing them off. However, when they learned that Duan Lingtian could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they completely dismissed this thought. A 9-clawed dragon warrior was a legendary existence. It was an extraordinary existence among the dragons. For elders, I'd like to look for Elder Penghua. Duan Lingtian did not forget that Hong Su had asked him for help. After greeting the 4 punishment district elders, he immediately asked for help. Penghua was the first punishment district elder he saw when he followed the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement, Elder Gua Xiong, to the punishment district in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. He was an elder from the Black Turtle Sanctum. He did not know anyone else in the punishment district in the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Now that he wanted to contact Gua Xiong, he immediately thought of him. You're looking for Elder Penghua? I'll bring you there. Among the 4 punishment district elders, the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder took the initiative to speak to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had long noticed this punishment district elder was wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder's uniform. When he heard his words, he immediately nodded his head. 3 elders, I'll leave this matter to you. After the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder spoke to the other 3 punishment district elders, he took the lead and flew out to lead the way. Duan Lingtian followed closely behind him. At this moment, only a group of 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples and the 3 punishment district elders remained in the area where the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples stayed. They only retracted their gazes when Duan Lingtian's silhouette disappeared from their sight. To the 3 punishment district elders, it was easy to deal with the following matter. Hong Su had consumed a forbidden pill in order to kill Duan Lingtian. Even if he did not succeed, it was still a heinous crime. Under such circumstances, even if Duan Lingtian killed Hong Su, Duan Lingtian would still be innocent, let alone the fact that Hong Su had committed suicide. After the 3 elders from the punishment district dealt with Hong Su's corpse and left, the 4 Symbols Sanctum's disciples, who had been silent for a while due to the arrival of the punishment district's elders, could no longer remain silent. They whispered among themselves as they discussed among themselves. Their words never left Duan Lingtian's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was led by the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder to meet the Black Turtle Sanctum's Bronze Flame Elder, Penghua, whom he had met when he first arrived at the punishment district of the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine. Duan Lingtian? When Penghua saw Duan Lingtian, he did not dare to put on airs and greeted him with a smile. Elder Penghua, I've come to look for you because of one thing. I would like to ask you to bring our Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Elder Gua Xiong, here. I need his help with something. Duan Lingtian looked at Penghua and did not beat around the bush. No problem. Penghua agreed immediately. He knew Duan Lingtian seemed to be in a hurry, so he immediately left the 4 Symbols Sanctum's first mine and went to the Black Turtle Sanctum. Soon after, Penghua returned. The Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, Gua Xiong, had returned with him. Duan Lingtian, you're looking for me? Gua Xiong asked curiously as he looked at Duan Lingtian. If it was an ordinary Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who had come to look for him, Gua Xiong would not have bothered. He was the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder, no matter what. How could he be someone who could come and go as they pleased? However, when he heard the person who was looking for him was Duan Lingtian, he immediately rushed over. The reason was none other than Duan Lingtian's innate talent. He had a bright future ahead of him. As long as he did not die prematurely, his future achievements would not be inferior to Gua Xiong's. Such a person was worthy of Gua Xiong's respect. Elder Gua Xiong. Duan Lingtian did not beat around the bush when he saw Guoxiong. He also told Guoxiong everything that Hong Su had told him through voice transmission. Guoxiong's expression turned graver and graver as he listened to Duan Lingtian's description. A Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was forced to such a state by Li and in broad daylight. This completely enraged Guoxiong. "Don't worry, I'll seek justice for him," Guoxiong said in a deep voice. "Elder Guoxiong, seeking justice for him is secondary. I hope you can help to inform Hong Su's family as soon as possible and ask them to leave their homeland. If it's too late, I'm worried Li and will vent his anger on Hong Su's family for failing to kill me." Duan Lingtian said to Guoxiong with a solemn expression. "Elder Guoxiong, please help me. Take it that I owe you a favor for this matter." Duan Lingtian did not even hesitate to promise Guoxiong a favor for this matter. Guoxiong could not help but feel shocked. "According to what you said earlier, this is the first time you've met Hong Su. Although he has a favor to ask of you, is there a need for you to be so concerned about him? Elder Guoxiong, please help me." Duan Lingtian continued with a serious expression. "Shangxin? Perhaps." At this moment, even Duan Lingtian did not know why he was so concerned about Hong Su's matter. Perhaps it was because he pitied Hong Su, or perhaps it was because he subconsciously felt that Lian had forced Hong Su into a dead end because of him. For this reason, he subconsciously felt guilty. "Don't worry. I know Hong Su's family. After I leave the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine, I'll look for 2 friends and head to Hong Su's family with them. I'll warn his family to leave their homeland as soon as possible." Guoxiong promised solemnly to Duan Lingtian when he saw how serious Duan Lingtian was. Perhaps he could sue the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian, for Hong Su's death. However, even if the Saint Land Enforcement Hall confirmed the truth, Lian would only receive a symbolic punishment since he was not the one who killed Hong Su. As for Hong Su's family, even if Lian killed them, it would not violate the rules of Zoroastrianism. "Thank you, Elder Guoxiong. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Guoxiong bade him farewell and left in a hurry. After obtaining Guoxiong's promise, Duan Lingtian was relieved. He immediately returned to the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples' residence and entered the Primus house under the respectful gazes of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples. He continued to comprehend the first defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in the Zoroastrianism. Meanwhile, the news of Duan Lingtian transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior and defeating Hong Su without a fight had spread from the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mine. When this news spread to the Four Symbols Sanctums, it caused quite a commotion. Duan Lingtian is a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Heavens, a 9-clawed dragon warrior? Why did he come to the Zoroastrianism instead of enjoying life in the dragons? When the people from the Four Symbols Sanctums found out Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, they were stunned. As far as they knew, a 7-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to a 6-clawed divine dragon among dragons, while an 8-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to a 7-clawed divine dragon among dragons. A 9-clawed dragon warrior was equivalent to an 8-clawed divine dragon among dragons. However, there was not a single 8-clawed divine dragon among the current dragons. Chapter 1980. To a certain extent, the dragon warriors were the spokespersons of the mystical dragons. To be more precise, he was the spokesperson of the divine dragon that gave him the ability to transform into a dragon. 7-clawed dragon warriors were the representatives of the 7-clawed divine dragons. 8-clawed dragon warriors were the representatives of the 8-clawed divine dragons. 9-clawed dragon warriors were the representatives of the 9-clawed divine dragons. Duan Lingtian is actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It seems like there was a 9-clawed divine dragon in the history of the Tao Martial Saint Land. That's right. To us, a 9-clawed divine dragon is a legendary existence. In the past, we weren't even sure if a 9-clawed divine dragon had ever appeared in the Tao Martial Saint Land. However, since Duan Lingtian can transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, this proves that a 9-clawed divine dragon had once appeared in the Tao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian must have obtained the inheritance of the 9-clawed divine dragon. That's why he can transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian's luck is really enviable. Everywhere in the 4 symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism, the news that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior was spread everywhere. This news was shocking. At the same time, they also vaguely realized. In the history of the Tao Martial Saint Land, there was once a 9-clawed divine dragon. Duan Lingtian, on the other hand, had obtained the legacy left behind by the 9-clawed divine dragon. That was how he mastered the ability to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. They couldn't think of any other possibility. Senior brother Hong Su was forced to his death by Duan Lingtian. At the same time, the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the 4 symbol sanctums, was not peaceful as well. Many people found it hard to accept the news that Hong Su had committed suicide in the face of pressure from Duan Lingtian. These people were all Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who idolized Hong Su, the great senior brother of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Humph! What did he mean by being forced to death by senior martial brother Duan Lingtian? If Hong Su didn't want to kill senior martial brother Duan Lingtian, would senior martial brother Duan Lingtian force him? Ridiculous. There were also many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who knew what had happened. They stood on Duan Lingtian's side and spoke up for Duan Lingtian. Exactly. In order to kill senior brother Duan Lingtian, Hong Su did not hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. What a big deal. It's a pity that he's no match for senior brother Duan Lingtian, even though he's taken a forbidden pill. Compared to those who defended Hong Su, there were undoubtedly more Black Tortoise Tower disciples on Duan Lingtian's side. As the saying goes, the winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. In addition, Duan Lingtian was in the right. Therefore, those who supported him naturally outnumbered those who supported Hong Su. Humph! To think that I treated Hong Su as my eldest senior brother. I didn't expect him to be so cruel to his fellow disciples. He didn't even hesitate to consume a forbidden pill to kill his fellow disciples. I was really blind before. Me too. In the past, I used to treat Hong Su as my idol. Now that I think about it, I feel disgusted. Why would I treat someone like that as my idol? There were also many Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who originally respected Hong Su who had turned against him. Hong Su's actions had hurt their hearts. Naturally, there were also a few Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples who found it strange that Hong Su killed Duan Lingtian. Logically speaking, both of them don't know each other at all. However, why would senior brother Hong Su kill Duan Lingtian? Moreover, he did not hesitate to consume a forbidden pill. How deep is the enmity between them? If there's enmity between them, senior brother Hong Su would have made his move on Duan Lingtian long ago. Why would he wait until Duan Lingtian was banished to the 4 symbols sanctum's first mind before he chased after him? You're right. I feel like something strange about this matter. Do you still remember that Elder Lin came to the residence of our Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples 2 days ago to look for senior brother Hong Su? You mean senior brother Hong Su killed Duan Lingtian under Elder Lian's orders? Sure. Lower your voice. Are you seeking death? These Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples were smart. They knew Hong Su's pursuit of Duan Lingtian to the 4 symbol sanctum's first mind to kill Duan Lingtian had something to do with their Black Turtle Sanctum's first silver flame Elder Lian. After all, the enmity between Li En and Duan Lingtian was not a secret in the Black Turtle Sanctum and the 4 symbol sanctums. However, Even though they knew about it, they did not dare to spread it. If they were caught by Li En, they would be severely punished, even if they did not die. They were not Duan Lingtian, so they did not dare to go against Li En. While the Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar over the matter between Duan Lingtian and Hong Su, the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Li En, had just returned from outside. As soon as he returned, he received news from the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind before he could even warm his seat. The source of the news was the person he had planted in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind. Useless trash. Li En cursed when he found out Hong Su had committed suicide and Duan Lingtian was safe and sound. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the new stone table in the front yard of Li An's residence that had just been replaced was once again smashed into pieces by his palm, turning into powder that scattered all over the ground. The trash that Li En was cursing was, naturally, Hong Su. Initially, he thought it would be easy for Hong Su to kill Duan Lingtian since he had the forbidden pill, the Kismet rejoining pill, that Hong Su's strength was close to the Saint Celestial stage. Who knew God would play a joke on him? Even Hong Su, who had consumed the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill, was not a match for Duan Lingtian. This was because Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. During the final moment of the death Duan Lingtian and Hong Su's battle, Duan Lingtian had transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. That was why he was able to withstand Hong Su's full force attack after consuming the forbidden pill, the Kismet reuniting pill. It was also the most critical moment. The failure of that attack meant Hong Su no longer had the chance to kill Duan Lingtian. And that Duan Lingtian, he's actually a 9-clawed dragon warrior. What did he do to deserve the legacy left behind by a 9-clawed divine dragon? Damn it, damn it. Li An's expression turned grave when he thought about how Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian must be eliminated. He must be eliminated before he grows stronger, Li En said through gritted teeth after he took a deep breath. In the past, the innate talent in the martial Tao and divine ability that Duan Lingtian had displayed was enough to make him wary. Now that he found out that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his heart could not help but tremble. He was even more wary of Duan Lingtian now. If the conflict between him and Duan Lingtian was only a minor one, perhaps he would have put down his pride and taken the initiative to seek peace with Duan Lingtian due to Duan Lingtian's identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior. After all, he did not know if Duan Lingtian had contacted the dragons or not. Although the current dragons were only slightly stronger than an ordinary first-rate force due to the fact that they only had a few 7-clawed divine dragons, the strength of the dragons was something that he could not help but be wary of. Even though any one of the 3 great sects was much stronger than the Dragon Clan, they did not dare to provoke the Dragon Clan. Dragons were an ancient and mysterious race. This clan had existed in the Tao martial Saint Land for a very long time. It had even surpassed the 3 great sects. Who would believe that such an ancient and mysterious clan did not have any trump cards? However, Li En knew very well what was going on. The conflict between him and Duan Lingtian had long since reached a point of no return. There was simply no room for negotiation. What he needed to do now was to kill the Duan Lingtian before the Duan Lingtian matured. Otherwise, once Duan Lingtian matured, he would be dead for sure. Before Hong Su committed suicide, he met eyes with Duan Lingtian for a while. I'm sure he must have communicated with Duan Lingtian via voice transmission during that period of time. Even though Li En wasn't present when Duan Lingtian and Hong Su fought, Li En didn't dare to offend Duan Lingtian. However, through the people he had planted in the Four Symbols Sanctum's first mind, he had learned about the entire situation. He had not missed out on any insignificant details. Humph, Hong Su must have sold me out. Moreover, if I'm not mistaken, he must have asked Duan Lingtian to help inform the Hong clan so that they can leave their homeland. However, does he really think I'll leave the Hong clan behind after he kills Duan Lingtian? I'm not so stupid that I don't even know the principle of eliminating the source of trouble. Lian snorted coldly as he narrowed his eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Just 2 days ago, after Hong Su had entered the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine, he had made a trip to the Hong clan and annihilated the entire clan. The Hong clan was located in the western region, and it was not far from Zoroastrianism. If he traveled at full speed, it would only take him half a day to reach the Hong clan. As for annihilating the entire clan, it would not even take him half a day. Currently, he had just returned from the Hong clan. I'm afraid Hong Su didn't expect that even if Duan Ling Tian really sent someone to the Hong clan to inform them, what awaited them was only a pile of ruins. When Lian reached this part of a sentence, the sneer on his face turned even more sinister. However, news of Duan Ling Tian being a 9-clawed dragon warrior and suspected to have obtained the inheritance of a 9-clawed divine dragon must be spread to the northern Plethor sect and Zhaochong. Li An's thoughts suddenly changed. When he muttered again, he could not help but think about some things. Currently, what we can be sure of is that ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into the Upper Province and Lower Province, there has never been a 9-clawed divine dragon. In other words, even if Duan Ling Tian obtained the 9-clawed divine dragon's inheritance, it's highly likely that he did not obtain it in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It's very likely that he obtained it in the Lower Province. Duan Ling Tian might be from the Lower Province as well. The moment Lian thought of this, he immediately took out an empty jade token and sent it to the first-rate force, the Northern Plethor sect, to pass it to Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethor sect. In the jade token, he also gave Zhao Chong a suggestion. If they could not find anything about Duan Ling Tian in the Upper Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, they could head to the Lower Province to search. Duan Ling Tian did not expect Lian to be so smart. Just based on the fact that he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior, he was able to deduce that he was from the Lower Province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Chapter 1981. 2 days later, Duan Ling Tian, who was in the punishment zone of the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine, met the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement elder Guoxiong again. Damn! However, Guoxiong's expression was grave. Elder Guoxiong! A bad feeling rose in Duan Ling Tian's heart when he saw Guoxiong's expression. When I arrived, the Hong clan was already in ruins. The entire Hong clan had been annihilated. Guoxiong said in a deep voice, actually before I arrived at the Hong clan, I already had my suspicions. As far as I know, Lian is a ruthless and meticulous person. Perhaps, from the moment he wanted to use Hong Su to deal with you, he had no intention of letting the Hong clan go. Even if Hong Su killed you, he wouldn't let the Hong clan go. This was because he was worried the Hong clan would seek revenge from him in the future. After all, there's no such thing as an absolute secret in this world. Sooner or later, the Hong clan would suspect him of Hong Su's death. As it turns out, my guess was right. Lian had already made his move and annihilated the Hong clan before I arrived. Guoxiong finished speaking in one breath. How ruthless! Duan Ling Tian's eyes narrowed, and his heart couldn't help but tremble as he deeply realized Li An's ruthlessness. The sense of danger he felt increased immediately. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, Hong Su, I've already fulfilled your request. Unfortunately, Lian has already made his move on your clan. However, you don't have to worry. It won't be long before I send Lian down to reunite with you. As Duan Ling Tian thought to himself, his eyes flashed coldly. He would kill Lian sooner or later. Suddenly, Guoxiong seemed to have thought of something. He said to Duan Ling Tian, apart from that, I plan to go to the Saint Land Enforcement Hall today and sue Lian for threatening Hong Su and sending him to the Four Symbol Sanctum's first mine to kill you. However, you must be mentally prepared. For this matter, The Holy Land Enforcement Hall will only punish Lian symbolically at most, and this matter won't spread. Can we spread the news ourselves? Duan Lingtian recalled the incident from before. It was precisely because he spread the news that Li En's eldest direct disciple, Wei He, was pushed into the limelight and caused Wei He to be executed. Don't be foolish. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he was rejected by Guoxiong. In the next moment, Guoxiong said solemnly, "This matter is completely different from the previous matter. The previous matter was more of an attempt by the St. Land's Enforcement Hall to protect their dignity. After all, Wei He's actions were a challenge to the authority of the Holy Land's Enforcement Hall. However, this matter is not as exaggerated as it seems. Even if news of this spread out, it's impossible for the Enforcement Hall to execute Li En. After all, Li En is a Silver Flame Elder, and he didn't kill you personally. The most important thing is that you are safe and sound." When Guoxiong reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a complicated gaze. "Unless you can get the dragons to intervene in this matter, perhaps the pressure from the dragons might be enough to make the Saint Land Enforcement Hall consider executing Li En." When Guoxiong met Duan Lingtian previously, he did not know Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. It was only when he returned today that he heard Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. With Duan Lingtian's identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, his position among the dragons was not low. It was comparable to an 8-clawed divine dragon. Dragons? Upon hearing Guoxiong's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but smile wryly as he shook his head. "Elder Guoxiong, I don't have any contact with the dragons. In fact, I don't even know where the dragons are. For this reason, it's impossible for me to ask the dragons to intervene in this matter. It seems like it's just as they guessed. You must have obtained the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon." Guoxiong sighed. Duan Lingtian remained silent. However, Guoxiong took this as a tacit agreement. "If I'm not mistaken, you must have obtained the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, right? As far as I know, ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, the upper and lower province, there has never been a 9-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land." Guoxiong speculated. Ever since the Dao Martial Saint Land was divided into two, the upper and lower province, there had never been a 9-clawed divine dragon in the Dao Martial Saint Land? Upon hearing Guoxiong's speculation, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. His expression turned grave immediately. Why didn't I think of this before?" At this moment, the reason Duan Lingtian's expression was so grave was because of Guoxiong's speculation. He was not surprised when others guessed he had obtained the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon. However, what did Guoxiong say earlier? Guoxiong actually guessed he had obtained the technique to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior from the Debussy subterranean. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew what this meant. If Guoxiong could guess it, how could Lian not? Moreover, Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, could not guess it as well? Damn it, why didn't I think of this earlier? If I knew transforming into a 9-clawed dragon warrior would expose my origins in the Debussy subterranean, I'd rather use the Jasper celestial sword than transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Duan Lingtian regretted it. He really regretted it now. He knew that by doing this he had left behind a hidden danger for his family and friends. This was equivalent to him providing Li En and Yang Chong with clues about his background. "Duan Lingtian, you." Guoxiong was puzzled when he saw the grave expression on Duan Lingtian's face. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled apologetically at Guoxiong. "Elder Guoxiong, thank you for everything you've done for me. I, Duan Lingtian, will remember this favor." "It's nothing." Guoxiong shook his head and smiled. Then his expression turned solemn as he said solemnly, "Duan Lingtian, with your strength, You'll definitely be able to pass the Saint Land's assessment soon and enter the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. However, you'll have to be careful when you become a Saint Land disciple. Now that you've exposed your identity as a 9-clawed dragon warrior, not only will he'll fight to the death with you, not be afraid of you, but he'll kill you at all costs. To him, as long as you're alive, he'll be in trouble sooner or later. For this reason, he won't show any mercy to you. Guo Xiong reminded him solemnly. I understand. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew this, but he did not care about it at all. What he was most worried about was not his own safety, but his family's safety. Elder Guo Xiong, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Duan Lingtian suddenly took a deep breath as though he had made up his mind. Then he prepared a voice transmission jade token and asked Guo Xiong to pass it to Zhu Luqi on his behalf. The content of the jade token was to ask Zhu Luqi to return to the Debussy subterranean and inform his family to leave the Azure Cloud Mansion as soon as possible to find a safe place to seek refuge. In the future, he would bring them out after he had dealt with all the threats. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian also asked Guo Xiong for help to secretly send Zhu Luqi to the inter-province transportation formation without Lian noticing anything. You're from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Although Guo Xiong was slightly surprised by this, he was not too surprised. After all, he had already guessed that Duan Lingtian had obtained the technique to transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior from the lower province, since the legacy of a 9-clawed divine dragon would usually only exist in the lower province. As for why Duan Lingtian asked him to send someone to the inter-province transportation formation, he could roughly guess the reason. You're worried that Li En and Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect, will go to the lower province to deal with your family and friends? Yes. Duan Lingtian trusted Guo Xiong. At the very least, he did not have any conflict with Guo Xiong. Moreover, Guo Xiong usually stood against Li, and so it was impossible for him to betray him. Please help me, Elder Guo Xiong. If this matter is successful, I'll owe you a huge favor. Elder Guo Xiong, I'll owe you a huge favor. Duan Lingtian said solemnly to Guo Xiong. He especially emphasized the words big favor. Even Guo Xiong did not know why, but when he heard the words huge favor from Duan Lingtian, he felt a little emotional. Perhaps it was because he could see that Duan Lingtian had a bright future, and the huge favor he promised Duan Lingtian would be more important in the future. To me, this matter is as easy as lifting a finger. I'll send him off right now. After Guo Xiong took the voice transmission jade token from Duan Lingtian, he left the 4-symbol sanctum's first mine and headed to the White Tiger Sanctum to look for Zhu Luqi. Duan Lingtian watched as Guo Xiong left. He only sighed in relief when Guo Xiong's silhouette disappeared from his sight. With Palace Master Zhu's warning, I'm sure Father knows what to do. It's a good thing that Elder Guo Xiong reminded me earlier. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that I'd inadvertently caused such a disaster. When Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but break out in cold sweat. If something went wrong, it would definitely cause a huge disaster. Actually, Duan Lingtian wanted to return to the lower province, personally. However, when he recalled that he was currently serving in the 4 symbols Sanctum's first mine and could not leave, he dismissed this thought. Moreover, even if he managed to comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in a few more days, he would definitely be targeted when he entered the Saint Land. It was impossible for him to leave the Zoroastrianism and head to the lower province without alerting Lian. I'll continue to comprehend the Black Turtle's Barrier. I'll definitely be able to comprehend it in 5 to 6 days at most. At that time, I'll be able to leave the 4 symbol sanctum's first mine and head to the Saint Land to become a Saint Land disciple. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he returned to the Primus house and the 4th level of the 7 treasures exquisite pagoda. The 5 to 6 days he mentioned referred to the time in the outside world. 5 to 6 days in the outside world was equivalent to 50 to 60 days in the fourth level of the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda. In other words, Duan Lingtian was confident he could successfully comprehend the number 1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in 2 months. Chapter 1982. 6 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Duan Lingtian appeared out of thin air in the only Primus room in the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind's punishment zone. After putting away the 7 treasures, Jewel Pagoda, Duan Lingtian pushed open the door and came to the front yard of the huge mansion. He raised his head to look at the sky and took a deep breath. The heavens do not disappoint those who work hard. I finally succeeded in comprehending it. Almost as soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, boundless sun saint power immediately swept out of his body through the 99 saint veins in his body. When it spread out, it formed a huge shadow around his body. It was the silhouette of a black tortoise. At the same time, the light of the sun saint force was faintly discernible on the black tortoise's shadow. The gigantic shadow of the black tortoise protected Duan Lingtian within, leaving no gaps. Clearly, this was the most powerful divine ability of the Black Turtle Sanctum, the Black Turtle's Barrier, that Duan Lingtian had successfully comprehended and mastered. It was also the number 1 divine ability of Zoroastrianism. Now, all the high-grade divine abilities I've mastered, offensive divine abilities, defensive divine abilities, movement divine abilities, and support divine abilities are all gathered. A satisfied smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face as he withdrew the black tortoise silhouette. Since I've successfully comprehended the black tortoise's barrier, there's no need for me to mine saint stones today. I can leave now. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up. He rose into the air and flew away from the residence of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the First Mind's punishment zone. In the past few days, although Duan Lingtian had been comprehending the divine ability, the Black Tortoise's Barrier, he still took some time out to mine saint stones to complete the missions given to the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples serving in the First Mind. Of course, while completing the mission, he also threw a lot of first-grade saint stones into the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. He found another quasi-celestial grade saint stone mine, but it was not as big as the one he found before. He casually threw it into the 7 treasures' exquisite pagoda. Where should we go now? After leaving the residence of the Four Symbols Sanctum's disciples in the First Mind's punishment zone, Duan Lingtian did not know where he could go to display his divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, in order to be pardoned. Finally, he went to the registration area of the new disciples in the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind. What a coincidence! The one on duty today was the same elder from the punishment district whom he had met the other day. The eyes of the punishment district's elder, who was wearing the exclusive uniform of the Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder, lit up when he saw Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a puzzled expression appeared on his face. Duan Lingtian, what's the matter? He had heard that Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior and that his strength was almost on par with a Saint Celestial Stage powerhouse after he transformed into a 9-clawed dragon warrior. Therefore, when facing the Duan Lingtian now, he was even more polite than before. Elder, I would like to ask, if I want to be pardoned by the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind, who should I look for? Duan Lingtian asked straightforwardly. Pardoned. The Vermilion Bird Sanctum's bronze flame elder was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he smiled wryly. Duan Lingtian, I know you're very strong. However, if you want to be pardoned, you'll have to pass the Saint Land's assessment and become a Saint Land disciple first. When you participate in the Saint Land's assessment, you can apply to leave the punishment zone of the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind temporarily. The vermilion bird sanctum's bronze flame elder explained patiently. Elder, as far as I know, if one manages to comprehend the divine ability from one of the sanctum's most treasured sanctums, one can be pardoned directly, right? I remember senior brother Sun did the same. Duan Lingtian said again. Gasp! The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the vermilion bird sanctum's bronze flame elder narrowed his eyes immediately. At the same time, he gasped in shock. YUV successfully comprehended the black turtle sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. Yes. As Duan Lingtian nodded, the sun saint energy on his body surged out and transformed into the silhouette of a gigantic black turtle. It's really the black turtle's barrier. The vermilion bird sanctum's bronze flame elder could not help but gasp when he saw the black turtle's silhouette. In less than a month, 2 black turtle sanctum's disciples had successfully comprehended the black turtle's barrier. The black turtle's barrier! Did they not say that the black turtle sanctum's most treasured divine ability was the most difficult to comprehend? Was this a joke? Since Duan Lingtian had comprehended the black turtle sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, the rest was easy. The vermilion bird sanctum's bronze flame elder at the registration office contacted another punishment zone's elder and asked him to bring Duan Lingtian to the St. Land's silver flame elder, who was in charge of pardoning. As long as Duan Lingtian cast the black turtle sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, in front of the silver flame elder, he would be pardoned and be able to leave the 4 symbols sanctum's first mind to head to the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. Whoosh! Under the silver flame elder's watchful eyes, Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the black turtle's barrier again. A gigantic black turtle's silhouette appeared and protected him. Upon seeing this, even the Saint Land's silver flame elder could not help but gasp. Duan Lingtian, you really live up to your reputation. I heard that you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities. Now that you've mastered a high-grade defensive divine ability, you've mastered 4 types of high-grade divine abilities. An envious expression could be seen on the silver flame elder's face as he spoke. Even he had only mastered 2 high-grade divine abilities. However, the person in front of him had mastered a total of 4 high-grade abilities, and they were all different types of high-grade abilities. Offensive divine ability, defensive divine ability, movement divine ability, assist type divine ability. He was envious and jealous of Duan Lingtian for having all 4 of them. This is the pardon document. From now on, you no longer have to serve in the 4 symbols sanctum's first mind. The silver flame elder raised his hand and handed the pardon document to Duan Lingtian. With this pardon document, Duan Lingtian would no longer be obstructed when he left the 4 symbols sanctum's first mind. Otherwise, he would have been stopped by the patrolling elders of the 4 symbols sanctum's first mind before he could leave. Duan Lingtian, you've already successfully comprehended the black turtle sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, so you can head to the Saint Land directly. As long as you cast the divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, in front of the patrolling elders of the Saint Land, he'll bring you to the Saint Land to register as a Saint Land disciple. Before that, if you have any trivial matters to attend to in the black turtle sanctum, it's best for you to return first. After all, once you become a Saint Land disciple, it'll be difficult for you to return to the 4 symbols sanctums. The silver flame elder reminded Duan Lingtian before he left. However, Duan Lingtian did not have any trivial matters to attend to in the black turtle sanctum. For this reason, after he left the 4 symbols sanctum's first mind, he directly made his way to the Saint Land. Soon after, he was stopped by the patrolling elders of the Saint Land. After Duan Lingtian cast the divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, the patrolling elders brought him into the Saint Land. It was Duan Lingtian's first time in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. He looked around curiously. The saint land of Zoroastrianism was a barren desert. There were mountains and rivers, but there was not even a hint of green. In this barren land, apart from the mountains and rivers, the most common thing one could see was red. From afar, the red color looked like red flowers. However, they were not real flowers. For humans, it was a very representative thing. Without it, survival would be a problem. Flames. The red flowers that filled the ancient and mysterious barren land were the flames that humans relied on to survive. Especially in this desert, the flames were like a veil of mystery and supremacy. Spacious altars could be seen everywhere in this barren land. In the center of these altars, there were large braziers that were held up by brackets. Dazzling flames rose from the braziers, and a scorching aura swept out. It turned into heat waves that hit the people in the surroundings, causing many of them to break out in cold sweat. However, these people did not feel uncomfortable or disgusted. Instead, they prostrated themselves on the ground and kowtowed to the braziers. To be more precise, they were kowtowing to the flames that rose from the braziers. Upon closer inspection, one could see their eyes were filled with reverence when they looked at the flames. It was as though each of them was a devout believer of the flames, and the flames were their religion. This was indeed the case. These people were natives of the saint land of Zoroastrianism. They were ordinary people who were self-sufficient and lived in seclusion. They believed in the flames, and they were the most devout believers of the flames. In their eyes, the flames were everything. Only with the flames could there be a world. Is this how the Christian name of Zoroastrianism came about? Duan Lingtian thought to himself as he looked at the group of people who were devoutly worshipping the flames. Duan Lingtian continued to follow the saint land's patrolling elder. Behind the barren land, a group of active volcanoes appeared. The peaks of the volcanoes continued to spit out scorching flames. Every time it spat out flames, it would fill the sky with a red glow, causing the surrounding environment to become extremely bright. In the saint land of Zoroastrianism, due to the existence of these volcanoes, there's never night. Perhaps night will only truly descend when these active volcanoes no longer spit out flames. The saint land's patrolling elder explained. That volcano! Soon after, Duan Lingtian saw a gigantic volcano. This volcano was surrounded by active volcanoes that continued to spit out flames. It was like a moon surrounded by stars. It was like an emperor. However, since it did not spit out flames, it formed a strong contrast with the active volcanoes around it. This volcano is also an active volcano. However, the frequency of its spitting flames is not high. It only spits out flames once a month. As though he saw Duan Lingtian's confusion, the saint land's patrolling elder explained. Chapter 1983. Upon hearing the saint land's patrolling elder's words, Duan Lingtian nodded before he continued to look up. In the sky above the gigantic volcano, there were islands floating in the air. On these islands, there were sparse clusters of buildings. The floating islands surrounded a huge floating island in the middle, like stars surrounding the moon. This enormous floating island was the main island. That huge floating island is the main island of the fire worship sex saint land. It's where you'll be staying. You'll be staying there as well, the saint land's patrolling elder explained to Duan Lingtian. As for the islands around the main island, they're the residences of the bronze flame elders and true disciples of the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Every bronze flame elder and true disciple has their own independent island. The saint land's patrolling elder continued to explain. True disciple? Duan Lingtian knew about the bronze flame elders. However, this was his first time hearing about true disciples. He could not help but look at the saint land's patrolling elder in confusion. Elder, what's the deal with true disciples? In response to Duan Lingtian's question, the St. Lands patrolling elder replied in a timely manner. True disciples are the most outstanding disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. They're also the future pillars of Zoroastrianism. There are two ways to become a true disciple. The first way is to possess an indigo innate spiritual root or above and have a cultivation base at the divine saint stage or above. The second way is to have a cultivation base at the saint celestial stage. A monstrous genius with an indigo innate spiritual root or above have a cultivation base at the saint celestial stage? Upon hearing the Saint Lands patrolling elder's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened immediately. He finally understood the significance of being a true disciple in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. A true disciple was equivalent to the future of Zoroastrianism. As such, it was understandable that each of them had an independent island around the main island as a place of cultivation. Elder. All of a sudden, Duan Lingtian seemed to have recalled something. He asked again, Don't tell me the Silver Flame Elders, Golden Flame Elders, Guardians, Vice Sect Leaders, and Sect Leader of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism are all staying on the main island? As he spoke, Duan Lingtian looked at the gigantic floating island in front of him. Of course not. The Saint Lands patrolling elder shook his head and said, In our fire worship sect, those who are Silver Flame Elders and above usually stay on the otherworldly island. Otherworldly island. Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Come with me. The Saint Lands patrolling elder called out to Duan Lingtian before he soared up into the sky. Duan, Duan, Duan. After a short while, Duan Lingtian discovered the Saint Lands patrolling elder had brought him up to the sky. They continued to fly even after they had surpassed the height of the main island. At the same time, the main island's full view appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. In terms of size, the main island was not as big as the Black Turtle Sanctum that Duan Lingtian was in previously. There were mountains and rivers on the main island. Apart from that, one could also see many green plants. Apart from that, there were also various buildings. The buildings were scattered everywhere in an orderly manner. When one looked at it from afar, it gave off a comfortable feeling. Don't tell me the otherworldly island is above the clouds in the sky? Duan Lingtian could not help but wonder when he saw the Saint Lands patrolling elder flying through the clouds and reaching a higher altitude. When he saw the scenery behind the Saint Lands patrolling elder, he realized he had guessed correctly. These are the otherworldly islands. After flying through the clouds and reaching a higher altitude, Duan Lingtian's attention was focused on the floating islands in the distance. These floating islands were located above the clouds above the main island of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. They were located at 4 different levels. At the highest point, there was only one floating island. Below that, there were a total of 5 floating islands. Below that, there were a total of 10 floating islands. Below that, there were a total of 50 floating islands. That's right. These are the otherworldly islands. The Saint Lands patrolling elder nodded. Look at the otherworldly island at the highest point. That's where Lord Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism cultivates. Lord Sect Leader is currently in closed-door cultivation there. The Saint Lands patrolling elder had a respectful expression on his face when he mentioned the Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism. Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism. Upon hearing the Saint Lands patrolling elder's words, Duan Lingtian's eyes suddenly narrowed. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes. Currently, it was precisely because the Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism had not come out of closed-door cultivation that his wife and daughter were only imprisoned in the St. Lands Law Enforcement Hall. They were not executed. However, once the Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism came out of closed-door cultivation, his wife and daughter would face execution. The outcome of the execution would definitely be death. If possible, he really hoped that the Sect Leader of Zoroastrianism would never come out of closed-door cultivation. However, he also knew that it was destined to be a delusion. The 5 otherworldly islands below are the cultivation places of the 2 deputy sect leaders and 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism. The Saint Lands patrolling elder continued. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also regained his senses. He had heard of the 2 deputy sect leaders of Zoroastrianism before. As for the 3 guardians, they were even more well known. It was said that the 3 guardians of Zoroastrianism were the senior powerhouses of Zoroastrianism. Their positions in Zoroastrianism were as high as the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Xiazong. When Duan Lingtian thought about the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism, he could not help but recall the Zhuangzi Buddhism elder Xiazong who had snatched his devil seal tablet and killed Elder Ku in the Azure Cloud Mansion in the lower province. As far as he knew, Xiazong was the son of the Golden Lion King, one of the 4 kings of Zhuangzi Buddhism. Duan Lingtian had long regarded Xiazong as his mortal enemy. However, since Xiazong was too strong, he could only bury this hatred in the depths of his heart for now. However, when he was strong enough, he would definitely look for Xiazong and kill him to avenge Elder Ku and take back the Devil Seal tablet. Xiazong, just you wait. It won't be long before I come looking for you. At that time, I'll let you know that even an ant in your eyes can take your life. Duan Lingtian swore as his eyes gleamed coldly. At the same time, the Saint Lands patrolling elder's voice continued to enter Duan Lingtian's ears, causing Duan Lingtian to regain his senses. The 10 islands below are the cultivation grounds of the 10 Golden Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism. However, most of the time these 10 islands are empty since the 10 Golden Flame Elders are either in charge of the 4 symbol sanctums or in the minds of the 4 symbol sanctums. Since you're from the 4 symbol sanctums, I'm sure you know how important the 4 symbol sanctums and the minds of the 4 symbol sanctums are to Zoroastrianism. The Saint Lands patrolling elder continued to speak. Duan Lingtian nodded. Naturally, he knew about this. In Zoroastrianism, the 4 symbol sanctums was not only a place that provided the Saint Land with new blood, but it was also the gateway to Zoroastrianism. If someone attacked the Zoroastrianism, the 4 symbol sanctums would be the first to bear the brunt of the attack. It was reassuring to have the 4 Golden Flame Elders in charge of such an important place. As for the minds of the 4 symbol sanctums, they were the second gateway to Zoroastrianism. Once the 4 symbols sanctums fell, they would have to fend off the next wave of attacks. Moreover, there were first-grade saint stones reserves in each of the mines. For this reason, the minds of the 4 symbol sanctums were guarded by the remaining 6 Golden Flame Elders of Zoroastrianism. For this reason, it was rare to see Golden Flame Elders in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Usually, the 10 Golden Flame Elders would stay in the 4 symbol sanctums and the minds of the 4 symbol sanctums. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, the people in charge were mostly Silver Flame Elders and Bronze Flame Elders. The group of Silver Flame Elders and Bronze Flame Elders in the Saint Land was directly led by the 2 vice sect leaders of Zoroastrianism. In Zoroastrianism, after the sect leader and guardians, the 2 vice sect leaders were the most powerful. They were even stronger than the 10 Golden Flame Elders. For this reason, having them guard the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism would form the 3rd line of defense for Zoroastrianism. If a strong enemy attacked, the 3 lines of defense would be able to hold on until the 3 most powerful guardians and the sect leader of Zoroastrianism personally made a move. Zoroastrianism is indeed one of the 3 most powerful forces in the Tao martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. As for the remaining 50 islands, I'm sure you can guess that those are the residences of the Silver Flame Elders. The Saint Lands patrolling elder continued. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, he had guessed it. It's all right to look at these islands from afar. However, if we get any closer, let alone you, even I will be severely punished if I'm caught. When the Saint Lands patrolling elder reached this point, a hint of dread could be seen in his eyes. The Saint Lands patrolling elder was merely a bronze flame elder in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. He was not qualified to cultivate on the islands. Let's go. I'll bring you to register. The registration office for our Zoroastrianism's saint land is on the main island. The saint land's patrolling elder called out to Duan Lingtian again. The moment his words left his mouth, he took the lead to descend from the sky and flew toward the main island in the distance. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingtian naturally followed suit. When they arrived near the main island, Duan Lingtian saw many figures passing by in a hurry. These people were wearing the Saint Land's disciple uniform. It was obvious they were Saint Land disciples. A fiery red flame was embroidered on the chest of the Saint Land's disciple uniform. It was a seal. This was something that the four symbol sanctums did not have. The Saint Land's silver flame elder in the punishment zone of the four symbol sanctums first mine and this Saint Land's patrolling elder also have this seal on their uniforms. It seems like this is the symbol of the Saint Land's elders and disciples. Chapter 1984. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had already changed back to the uniform of a black turtle sanctum's disciple. Naturally, he attracted the attention of many Saint Land disciples when he appeared together with a Saint Land bronze flame elder, a black turtle sanctum's disciple. Some of the Saint Land disciples' eyes landed on Duan Lingtian's exclusive uniform. They could see through his background. A few days ago, a black turtle sanctum's disciple entered the Saint Land and became a Saint Land disciple because he comprehended the treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier. It has only been 2 weeks. Why is there another black turtle sanctum's disciple here? A Saint Land disciple said in surprise. Although they were far away, Duan Lingtian still heard his words. Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew the Saint Land disciple was talking about Sunda, who was also a black turtle sanctum's disciple. Sunda had successfully comprehended the treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, in the black turtle sanctum. Not only was he pardoned in the four symbol sanctum's first mine, but he was even allowed to enter the Saint Land and become a Saint Land disciple. In fact, Sunda was the reason Duan Lingtian was able to appear here today. After all, if Sunda had not cast the black turtle's barrier in front of him, he would not have been able to comprehend it so quickly. Don't tell me this black turtle sanctum's disciple has also comprehended the treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier? After all, the Saint Land assessment won't begin for a while. The four symbol sanctum's disciples who are allowed to enter the Saint Land must have comprehended one of the treasured divine abilities in the four symbol sanctums or be recommended by the sanctum leader of the black turtle sanctum. Another Saint Land disciple chimed in. However, many Saint Land disciples scoffed at this Saint Land disciple's words. He has also comprehended the black turtle's barrier? I think you're thinking too much. That's right. The black turtle's barrier is not as simple as the treasured divine ability in the black turtle sanctum. It's also the number one defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. Among the high-grade divine abilities in the fire worship sect, the difficulty of comprehending it is definitely in the top tier. It's not easy to comprehend the black turtle's barrier. In my opinion, this black turtle sanctum's disciple must have been recommended by the sanctum leader of the black turtle sanctum because of his high innate talent. I think so too. The group of Saint Land disciples discussed among themselves. Based on their words, they seem to have confirmed that Duan Lingtian was recommended by the sanctum leader of the black turtle sanctum. In the face of such a misunderstanding, Duan Lingtian only smiled calmly, not minding at all. The patrolling elder of the Holy Land beside him shook his head inwardly when he heard the discussions of the Holy Land disciples, because he knew very well in his heart the black turtle sanctum's disciple next to him was not recommended by the sanctum leader of the black turtle sanctum. Instead, it was because this disciple had displayed the black turtle sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the black turtle's barrier, that the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum had personally brought this disciple to the main island of the Saint Land for registration. This was also one of his duties as the patrolling elder of the Holy Land. So many people. When Duan Lingtian and the patrolling elder of the Holy Land passed by the square in the middle of the Saint Island, they noticed many people had gathered there. At first glance, there were at least 1,000 people. 1,000 people might not be a big deal in any of the 4 symbol sanctums. However, what was this place? This was the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Generally speaking, Zoroastrianism disciples who could enter the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism would be recommended by the sanctum leaders of the 4 symbol sanctums to become a disciple of the Saint Land unless they possessed monstrous innate talent as soon as they entered the Zoroastrianism. It was either that or they possessed monstrous innate talent and managed to comprehend the treasured divine ability of one of the 4 symbol sanctums before their cultivation base was at the mastery quintessential saint stage. Otherwise, they would need to have a cultivation base at the mastery quintessential saint stage or above to pass the Saint Land's assessment and become a disciple of the Saint Land. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian was surprised to see 1,000 people in the Saint Island Square. The 1,000 people in the Saint Island Square were definitely not all the Saint Land's disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. Based on this, there must be at least a few thousand Saint Land's disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. What did it mean to have a few thousand people at the mastery quintessential saint stage or above? This is the central square of the main island of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. It's usually the busiest place here. Apart from the various palaces, it's also the place where the Saint Land's disciples discuss their martial arts. Many Saint Land's disciples who have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation would gather here to join in the fun. Who knows, they might be enlightened and find an opportunity to improve their cultivation base. At the same time, the Saint Land's patrolling elder's voice resonated in the air, allowing Duan Lingtian to know where he was. The central square of the Saint Island. Elder, how many Saint Land's disciples are there in the Saint Land? Duan Lingtian asked as he looked at the 1,000 people in the central square again. What's wrong? Are you shocked to see that there are more than 1,000 people in the central square? The Saint Land's patrolling elder asked with a smile. Yes. Duan Lingtian did not deny it. If there are more than 1,000 Saint Land's disciples in the central square, there must be at least 3,000 to 5,000 Saint Land's disciples in the Saint Land, right? Duan Lingtian speculated as he waited for the Saint Land's patrolling elder's reply. It's not as exaggerated as 3,000 to 5,000. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Saint Land's patrolling elder shook his head. I've already told you that many Saint Land's disciples who have reached a bottleneck in their cultivation would gather in the central square. Their purpose is simple. They want to interact with the other Saint Land's disciples and be enlightened by the other Saint Land's disciples' words. From there, they'll find an opportunity to improve their cultivation base. The improvement mentioned here does not only refer to cultivation, but also martial arts techniques and even divine abilities. I'm sure you know that 99% of the Saint Land's disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land are at the mastery quintessential saint stage or above. Some of them are at the mastery quintessential saint stage, but most of them are at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. Most of the Saint Land's disciples at the peak of the quintessential saint stage have been stuck at the peak of the quintessential saint stage for hundreds or even thousands of years. If they haven't broken through to the saint celestial stage, they won't be able to become a true disciple or a bronze flame elder. The Saint Land's patrolling elder said, slowly. Duan Lingtian nodded. Regarding this, he could understand. After all, not all Saint Land's disciples at the peak of the quintessential saint stage could break through to the saint celestial stage. One had to rely on innate talent and fortuitous encounters to break through to the saint celestial stage. Innate talent accounted for more than 90% of the time. Generally speaking, those with green innate spiritual roots or lower would not be able to break through to the saint celestial stage unless they had fortuitous encounters. Even for those with green innate spiritual roots, it was not easy for them to break through to the saint celestial stage. Only those with blue innate spiritual roots or higher would be able to break through to the saint celestial stage without facing any major bottlenecks. Naturally, this meant there were no major bottlenecks. Due to various reasons, one would more or less encounter a minor bottleneck. Take Duan Lingtian, for example. Although he possessed a blue innate spiritual root, his cultivation base was only at the peak of the divine saint stage. However, due to the fact that his cultivation speed was too fast, it would be difficult for him to break through to the exemplary saint stage in a short period of time before his cultivation base at the peak of the divine saint stage stabilized. This was the small bottleneck. Actually, the thousands of Saint Lan's disciples gathered in the central square account for more than half of the Saint Lan's disciples. There are over 2,000 Saint Lan's disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. When the Saint Lan's patrolling elder spoke again, Duan Lingtian realized he had guessed wrongly. However, even if he guessed wrongly, the number of Saint Lan's disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism still shocked him. This meant there were about 2,000 people at the mastery quintessential saint stage, or above, in the Zoroastrianism. Most of them were at the peak of the quintessential saint stage. As expected of one of the three most powerful sects in the upper province of the Tao martial Saint Land. With such a foundation and strength, it's not something a first-rate force can compare to, let alone those forces that are weaker than a first-rate force. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, put everything else aside for now. According to the information he had obtained from the Black Turtle Sanctum's enforcement Elder Guoxiong, the Hong Clan's Hong Clan was in the Hong Kong clan. The Hong Clan behind Hong Su, whom Lian had threatened to kill him, was one of the third-rate forces in the upper province of the Tao martial Saint Land. However, such a force was annihilated by a Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism alone. Although the Silver Flame Elder who attacked was powerful and could be considered as one of the best among the Silver Flame Elders in the Zoroastrianism, this was enough to show the difference between a third-rate force and a Zoroastrianism. A slightly stronger Silver Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism is able to annihilate a third-rate force in the upper province on his own. Doesn't this mean a slightly stronger Golden Flame Elder from the Zoroastrianism would also be able to annihilate a second-rate force in the upper province on his own? If they send out the vice sect leader or the three great guardians, it wouldn't be difficult for them to annihilate a first-rate force. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he could not help but gasp inwardly. At the same time, he was deeply aware of how terrifying Zoroastrianism was. Put aside the Saint Land disciples from the Zoroastrianism. Just the high-ranking officials from the Zoroastrianism were all powerful people who could do whatever they wanted in the upper province of the Tao martial Saint Land. As for the palaces around the central square, you can come and learn about them yourself after you've registered as a Saint Land disciple. The Saint Land's patrolling elder said to Duan Lingtian before he brought Duan Lingtian to the registration office for new disciples of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land. They did not stop along the way. What's your name? When they were about to arrive at the registration office for new disciples of the Zoroastrianism Saint Land, the Saint Land's patrolling elder suddenly looked at Duan Lingtian and asked without any warning. Ever since Duan Lingtian came to the Saint Land and cast the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, in front of him, the Saint Land's elder was stunned. It was only now that he realized. Chapter 1985. Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian smiled in response to the Saint Land's patrolling elder's question. He had a good impression of this patrolling elder, who had patiently introduced him to the saint land of Zoroastrianism, Duan Lingtian. However, as soon as Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the Saint Land's patrolling elder suddenly came to a halt. His eyes widened as he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. You're Duan Lingtian? The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, who can transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior, went against the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder and offended the Northern Plether Sect's 5th Elder as soon as he entered the Fire Worship Sect? Elder, you've heard of me? Duan Lingtian was equally shocked when he saw how shocked the Saint Land's patrolling elder was. His name had even spread to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Of course, I've heard of you. The Saint Land's patrolling elder nodded before he said with a wry smile on his face, Put aside the fact that everyone in the 4 Symbols Sanctums knows about you, Duan Lingtian, even in our Saint Land, apart from those who are in closed-door cultivation and those who are oblivious to the outside world. I'm afraid there aren't many who haven't heard of you. Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, who mastered the Black Turtle Sanctum's divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, would be you, Duan Lingtian. As far as I know, you've already mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities before this. They're an offensive divine ability, a movement divine ability, and an assist-type divine ability. Now, you've even mastered the Black Turtle Sanctum's divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, as well as the number 1 divine ability in Zoroastrianism. You've mastered all 4 types of high-grade divine abilities. Put everything else aside in terms of divine ability comprehension. I'm afraid only Lord, Sect Leader, and the 3 Guardians in Zoroastrianism can compare to you. Even the 2 vice leaders of our Zoroastrianism are not as good as you in this regard. When the Saint Land's patrolling elder reached the end of his sentence, his eyes were filled with envy as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Compared to Duan Lingtian, he felt that he had wasted all these years of his life. As a bronze flame elder of the Saint Land, he had only mastered 1 high-grade divine ability. Compared to Duan Lingtian, the difference was like heaven and earth. Fortunately, his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root, and his cultivation base is only at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. I wonder if he'll be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage. At the same time, the patrolling elders secretly rejoiced. When he thought about how Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root, he felt much better. Although he was a Saint Land Bronze Flame Elder, he possessed a green innate spiritual root. He was much stronger than Duan Lingtian in this regard. However, the patrolling elders of the Saint Land did not expect Duan Lingtian to possess a yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was no longer a yellow innate spiritual root. Duan Lingtian's innate spiritual root was currently a blue innate spiritual root. It was a grade higher than the green innate spiritual root. In the entire Zoroastrianism, there were only a few dozen people who possessed a blue innate spiritual root. Apart from that, as long as a person with a blue innate spiritual root did not die prematurely, he would be able to become a silver flame elder or even a golden flame elder in the Zoroastrianism in the future. Elder, you flatter me. I was just lucky. Duan Lingtian smiled indifferently when he sensed the envious and jealous gazes from the Saint Land Enforcement Elder. He appeared very calm. The Saint Land's patrolling elders had a better impression of Duan Lingtian when they saw how calm he was. At the same time, they could not help but sigh inwardly. Duan Lingtian has a monstrous innate talent for divine abilities, and he's a good person as well. Unfortunately, God didn't bestow him with monstrous innate talent for divine abilities, but not for martial Tao. Otherwise, he would have definitely become a prodigy of Zoroastrianism in the future. A prodigy was also known as a prodigy. In Zoroastrianism, only young prodigies with indigo innate spiritual roots were qualified to be called a prodigy. Naturally, being a prodigy was only a title. It could be used anywhere. However, Those who were given the title of prodigy were like cranes in a flock of chickens. They were either extremely talented or powerful. Previously, before the Tao Martial Saint Land was divided into the upper province and the lower province, there was only one prodigy in the world. During that time, there was only one person in the Tao Martial Saint Land who was qualified to be called a prodigy. He was none other than the prodigy, sword saint, Feng Qingyang. It was also during that era that he was a legendary figure who stunned the entire era. Let's go. The Saint Land's new disciple registration area is just ahead. After the Saint Land's patrolling elders called out to Duan Lingtian, they took the lead and descended. Naturally, Duan Lingtian followed suit. The Saint Land's new disciple registration area was located in a side hall. It was very inconspicuous. If Duan Lingtian were to look for it himself, he might not be able to find it. Elder Xiaozhen, aren't you supposed to be patrolling today? Why are you here? When Duan Lingtian followed the Saint Land's patrolling elders into the side hall, he heard a loud voice coming from inside. It was a middle-aged man behind the counter in the side hall who was greeting the Saint Land's patrolling elders. This middle-aged man was dressed exactly like the Saint Land's patrolling elders. He was also a Saint Land's bronze flame elder. Elder Xiaojin? At this moment, Duan Lingtian finally found out the name of the Saint Land's patrolling elders who had brought him here. Elder Dingzhong. As the saying goes, one never visits a temple without a cause. I'm here to send him here. Now that he's here, it's time for me to return to my patrolling duties, Elder Xiaozhen said. The patrolling elder of the Holy Land, Xiaozhen, said. After he finished speaking, he first greeted the middle-aged man before looking at Duan Lingtian and saying with a smile, I'll be leaving first. Elder Dingzhong will make the arrangements for you. Thank you, Elder Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen left swiftly amidst Duan Lingtian's thanks. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man behind the counter, the Saint Land's bronze flame Elder Dingzhong, who was in charge of the new disciple registration, began to size up Duan Lingtian, Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple. When Dingzhong saw the uniform Duan Lingtian was wearing, he raised an eyebrow before a smile appeared on his face. In his opinion, since this Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple was sent here by the Saint Land's patrolling elders before the Saint Land's assessment, he must have been recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum and possessed the recommendation document from the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Such existences were generally extremely monstrous existences. They must have at least a martial genius with a blue innate spiritual root or higher. Even if such a person had not matured yet, he was already worthy of Dingzhong's respect and flattery. In fact, as long as such a person did not die prematurely, he would at least become a silver flame elder or even a golden flame elder in the Zoroastrianism when he matured in the future. There was a saying that went well, "You may ignore me today, but you won't be able to reach me tomorrow." Due to this reason, Dingzhong wanted to build a good relationship with this genius disciple from the Black Turtle Sanctum before he matured. Dingzhong immediately said to Duan Lingtian warmly and politely, "Little brother, take out the recommendation document that Sanctum Leader Wu gave you. I'll register it for you now." The Sanctum Leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum had the surname Wu. Duan Lingtian knew about this. Initially, Duan Lingtian was puzzled by Dingzhong's enthusiasm. However, when he heard Dingzhong's words, he realized Dingzhong had misunderstood. Dingzhong must have misunderstood him as a genius disciple recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Due to this reason, Dingzhong was so friendly to him. "Elder Dingzhong, I think you've misunderstood. I don't have the recommendation document," Duan Lingtian said. "You don't have the recommendation document?" Duan Lingtian's words not only stunned Dingzhong, but even the two young men standing near Dingzhong were stunned as well. After a while, Dingzhong regained his senses and continued to say, "Little brother, stop joking. The fact that you're here before the Saint Land's assessment shows that you're qualified to enter the Saint Land in advance and become a Saint Land disciple. if you're not recommended by Sanctum Leaderwoo. Don't tell me you've also successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier? When Ding Zhong reached the end of his sentence, he began to laugh. Even he felt it was unrealistic. The other two young men nodded as well. They also felt it was unrealistic. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian did not say anything. Instead, he directly cast the divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, as a response to Ding Zhong. Whoosh! At this moment, the Sun Saint energy on Duan Lingtian's body suddenly rose before it spread out and transformed into the silhouette of a gigantic black turtle that shielded him. When Ding Zhong and the other two saw this, their expressions froze immediately. At this moment, they felt as though thousands of horses were galloping wildly in their hearts. How was this possible? In less than half a month before the Saint Land's assessment began, 2 Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples had arrived. Both of them had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier? Since when was it so easy to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier? Was it still the #1 defensive divine ability of Zoroastrianism? Ding Zhong was stunned. The 2 young men were stunned as well. Elder Ding Zhong, can you register me now? It was only when Duan Lingtian spoke that Ding Zhong snapped out of his daze. Yes, of course. At this moment, a smile appeared on Ding Zhong's face again. Someone who could successfully comprehend the #1 defensive divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier, from Zoroastrianism was also worthy of his respect. As long as such a person's martial Tao innate talent was not too bad, his future achievements would not be inferior to his. Little brother, what's your name? Before registering Duan Lingtian, Ding Zhong asked as a routine. Although it was just a routine, there was a warm smile on his face from the beginning to the end. It gave Duan Lingtian a feeling of being at home. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 1986. The name Duan Lingtian was not unfamiliar to Ding Zhong. Although this name had become famous in the fire worship sect recently, it did not mean that it would be impossible for the fire worship sect to become famous. However, since the owner of this name only had a yellow innate spiritual root, he did not take this person seriously. He had even told more than one person, Duan Lingtian was just a mediocre person who got lucky. A mediocre person would always be a mediocre person. Even if he was lucky for a moment, he would still be a pile of mud that couldn't be supported. So what if he was talented in divine ability? Without the support of martial arts talent, it would be difficult for one to achieve great things. So what if he could transform into a 9-clawed dragon warrior? A mediocre person with a yellow innate spiritual root would not be treated as an 8-clawed divine dragon, even if he was a 9-clawed dragon warrior. The 8-clawed divine dragon was not only a symbol of status, but also a symbol of strength. In fact, the reason why the 8-clawed divine dragon had such a lofty status among dragons was because of their martial talent and strength. In Ding Zhong's opinion, these were also things that the Duan Lingtian did not have. Among the dragons, only the strong were respected. The weak would never be recognized by the dragons. So you're Duan Lingtian. In the blink of an eye, Ding Zhong's expression changed. The smile on his face was no longer there, replaced by indifference. Although he had heard that Duan Lingtian's strength was extremely close to the Saint Celestial stage, he still did not take Duan Lingtian seriously. In his opinion, that was the limit of the Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. His cultivation base was already at the peak of the exemplary saint stage. Even if he managed to break through to the quintessential saint stage, it would still be difficult for him. At the end of their lives, their strength would at most be comparable to the first form of the saint celestial stage. Such an existence was simply not worthy of Ding Zhong taking the initiative to curry favor with. Seeing the sudden change in Ding Zhong's expression, Duan Lingtian was at a loss. A moment later, as if realizing something, Duan Lingtian shrugged. The corners of his mouth curled into a faint, helpless smile, but in the end he did not say anything. Duan Lingtian was not a fool. He could roughly guess the reason why Ding Zhong had tried to curry favor with him. Ding Zhong must have felt that his future was limitless and wanted to seize the opportunity to curry favor with him in advance so that there wouldn't be any opportunities in the future. And now, Ding Zhong's change in expression came from him saying his name. Suddenly he realized something. At this moment, in Ding Zhong's eyes, he was no longer worth fawning over. As for the reason, there were only two reasons. First, Ding Zhong, like most people in Zoroastrianism, thought he only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Secondly, Ding Zhong did not think that he could defeat Lin. He felt that he would die in the middle of the battle. No matter what the reason was, there was a common fact. Currently, in Ding Zhong's eyes, he had lost the value of fawning over him. It was precisely because of this that Ding Zhong's attitude towards him had undergone such a drastic change. How realistic! Although Duan Lingtian had seen many similar situations along the way, he could not help but shake his head and sigh when he saw this. Naturally, he did not care. It did not matter if Ding Zhong's attitude toward him was friendly or not. It was fine as long as Ding Zhong obediently completed the registration process for him and did not cause any trouble for him. Fortunately, although Ding Zhong was snobbish, he did not make things difficult for Duan Lingtian during the registration process. After Ding Zhong finished registering Duan Lingtian, he looked at the young man on his left and said, "Bring him a few Saint Lan disciples' uniforms." As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at the other young man and said, "Prepare a Saint Lan disciple's identity token and a crystal card to store contribution points for him." Yes, the two young men were Ding Zhong's assistants at the Saint Lan disciple registration office. Naturally, they would carry out Ding Zhong's orders unconditionally. Perhaps it was due to Ding Zhong's influence when they looked at Duan Lingtian from the corner of their eyes. There was a hint of disdain in their eyes. Duan Lingtian acted as if he didn't see this. Everyone had their own way of living. Since they were snobbish, he would let them be as long as they did not cause him any harm. A Saint Lan disciple has an identity token? Duan Lingtian's eyes gleamed. When he was in the Black Turtle Sanctum, he only had the Black Turtle Sanctum's uniform and did not have an identity token. It seemed like the treatment of a Saint Lan disciple was indeed extraordinary. Also, the crystal card to store contribution points must be the same as the crystal card used to store merit points in the Moon Illumination sect. The contribution points inside must be used to exchange for some precious items in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. Soon after, the two young men prepared a few sets of Saint Lan disciples' uniform, an identity token, and a crystal card for Duan Lingtian. "Thank you for the trouble." Faced with Ding Zhong and the other two's cold gazes, Duan Lingtian politely nodded at them before he turned around and left. After he left, Duan Lingtian suddenly recalled something. He did not know where the Saint Lan disciples lived. Duan Lingtian instantly wanted to return. However, when he recalled how the three of them looked at him coldly before he left, he dismissed the idea of going back. "Forget it, I won't look for them. I'll just ask any disciple from the Saint Land outside." The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, he left. "Elder Ding Zhong, don't you think it's inappropriate for us to not send him to the Saint Land disciples' residence? After all, it's his first time in the Saint Land." Not long after Duan Lingtian left, one of the young men looked at Ding Zhong and asked, "What? Don't tell me you want to curry favor with him?" Ding Zhong smiled disdainfully as he said disdainfully, "No matter how high Duan Lingtian's innate talent is in comprehending divine abilities, he won't have any great achievements in the future. After all, his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root. Put aside Ding Zhong's disdain. Duan Lingtian had also successfully stopped a Saint Lan disciple and asked for the location of the Saint Lan disciple's residence. Thank you, senior brother. After obtaining the information he wanted, Duan Lingtian was naturally overjoyed. He quickly thanked the Saint Lan disciple whom he stopped. The Saint Lan disciple standing before Duan Lingtian was a tall and well-built middle-aged man. He had a simple and honest appearance. He quickly waved his hand in the face of Duan Lingtian's gratitude. We're all brothers from the same sect. You're welcome. Based on his words and actions, the middle-aged man had the bearing of an honest person. Junior brother. When the middle-aged man saw Duan Lingtian was about to leave, he called out to him. Huh. Duan Lingtian looked at the middle-aged man with a puzzled expression on his face. Why don't I send you there? The middle-aged man asked. No need. Duan Lingtian knew the middle-aged man was not going in the same direction. He could tell from the direction the middle-aged man was heading. For this reason, he immediately rejected the middle-aged man's good intentions. You really don't need it? The middle-aged man was still hesitant. I really don't need it. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then he no longer bothered with the middle-aged man and continued to walk in the direction the middle-aged man had pointed out. Guan Xiao, do you know that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple? At the same time, a young man who was passing by approached the middle-aged man and asked curiously. Based on the young man's attire, it was obvious he was also a Saint Lan disciple. No, I don't. The middle-aged man, Guan Xiao, shook his head and smiled innocently. He must be a new disciple who has just arrived at our Saint Land. He doesn't know the way to our Saint Land's disciple's residence, so he came to ask me. Should be? He must be a new disciple who has just arrived at our Saint Land. The young man said confidently. Moreover, he must have been personally recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. The Saint Land assessment for the 4 symbol sanctum's disciples will only begin after some time. Since he's here now, he must have extraordinary innate talent. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to be recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum. Personally recommended by the sanctum leader of the Black Turtle Sanctum? So amazing? Guan Xiao was a little slow. Although he noticed Duan Lingtian was wearing the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple's attire, he did not think too much about it. I really have to hand it to you. How can you miss such a good opportunity? If it were me, I'd want to get to know such a genius as well. You, on the other hand, didn't even show him the way when he asked for directions. Otherwise, you'll definitely benefit greatly if you get to know him. The young man looked at Guan Xiao and said in disappointment, Are you still my friend when you're so calculative? However, Guan Xiao was non-committal when he heard the young man's words. Guan Xiao, hurry up and chase after him. There's still a chance. The young man glanced at the figure that was about to disappear from his sight before looking at Guan Xiao and reminding him. I'm not going. Guan Xiao was very stubborn. I won't make friends with calculative thoughts. A friend who makes friends with such a method isn't a friend at all. After Guan Xiao finished speaking, he left. You're really a piece of wood. You can't carve rotten wood. The young man could not help but curse when he saw Guan Xiao did not appreciate his kindness. He had a look of disappointment on his face. About 15 minutes later, Duan Lingtian arrived at the residence of the Saint Lan's disciple. The residence of the Saint Lan's disciple was not divided into levels. Due to this reason, there was no competition. The residence of the Saint Lan's disciple was located in a vast valley. The residence of the Saint Lan's disciple was a small courtyard built around the valley. There were flowers, grass, a stone table, and a few stone stools in the small courtyard. Behind the small courtyard was an independent stone house. Chapter 1987. Not only were there no levels in the residence of the Saint Land's disciples, but there were also 3,000 courtyards for the Saint Land's disciples to stay in. The 3,000 courtyards were located in the vast valley. They were like terraced fields. However, due to the vastness of the valley, it did not feel crowded even though there were 3,000 courtyards. Currently, there were only 2,000 Saint Land disciples in the Zoroastrianism. Even if all the Saint Land disciples were to stay here, there would still be plenty of empty rooms. The cultivation environment here is similar to the Primus house in the Four Symbols, Sanctums, First Mind's punishment zone. No, although there are also 10 spirit gathering formations set up here, the amount of heaven and earth spirit energy here is even more abundant than the Primus houses. After finding an empty courtyard and entering the room, Duan Lingtian discovered that the heaven and earth spirit energy here is much more abundant than the Primus house. The density of the spiritual chi of heaven and earth in the room was even higher than that of the primeval house he used to live in. It must be because this place is close to the quasi-celestial grade mine. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. I hope I can comprehend the third stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword in one go this time. After closing the door, Duan Lingtian took out the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda, and entered the 4th level of the 7 treasures, exquisite pagoda. He immersed himself in comprehending the supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the Sovereign Heart Sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's cultivation base had reached a bottleneck. It was impossible for him to break through to the early exemplary saint stage in such a short time. Moreover, he had already mastered 4 high-grade divine abilities. He was only lacking in mastering the divine abilities. For this reason, Duan Lingtian began to focus on comprehending the Sovereign Heart Sword. Moreover, he was only 1 step away from entering the 3rd stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword. That person earlier seemed to be wearing the uniform of a black turtle sanctum's disciple. Duan Lingtian was unaware that some of the Saint Land disciples had noticed him when he arrived at the residence of the Saint Land disciples and found a courtyard to stay in. Naturally, these Saint Land disciples did not know his identity. A day later, a shocking piece of news spread throughout the holy land of Zoroastrianism. The Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, Duan Lingtian, had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. He was pardoned by the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind's punishment zone and came to the Saint Land to officially become a Saint Land disciple. This news immediately caused quite a stir in the Holy Land. Duan Lingtian, that 9-clawed dragon warrior, that Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who offended the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder Li En and the Northern Plethora sect's 5th Elder Yangcheng as soon as he arrived at the Zoroastrianism sect? That troublemaker. It said that although his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root, since he's a 9-clawed dragon warrior and has mastered 3 high-grade divine abilities, his battle strength is comparable to a Saint Celestial. Now that he has successfully comprehended the number 1 defensive divine ability of the Zoroastrianism, the Black Turtle's Barrier, does this mean his strength is comparable to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage? Impossible. The Black Turtle's Barrier is only a defensive divine ability. It only grants him defensive strength. It doesn't increase his offensive strength at all. For this reason, his defensive strength is only comparable to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. As for offensive strength, he's definitely inferior to a powerhouse at the first form of the Saint Celestial stage. I heard his cultivation base is already at the peak of the exemplary Saint stage. Unfortunately, his innate spiritual root is only a yellow innate spiritual root. It's hard to say if he'll be able to break through to the quintessential saint stage or not. Even if he breaks through, it'll be difficult for him to achieve anything with his innate talent. The St. Lands Central Square and the residences of the St. Lands disciples were filled with similar discussions. It seems like the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple who stayed in the courtyard yesterday is Duan Lingtian. Many of the St. Lands disciples were looking at the courtyard where Duan Lingtian stayed. These St. Lands disciples had witnessed Duan Lingtian's arrival and stay in the St. Lands disciples' residence yesterday. 1 spread to 10. 10 spread to 100 soon after. Most of the St. Lands disciples learned about Duan Lingtian's residence. Junior brother Lingtian has also comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier. Today, Sun had just come out of his room and was about to go to the reward palace in the central square to see if there were any missions that he could complete to earn contribution points. However, he heard many people whispering in the St. Lands disciples' residence. He instantly learned that Duan Lingtian had come to the St. Land and had become a St. Lands disciple. Moreover, Duan Lingtian's situation was similar to his. Both of them had successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. I can't believe Junior brother Lingtian and I have both entered the St. Land and become a St. Land's disciple in less than half a month. Moreover, it's because both of us have successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier. I'm afraid everyone in the Black Turtle Sanctum has gone crazy because of this news, right? Sun muttered to himself with an expression of shock on his face. This Sun was none other than Sun, whose Primus house was snatched away by Duan Lingtian in the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind's punishment zone. Due to Duan Lingtian's challenge, he was pressured into comprehending the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier. Moreover, he was granted amnesty by the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind. After leaving the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind, he came to the St. Land and became a St. Land's disciple. It was just as Sun had expected. Currently, the Black Turtle Sanctum was not calm. Perhaps the words not calm were not enough to describe the current Black Turtle Sanctum. The Black Turtle Sanctum was in an uproar because of the news from the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind and the St. Land of Zoroastrianism. Duan Lingtian has successfully comprehended the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier, and has been granted amnesty by the Four Symbols Sanctum's First Mind. He has entered the Saint Land and become a Saint Land's disciple? Heavens! Was this real or fake? In less than half a month, 2 disciples from our Black Turtle Sanctum have successfully comprehended the divine ability, the Black Turtle's barrier? Not only is the Black Turtle's barrier our Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, but it's also the #1 defensive divine ability in Zoroastrianism. The difficulty of successfully comprehending this divine ability is publicly acknowledged to be much higher than the Azure Dragon Sanctum, the Vermilion Bird Sanctum, and the White Tiger Sanctum. However, this divine ability that is so difficult to successfully comprehend has been successfully comprehended by 2 people in just half a month? Senior brother Duan Lingtian is really monstrous. Indeed, naturally, if he doesn't have a yellow innate spiritual root, even if he only has a green innate spiritual root, his future would be limitless. However, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to improve his strength now. That's right. His innate spiritual root is too much of a hindrance to him. Initially, I was wondering why a 9-clawed dragon warrior like him would be comparable to an 8-clawed divine dragon if he joined the dragons. Why would he come to Zoroastrianism? Now that I think about it, it must be because he only has a yellow innate spiritual root. With such an innate talent, why would those arrogant dragons treat him with respect, like an 8-clawed divine dragon? I think so too. I think he must have been ostracized by the members of the dragons and can't stay in the dragons anymore. That's why he came to Zoroastrianism. The Black Turtle Sanctum was bustling with noise and excitement. The topic of discussion revolved around Duan Lingtian. For a time, the news of Duan Lingtian comprehending the Black Turtle's barrier, the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, and entering the Saintland had spread throughout the four symbol sanctums. It caused quite a commotion in the four symbol sanctums. Bang! In a spacious mansion on the east side of the Black Turtle Sanctum, a loud noise suddenly sounded. An old man had raised his hand and smashed the stone table that had just been replaced into dust. This old man was none other than the Black Turtle Sanctum's first Silver Flame Elder, Lian. How's this possible? He actually comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier and left the four symbol sanctum's first mind to enter the Saint Land. While muttering to himself, Li An's expression turned extremely ugly. Not even in his wildest dreams did he expect this. Duan Lingtian, whom he wished he could kill, had also successfully comprehended the Black Turtle's barrier, the most treasured divine ability in the Black Turtle Sanctum, just like Sunda. Not only that, but he had also entered the Saint Land and became a disciple of the Saint Land. It was also because of this news that Lian felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. In the eyes of the Black Turtle Sanctum's disciples, Duan Lingtian only possessed a yellow innate spiritual root. Even if Duan Lingtian was a 9-clawed dragon warrior and had mastered 4 different types of high-grade divine abilities, his future achievements would still be limited. However, Lian knew something. Duan Lingtian did not possess a yellow innate spiritual root, but a blue innate spiritual root. In order to verify this news, his eldest direct disciple, Wei He, had been executed by the Saint Land's enforcement hall. After a long while, Lian raised his head with a dark expression on his face. His eyes were cold as he looked in the direction of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. He muttered to himself, "It's good that he's in the Saint Land. This way, Yang Wen and my other 2 direct disciples can deal with him as well." Yang Wen was the elder brother of Yang Wu, whom Duan Lingtian had killed when he had just arrived at the fire worship sect's Black Turtle Sanctum. He was also the eldest son of Yang Chong, the 5th elder of the Northern Plethora sect. Yang Wen had entered the Saint Land many years ago and became a disciple of the Saint Land. Currently, his cultivation base had already broken through to the first form of the Saint Celestial stage, making him a true disciple of the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. Yang Wen was furious when he found out his younger brother had been killed. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian in the Black Turtle Sanctum. Although he was afraid of the rules of Zoroastrianism and could not kill Duan Lingtian, he could not wait to beat Duan Lingtian up and make Duan Lingtian suffer a fate worse than death. However, Zoroastrianism had its own rules. Saint Land disciples were not allowed to enter the 4 symbol sanctums without the permission of a Golden Flame Elder. Otherwise, it would be considered a violation of the sect's rules and would be severely punished. Yang Wen must have received news that Duan Lingtian has arrived in the Saint Land, right? Chapter 1988. In the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism, there were 2 types of Saint Land disciples. The first type was the elite disciples. All the fire worship sect's disciples who could enter the Saint Land from the 4 symbol sanctums and become Saint Land disciples were all elite disciples. For this reason, all the Saint Land disciples in the Zoroastrianism Saint Land were elite disciples of Zoroastrianism. The second type was the true disciples. Unlike the wide range of elite disciples, there were not many true disciples in the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism. There are only slightly over 170 true disciples. Most of these true disciples were powerhouses who had entered the Saint Celestial stage. The rest of them were monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots. Those with indigo innate spiritual roots would definitely be able to enter the Saint Celestial stage and become a Saint Celestial stage powerhouse, let alone those with indigo innate spiritual roots. There were only 10 people with indigo innate spiritual roots in the Zoroastrianism. Some of them were older powerhouses of Zoroastrianism. For example, the sect leader of Zoroastrianism possessed an indigo innate spiritual root. Two of the three great guardians of Zoroastrianism and one of the vice sect leaders also possessed indigo innate spiritual roots. Although the other guardian and vice sect leader only possessed indigo innate spiritual roots, their innate spiritual roots were dark blue. It was almost as good as an indigo innate spiritual root. It was due to these monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots that they had the privilege of becoming true disciples in the saint celestial stage in the saint land of Zoroastrianism. Although their cultivation base had to be at the divine saint stage or above for monstrous geniuses with indigo innate spiritual roots, breaking through to the divine saint stage was as easy as eating and sleeping. It was not difficult at all. In the saint land of Zoroastrianism, the elite disciples lived in a vast valley that the saint land had built for them on the saint island. There were 3,000 small courtyards there for them to live in. Moreover, the cultivation environment there was much better than the primus rooms in the four symbol sanctums. As for the true disciples, they did not live on the saint island. They lived on the independent floating islands around the saint island. Each of them occupied an island, and each had an independent and spacious mansion. There was also a large open space in front of the mansion where they could practice their martial arts and divine abilities. Creak! A soft sound came from one of the independent floating islands. In the spacious mansion above, a young man pushed open the door of one of the rooms and walked out. This young man was tall and had a taut face. It was hard to tell if he was happy or angry. If Duan Lingtian was here and saw this young man, he would definitely notice that this young man was 50 to 60% similar to Yang Wu, whom he had killed in the past. This young man was none other than Yang Wu's older brother, Yang Wen. I'm still lacking a little. I should be able to successfully comprehend it the next time I enter seclusion. Yang Wen muttered to himself after he walked out of the room. As a true disciple of the saint land of Zoroastrianism, not only had his cultivation base broken through to the first form of the saint celestial stage, but he had also mastered a high-grade movement divine ability. In the past few years, apart from cultivating, he had also been focusing on comprehending a high-grade offensive divine ability. It was only during this closed-door cultivation that he finally saw the light of success. Unfortunately, little Wu won't be able to see me master the second high-grade divine ability. Yang Wen's expression turned grave when he thought of his younger brother, Yang Wu, who regarded him as an idol. Although 90% of the people in the four symbols sanctums of Zoroastrianism who knew the cause of Yang Wu's death felt that Yang Wu had brought it upon himself. He had brought it upon himself. However, as Yang Wu's elder brother, he did not think so. In his opinion, his younger brother was always right. Even if his younger brother had done something that angered the heavens, as his elder brother, he would still support him to the end regardless of whether it was right or wrong. Due to this reason, Yang Wen treated Duan Lingtian as a sworn enemy when he learned about Yang Wu's death. He would not rest until he was dead. Duan Lingtian has come to the Saint Land. Yang Wen heard the conversation of a few Saint Land disciples when he was about to leave the independent floating island and enter the Saint Island and arrive at the central square. Based on the conversation, he learned that Yang Wu's younger brother was Duan Lingtian. Not only that, but he also learned that the person who killed his younger brother, Yang Wu, had come to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism and had become a Saint Land disciple. He actually managed to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. A hint of jealousy flashed in Yang Wen's eyes when he learned the reason why Duan Lingtian was able to come to the Saint Land of Zoroastrianism to become a Saint Land disciple. Yang Wu was also from the Black Turtle Sanctum, one of the four symbol sanctums. He had tried to comprehend the Black Turtle Sanctum's most treasured divine ability, the Black Turtle's Barrier. However, after so many years, he still did not manage to comprehend it. In the end, he could only choose to give up and began to comprehend another high-grade movement divine ability. It was the high-grade, movement, divine ability that he had already mastered. Even if I can't kill or cripple you openly, I'll still let you taste a fate worse than death. Yang Wen's eyes flashed coldly as he left the central square in a flash. He made his way to the Saint Land disciples' residence. As his figure moved, his aura was also very aggressive, giving people a feeling that he had come with ill intentions. He was not Lian. As a Black Turtle Sanctum Silver Flame Elder, it was only natural that he would not attack a Black Turtle Sanctum's disciple, let alone torture him to the point where he would wish he was dead. This was because not only was he bullying the weak, but it would also have a huge impact. If news of this spread out, Zoroastrianism would definitely be humiliated. Moreover, many martial Dao geniuses who originally intended to join Zoroastrianism might choose to join the other two great sects instead. This would undoubtedly be a huge loss to Zoroastrianism. For this reason, Lian was worried the high-ranking Zoroastrianism official would kick him out of Zoroastrianism in a fit of rage. That said, while Lian was worried, Yang Wen was not. He was not a Zoroastrianism elder. He was only a Zoroastrianism disciple, just like Duan Lingtian. He had killed Duan Lingtian in a fit of rage to avenge his younger brother. Even if news of this spread out, it would not affect Zoroastrianism's reputation at all. Not only that, as long as he did not cripple or kill Duan Lingtian, it would not be considered a violation of Zoroastrianism's rules. In fact, this could be considered a loophole in Zoroastrianism's rules. However, this loophole had always been there. It was as though it was intentionally left behind. Due to this loophole, there would be people who would be tortured to the point where they would wish they were dead every once in a while. These people who were tortured to the point where they would wish they were dead would work hard in the end. Some of them managed to avenge their younger brother in the end. Some of them did not manage to avenge their younger brother in the end. However, when they looked back, they realized they had improved a lot during this period of time. There were losses and gains, but the gains were greater than the losses. One could say that this loophole in Zoroastrianism's rules had motivated many Zoroastrianism disciples to a certain extent. Naturally, in Zoroastrianism, unless one really hated someone to death and was unwilling to sign a life and death pact with them, one would not torture another person to the point where they would wish they were dead. It's senior brother Yang Wen. Wen Yang, Wen's figure appeared at the residence of the Saint Lan disciples in the vast valley. He immediately attracted the attention of many Saint Lan disciples. Yang Wen was also a Saint Lan disciple who used to live here. However, due to the fact that his cultivation base had broken through to the Saint Celestial stage and he had become a true disciple, he had left this place. However, there were still many Saint Lan disciples who remembered him. Moreover, they recognized him with just a glance. Whoosh! Yang Wen's figure flashed, and he arrived at the side of the valley in just a few moments. There were 5 disciples of the Holy Lands gathered together. They were originally chatting, but their attention was drawn over by Yang Wen's arrival. When they saw Yang Wen standing next to them, they immediately felt a little awkward. Senior brother Yang Wen. Senior brother Yang Wen. The 5 Saint Lan disciples felt a little awkward and nervous when they faced a true disciple like Yang Wen. Where's Duan Lingtian staying? Yang Wen glanced at the 5 Saint Lan disciples with an arrogant expression on his face. He asked as he looked at the 5 of them, like a superior looking at a subordinate. Upon hearing Yang Wen's words, the 5 Saint Lan disciples realized Yang Wen was not targeting them. For a moment, they all breathed a sigh of relief and pointed in one direction. Yang Wen looked in the direction the 5 Saint Lan disciples were pointing at. His gaze quickly locked onto a small courtyard, and he immediately flew over. However, when he arrived outside the small courtyard, he did not force his way in. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the air and closed his eyes to meditate. As he cultivated, he waited patiently. It was not that he did not want to force his way in. However, if he forced his way in, he might not be able to bear the consequences. Firstly, The stone houses behind the small courtyards of the Saint Land disciples' residences were soundproof. Moreover, there was a formation set up to block the probing of divine consciousness. If one wanted to wake the person inside, apart from pushing open the door and entering, the only other way was to destroy the formation that blocked the divine consciousness or destroy the stone house. However, if one did that, there was a high possibility that the person inside would suffer from chi deviation. According to the rules of Zoroastrianism, those who disturbed the cultivation of their fellow disciples and caused them to suffer from chi deviation would be sentenced to death by the Saint Land Enforcement Hall, regardless of their innate talent or identity. Naturally, Yang Wen wanted Duan Lingtian to suffer from chi deviation. However, he felt it was not worth it if he had to sacrifice his life for this. Otherwise, he would not have come here to torture Duan Lingtian until he wished he was dead instead of killing Duan Lingtian. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.